everybody, this is Keith here of Euphoria Pictures, and welcome back to Friday Night Live at the Movies. So as you can see, once again, I've been joined this week by my good friend, John, aka Mondo Chelloveck Movies. Hey, John, and thank you for being part of the stream.
No problem at all, Keith. Thanks for having us again.
No, it's my absolute pleasure, And again, like I always do at the start of every one of my streams, if you are not aware of John's channel, which I can't imagine there's many of you out there watching that wouldn't be familiar with it, but if you aren't, there is a link in the description. I think I did it. I think I put it in there. If I didn't, I'll put it in at the end, but I think I did. But the link is in the description to John's channel, and I would encourage us to go on over, check it out, and if you could do, throw this man a sub. Trust me, he's worthy of your time. So yeah, John, thanks again for coming on, mate.
Hey, no problem, Keith. Look forward to it.
Yeah, happy days. I always do, John. It goes without saying. We've been doing these now together for so many years, and I don't think there's never been one where it feels like we're kind of like repeating ourselves, which is, I think, is the beauty of the two of us together.
I'll agree with that. I really enjoy them because I always enjoy talking to yourself because I think we share the same sensibilities when it comes to films in general. Maybe not the exact same films, but
no.
I think we are after the same sort of thing with films, like a nice sort of addition, and we will love them type of things. Lovely picture quality, good sound, happy days. But there's that much stuff coming out these days, so it's always, we feel like we can never get ahead when we're talking to each other.
No,
there's always something we haven't talked about because there's that much stuff coming out.
Great. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's kind of like there's always something that kind of, it always passes you. You just completely forget about it. I completely understand that.
Right.
But yeah, John, look, I'm going to start the stream like I always do, and we're going to just talk about a couple of the movies that we've watched of recent. So do you want to give us an idea of what you've been watching?
As usual, I always write them down because I forget them instantly. But I'll tell you what I've been watching in the past week or so. Obviously, I watched with Deborah. We went and watched Mission Impossible, Final Reckoning, in IMAX, and we really enjoyed it. We are huge fans, but we hadn't seen one until Fallout, and then we went back and watched the whole lot. And well, as yourself, we've watched the whole lot. We watched Part 7 just last week in preparation for Part 8, which came out, and it was brilliant. I'm going to say, I think I was talking to you about this, it's a bit plot heavy in places, but don't let that put you off because it will wrap itself up at the end in a nice, neat bow, and it'll tally everything up. Because I felt like I was saying to Deborah, I felt I was quite concentrating on it too much at the start of it, well, the middle of it, where I say, but I didn't really need to do that because it kind of explained itself for the end, and so I didn't need to concentrate as much. And we are going to go back probably another 2 times to cinema to see it, and I'm just going to sort of enjoy it. And the long run time, and we were talking about this as well, most of them have the similar run time, so it's not a hard watch because you're kind of used to the 2.5 hours. And it was a great film. I really enjoyed it.
And just not to just cut you in there, John, because me and Ellen watched Dead Reckoning last night, and that movie it's probably around 2.5 hours, might even be longer, might be 2:40. And I said to Ellen that when the movie ended, I said it wasn't long enough. I needed more. And that's what I think I'm going to get from the Final Reckoning. And not only that, John, but I think I spoke to you about this when you told me you went to it. I wasn't going to say it to you before you went to it, but I said to you after. I was like, "Oh, I've been hearing very underwhelming things when it comes to this movie." And then I just went online today, and I was like, "Right, it's like 80-something% on Rotten Tomatoes, and then the audience score has given it at 93." So where are these? Are we living in a world now that 80% on Rotten Tomatoes is a poor score? Is that what's happening?
Well, I've talked about this quite a few times. Every single film that comes out is basically a flop.
Yeah.
Even before it's done anything, even before it's opened the doors, it's going to bomb. There's this, it's that, it's got this problem, that problem, the director was wrong. And just think, just give it time. Just give it 2 weeks before you give it any critique. And then we'll go from there, as opposed to writing it off. I think a lot of people, and I'm talking more about like critics, Not legitimate critics like Mark Kermode, that type of thing. I'm talking about, these armchair critics who want something to feel so they can say, I told you so. And you say, well, why would you want that? It's the livelihood of a lot of people. I mean, the credits are about 6 hours long because there's that many people involved with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You've got to give them credit for what they've done. Is it just enough to just let the film come out and just people enjoy it without wanting anything bad to happen to the film, no matter what it is?
Yeah, it's almost like the people that were being critical about it. It's almost like when you actually listen to them, it's almost like they were hoping that the movie was going to be bad. And it's this kind of attitude I get from them. It's why I never listen to critics. And to be honest with you, I still stand by this, despite that I have a YouTube channel. I just don't see what good a critic brings to the table. I really don't, other than harming the business. Little did I know, they're actually putting themselves out of a fucking job, because if they keep criticizing everything that fucking comes out and blasting it the way that they do, there's not going to be any more fucking movies for them to review, because it's a bad time at the moment. Cinemas are struggling, and
you're right. I mean, we went on. It was on the premiere, either the day after the premiere. It was on the morning of it. I went to the IMAX, and it was pretty busy. It wasn't chock-a-block, because sometimes when I go to the premieres with my son, usually wants to go and see the Marvel stuff when it comes out on the first night. So when we'll go and see it, the IMAX we'll go to is usually chock-a-block. It's full. This was pretty full, which I'm not saying it's unusual, because it was a strange time. It was like something like 10 o'clock in the morning. I think it would have been, we usually go with my son at night time, so it's always going to be fuller. But the people who were in it, I was watching out the corner of my eye, especially there's a girl in front of us, and she was animated, when there's certain callbacks for things happened. Her hands are going up, she's pointing me, she was, I told you so, I told you this, look at that. They're in it, this is in it, that's because of this. And there's sometimes I was saying to Deborah, I can't believe that happened. But I had to, well, it's what I said to you, I'm not going to go into too many spoilers about any part of it. But that plane chase is just, I could not believe what I was seeing. I know he's strapped into the plane. It's not as if he's just hanging on by a fingernail. But to watch it was thrilling.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's what these films offer.
I hope people don't take anything away from that stunt, because it's not like I'd be like, okay, would you go into that wing of the plane? And I was like, no, I won't. Oh, don't worry, you'll be strapped on. Oh, in that case, oh yeah, I'll do it. You still wouldn't fucking do it. So it's
there's more to it than just being on the plane. He's climbing in from a cockpit to a cockpit and then back again, because he can't fly it from one cockpit. And he's trying to get onto another plane from a plane. I mean, it's crazy when you watch it. It's in a ravine as well, and they're right next to the walls of the ravine, so it could have went really wrong. But now it was great. And the only thing I would say, if anybody's, it's not a critic. Oh, is that me?
Yeah. You've disappeared on me. You still there, John?
I'm trying to get on here.
Oh, you're there. Yeah, I can hear you anyway.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yeah.
Just my screen went blank.
Okay.
I'm going to come out and I'm going to come back on. I don't know what's happened there.
No problem at all.
Okay. I'll be 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
No worries. Yeah, I may as well keep talking anyway till John comes back. But myself and Ellen, we're hoping to go to that final reckoning. We're going to wait till things die down a little bit, so it won't be next week. I think it'll be the week after, and see how we get on with it. But we are looking forward to it. Now, back we go. Now,
that's good. I was plugging critic stuff. on it.
But yeah, no, it's. I think I did say it to you before. I do think Mission Impossible is. There's just no way that it's going to turn a profit. I'm sorry to say that, but when you're going into the 400 million budget, because it's rumored to be 400 million budget, it's going to have to grow close to $1 billion to turn a profit on a budget like that. And bear in mind, I think the biggest Mission Impossible movie we had was probably Fallout, which done probably around 700, 800 million. So
I think it was 800 million.
Yeah, they're going to really have to pull something out of the bag here now for the final reckoning. But again, if it makes money, if it doesn't make money, I all I want is a fitting ending, and from the sounds of things, that's what I'm getting.
It's I'm not going to go into anything
Yeah,
like that, but you'll not be disappointed by it. That's what I'm saying.
no bother at all. Right, if you want to go on ahead, then if you're your
Um, the other one we watched at the cinema, because we've been off this week on holiday and we have been caning it by going out every day, just going crazy down the coast, actually,
that's
down to
nice.
Tynemouth, and just really enjoying the whole, because the weather as well has been beautiful. So we spent loads of time around the house and that. But we've never been in the house to watch stuff. But we did watch also at the cinema. It was Final Destination Bloodlines,
Yeah.
and we really enjoyed it.
Oh, great. Is there
Yeah.
any? I don't want to know much about it, but is it its own thing, or is it tied into the other movies?
A bit of both.
It is a bit of both.
You could literally if you didn't know that film, if you hadn't seen the first five, and say Deborah hadn't seen any, but she had seen the first five, that's how I got her to go and see the sixth one. Because she says, I'm not going to go and see it. I says, well, you've seen the other ones, you know what it's all about. So we if you could have watched it, but if she hadn't seen any of them, she would have enjoyed that film as a standalone film. And
Wow.
we saw the callbacks to the other ones. It's got the same
Okay.
law as the other series, about how death's coming after you and all that, and you've got to do certain things to get rid of death, to cheat death, and all that type of stuff. It's
Hmm.
all in there, which I kind of forgotten about.
Okay.
Tony Todd, obviously, that was amazing. I thought actually I didn't know anything about that because I knew he'd passed away, and I honestly thought he wasn't going to be around to do this, but he was. And he did his scene. Now that's a great scene, and it will tie into a lot of stuff. But I'm not going to go any more into that.
Mm.
But it was fitting to see him, come back for that
Yeah.
character, that amazing character. That you kind of forget is in the Final Destination films, don't you? I was going,
Yeah.
oh yeah, he's it works in the mortuary.
I,
So
I, I think he's into everyone up to
yeah,
that point. I think I'm almost certain.
I'm sure he is. He does a sort
Mm.
of small role or cameo or a fuller role.
Yeah.
But I think that for me, I thought it was a great film. It's yes, it's got really you're thinking what are the gags going to be by how people get it. I think they're quite good. I think they're quite well done. And there's a thing in it. There's a I'm not gonna mention this thing. There's a thing in it that goes all the way through this film about this, like how some little insignificant thing can cause mayhem, just the
Okay.
tiniest of things, which you can get from the other ones. Because Deborah says, has that been in the other ones? I said, I don't think that particular thing has, but the same theory has that something really
Okay.
daft can cause a catastrophe.
Okay.
So I enjoyed that, but some of the deaths they were so funny as well. Some of them were really funny, and some of them were, you were going, oh, I can't believe that, like they're really cringing, you
Yeah.
made your toenails turn up and all that. But no, I had a great time, and I thought I hadn't seen any of the cast before, apart from Tony Todd. They were great,
Mm.
and
Okay.
the start of it, how they started it all off, is kind of a good way forward if they want to take it forward.
Ah.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
Okay.
If they
Okay.
want to, and I tell you what, money talks. It's meant to be a big hit for once,
It is a big.
because
It's
everything
a big,
else is flopping.
massive,
It's
massive,
got,
massive hit.
I think
Yeah.
it's got some legs. And the only thing I'll say is I'm glad they've left it so long. I'm glad it didn't come out after a couple of years. It's been about
Yes.
12 years, hasn't it? So I think that was a good way to do it, personally.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
that's it, really. Apart from,
That's all.
apart from that, nothing else.
Well,
Oh,
yeah. So
and
I'm just going.
sorry,
I'm just going to quickly.
I can
Sorry.
just there because we were talking about this before. Andor, me and Deborah stopped. Deborah
Oh.
wanted to see it, so I says, right, go on then. And I was talking to you. I said the first two episodes were kind
Yeah.
of there's nothing to them. I thought, is this going to
Absolutely.
actually shift up a gear? But it looks fantastic, and it does. So we're currently on the first episode of season 2. Really enjoying it.
Yeah, I'll just quickly talk about that then. Yeah, I started watching. Me and Ellen watched the first 3 episodes of Andor, And I was a bit like yourself. The first thing you said to me, you were like, "Yeah, I was watching the first 2 episodes, and I didn't know what was going on here." Like, and I kind of said to Ellen, I was like, "Where is this going? It's just getting nowhere." But again, we were still really enjoying it. I think if I had one criticism against it, I did say it to Ellen when we finished watching them, the first three, that is, it never felt like a Star Wars. It never felt like it was living in the Star Wars universe as of right now. I'm sure that will change as it goes on, but as of now, yeah, it just never felt like it was a Star Wars thing.
Did you get a bit of a Blade Runner feel to it?
That's that. Yes. Is it because of that kind of? It's always like it's raining a lot, and it's that kind of.
It's realistic. The area they lived in is a bit of a slum.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. So I'm enjoying it up to this point. I'm just curious to see where it's going to go. But yeah, last night we like I said, we did finally watch the Final Reckoning. Not Final Reckoning, sorry, Dead Reckoning. I'll tell you one thing, we went through all 7. I don't know if this is going to sound fucking stupid or not, but we watched all of them up to this point now in the last week or two. And out of watching all of them, I have to tell you, Dead Reckoning was the best experience we had. Like I always said, Mission Impossible 2 is my favorite movie. But as of watching them during the week, that Dead Reckoning, it was relentless, that movie. Jesus, I was exhausted when it was over. If it wasn't there's one car chase sequence in it, and I was like, it was so funny, but it was so dramatic, and it was so ridiculously over the top, and it was incredible, and it was all being done in your eyes. It's no CGI bullshit, and it was just great to look at. And then, of course, that segment on the train, it was just it's incredible. The movie is amazing. They really are an incredible series of movies, and like I said, I can't wait to see the last one. Then we watched another movie right after that, and I'm not kidding you, Ellen put on this face, and I was like, oh, I know where your fucking head is going here. We were watching Catch Me If You Can. So
yes,
I'm going to ask you that question now. Have you seen that movie?
No.
Yeah, okay. Right. So we were watching it, and so I could see Ellen kind of making faces, and I was like, I know what she's going to say to me. And then all of a sudden she came out and she said it. She says, "Has John seen this movie?" And I was like, "I'm going to say no." And she was like, "Oh," and I was like, "You're going to send him a fucking copy, aren't you?" And I can see her. She was sitting beside me because it was Tom Hanks again. And believe it or not, Amy Adams comes into it as well.
Well, yeah. Seen them all.
So I could see Ellen kind of just sitting there thinking, And I was like, "You're going to send him a copy, aren't you?" John, I'm not kidding you, mate. This movie is extraordinary. Catch Me If You Can. Oh, it's so good. It's Leonardo DiCaprio. I can't think of the character's name. I can't remember his character's name, but he's one of the greatest con artists in the world. It's based on a true story. And if you see, it's one of those movies when you watch it, you're kind of like, this can't be a true story. Because when you see the cons that he does, it's like he becomes like an airline pilot, and he doesn't even know how to fly a plane. Yeah. But it's that kind of it's crazy. It is. But we fucking loved watching it. And then we watched a horror movie last night called The Boogeyman, which I picked up from Vinegar Syndrome. I'm sure you're aware of that release yourself, John.
Oh yeah.
So I told you that I was picking that up myself, that Boogeyman. And I asked you, well, what do you think? And you said it's a good kind of haunted mirror. Would I be right in saying that?
Well, it's a hard one to actually talk about the Boogeyman, because it's what is it? And apparently Boogeyman 2, don't go near that. It's meant to be just more or less the whole film is just more or less shown in flashback, the first one. So you're hardly getting anything to do with the second one. It's meant to be awful. I've never seen it. But the first one, I was when I first saw it way back when on VHS, I thought it was okay. It didn't really wow us, but every time I watch it, I find the last time I watched it, the first time I watched it on Blu-ray was by 88. The picture quality now was stunning. And then I got the Vinegar Syndrome one, and I was like, my God, this 4K. I couldn't believe that they could get that, because I remember the VHS looking quite dark and dingy, but it's pristine. But it's not false looking good. It's kind of that's how it looks, but the colors are unreal.
I've noticed. I said it to Ellen every time I buy a Scream Factory release or if I buy a Vinegar Syndrome release. I don't know what it is. It's just it's strange. But every scene that you see at the start of the movie, greenery has always been shown off.
Yeah.
And when I seen the first frame of that movie last night, I was there and I was like, now bear in mind we watched Dead Reckoning on 4K, which is it's almost demo worthy. And this movie actually held its own against Dead Reckoning. That's how good the picture quality was on it.
Yeah,
I could. The only issue I had with it, John, was the audio was a bit. It's almost like the dialogue was in the like if you had sound effects in it, like wind blowing. It's almost like the wind was the same volume as the audio, and it was actually being drowned out quite a lot. And not only that, but I did find myself, I believe it or not, and I never do this in this room. We found that I actually had to start turning my sound system down because the dialogue was that loud. It just sounded a little unnatural to my ears. But you know what? The movie had a tough following. To watch Dead Reckoning and then watch Catch Me If You Can, two almost flawless movies in my eyes. I actually thought it was good. I actually enjoyed it. I checked out the trailer.
You will enjoy that more on a second watch.
I think I would rather see it now, maybe maybe put it at the start of the night instead of leaving until the end, and and then see how I feel about it. But no, at this point, really enjoyed it. I thought it was a wonderful 4K transfer, and that second viewing is going to be interesting. I'm looking forward to it as well. But good recommendation there, John. By the way,
it's one of the best looking 4K nasties out there for me.
It's ridiculous. Like it's even when I seen Madman on 4K it's just ridiculous how good it looks. It's the movies. It's not even that. It's not just what even amazes me even that more about them is you're expecting to see a lot of damage to the print, but none of that's there. It's just it's pristine, absolutely pristine. Right, so John, I'm going to jump right into the comments here and get this going. So hopefully there'll be a few there for us. So we've got Cy Robson here saying, "Hi Keith and John, sorry I can't join the stream live as I'm going to Newcastle City Hall to see the Pixies. So I'll have to catch up tomorrow. Have a great night." Well, Cy, you have a great night, mate. And thanks again for just stopping by and leaving that comment down.
Me and Deborah saw the Pixies about, I don't know, I'm going to say, actually it was a few years ago now, about 2018. They were unreal. We didn't know at the time they had an album out. I think it was called Beneath the Eyrie. But we hadn't heard that album, and they played the whole album because we were hearing all these new songs. I was going,
oh shit,
this one, never heard that one. If I'd known about it, but when I looked back at the track list and on setlist.com, they played the full album as well as all the hits, and I was like, one for 2 hours. Brilliant.
Okay. We got Slipknot fan here just saying, "Hey fellas, how's it going, mate?"
Right, Slipknot.
Good
band, Slipknot.
And he's got a question as well saying, "John, what would be your top 3 video nasty titles from Section 1 you would want Keith to watch?"
Well, this might be interesting, actually.
The pressure's on, John. The pressure's on.
Well, I'm going to say, I'll try and get the ones that you haven't seen, if I remember which ones are Section 1. First of all, I'll say Zombie Flesh Eaters. You must have seen that.
I've seen that.
Yeah, that's my favourite one out of the whole lot. So next, I would say Anthropophagus, the Beast. Have you seen that one?
No, definitely haven't seen that. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know why, but it's such a good film. It's atmospheric. It's in a Greece next to the coast. It's got this strange story to it, which one of those films, whenever I watch it, I enjoy it. I could watch it 10 times a week, never get bored with it. I don't know why. It's very slow, but it's a good little film. So Anthropophagus, the Beast, definitely. Although it's not gory, it's just got one scene in it which is really bad.
That puts it in there, right?
Yeah. So, and then you've got the likes of Cannibal Holocaust, which I know you wouldn't really go to. It's not really your thing. So I would never, although it's a good film, leave that one alone if you're not into that sort of thing, obviously. I'm going to have to look on my phone because when I look at stuff, I've got it written down there in a big pile of stuff, the list of them. But me trying to
Yeah.
find that would be the whole stream, me looking through this bundle
Right.
of stuff. So I'll get a quick list up in here and I'll get you a couple out there. And so for me, Anthro would be the first one.
Okay.
So what do you think of video nasties in general? What do you think?
I was actually just going to say to you, John, I think my comfort zone is probably in section 3. Now, would I be right in saying that the likes of John Carpenter's The Thing, that's a section 3, isn't it? Yeah, and funny enough, I was talking to you about a movie called Superstition as well, and I think that's a section 3 as well. And that's so. I think my comfort. Yeah, I think if you show me a list of section 3 video nasties, there'll be a lot in there that I'd love.
I think you're right, and they're the hardest ones to get, the obscure
Really?
ones. So have you seen a Bay of Blood, which was out in the window box?
I actually have. Yeah, I have the Bay of Blood. I've never watched it. Funny enough.
Watch it. It's Mario
Wow.
Bava. It's basically, Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
When you watch that one, you're basically watching Friday the 13th.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's intriguing.
Yeah, definitely. And well, you've got the other classic, and there's The Burning. I know you've got The Burning, hasn't you?
Yeah. Brilliant. Brilliant.
Absolutely amazing. There's another one which is one that I thought was absolutely sensational, which it shouldn't have been because it's such a badly received film, The Cannibal Man. Although there's no animal, well, there is one bit animal cruelty in it. But that's what a film that is. So good. But you probably wouldn't want to maybe not go to that one. What about Evil Speak?
Now, I own Evil Speak. That's Ron Howard's brother. What's his name?
Clint.
Clint. Yeah. I have a box set in the house called Box of the Band, volumes 1 and 2, and Evil Speak is on one of them.
Okay, that would be another one. I would say watch that one.
Right. Okay.
I think you'll enjoy that one.
So I think that Bay of Blood is definitely, like, to put that comparison to Friday the 13th. I was like, okay, I think I'll have to check that one out.
You watch it and you tell me that you don't see shades of Friday the 13th in there.
Okay, I'll definitely check that one out then. And the beauty is I have 2 of them, so I can watch them. So yeah, happy days. We got Trek and I here saying, hey, how's it going, mate? Thanks for stopping by. We've also got David Punton, great Eve, gentlemen. We'll have to watch the stream and catch up, unfortunately, but really hope you both enjoy and have a great one. Well, David, thank you so much. And I think I can announce now that David is going to be coming on to the live stream, and it looks like it's going to be, fingers crossed, if everything works out, it's going to be the 20th of June. So David is definitely going to be a future guest. I'm not going to say anything more about it, but there's going to be something a little added to that stream that's going to make it very special. So I'll say no more about it. But thanks again, David. Appreciate you stopping by. We got my beautiful babe. Hey, Alan. Thank you for stopping by, bit. In doing her bit, like she always does. We've got a question from David. He says, I do have a question for you both. Which actor/actress can't you stand? It could be you used to think they were great, and now it's a thumbs down for them. My pick is Robert De Niro. Wow. I kind of get that, though, as well. I kind of understand where he's coming. Yeah, I get it. I do get where he's coming from. That's actually a very good question, John. So, an actor and actress that you can't...
Robert De Niro was, for me, he could do no wrong. Every film he had out up to a certain point was absolute classic, and his acting skill is just phenomenal. And then he started to do a few comedies, which is okay because he's acting against type, which I thought was good. Then he just done literally any old bit of rubbish he could get his hands on, and I just totally zoned out of him. And to be honest, I've never went back to him at all. I will watch his old films, and I will Raging Bull, which is absolutely brilliant. I'll always watch his old stuff. Just the new stuff, I don't know. He's kind of. I'm not saying he's not going to do good stuff again.
I get that.
I find myself thinking that I don't hate him or anything. I just think that he tarnished his reputation a little bit for me by just picking. I mean, he's acted in some absolute rubbish.
I
Although
get,
he
yeah,
was
I agree.
absolutely brilliant in, Jackie Brown. He was amazing in Jackie Brown. So he does pull him out like. But
Mm,
now this is going to be a funny one. Now this might sound really bad, and I'm not going to say that I hate this person at all. But sometimes Robin Williams really gets on my nerves. Now I'm a huge fan of Morton Mindy, and he's really zany in that, and I think he's brilliant in that. Other films he does are great, but sometimes he kind of goes a little bit over the top, and he kind of irritates us. I don't really want to say that because of what's happening, we know.
of
But
course.
in a slight way, I do find that the films I like of his, I love, like Awakenings, which is great. But other times, I don't really I feel like I'm struggling with his films. Does that ring anything with you?
The minute you said his name, I get where you're coming from, John. It's kind of like you don't want to say anything bad. Of course, you don't want to say anything bad
No, no.
against him. But I am just like yourself, John. The movies that he's famous for, I actually don't like. Everyone raves about Mrs. Doubtfire. I don't like the movie at all. I never did. Never did. Um, I would almost go as far as to say that I probably haven't seen a Robin Williams movie in probably 10 years. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
um, that I'm not denying there is a talent there. When he
Yeah.
does the dramatic roles, he can do the dramatic roles very well. But
Yeah.
he was never one of my go-to actors, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, Flubber. My son used to watch Flubber, but I like Flubber. Good Morning Vietnam. Me and Deborah went to see it at the cinema way back when. And there's quite a few things that I will, but I'm not someone I can. He's not someone I like. Crazy comedians, Steve Martin, stuff like that.
Yeah,
But he went off the boil for a bit. He's coming back with that
back now.
new
Yeah,
murders in the building, which is great. But that's why I don't really want to say Robin Williams because I do rate him highly, but I can't say that I could watch all of his films if he gets a bit too over the top with
yeah.
his comedy. Yeah,
I, I do. I kind of everything that I've kind of seen him by. I think I was going to say maybe probably Hook would be my favorite movie from him. But even at that, if I was to stack that up for Spielberg, it'd be kind of well down in my Spielberg movies.
yeah,
Um, but it's good. I do enjoy it. But it's because you don't want to criticize him because when you actually see the actor, you actually see the man, the
yeah,
person he is, he just comes across as an absolute sweetheart. And it's funny
yeah.
that he made a movie called I think is it called What Dreams May Come. How hard would it be to watch that movie because it's all about heaven and death and
Right.
if you commit suicide in that movie you go to hell and it'll be a very strange kind of movie to watch by him now after what happened you know but yeah, I get that, John. I understand that pick. I really do. um
If I had
if,
if I had to say
Sorry.
actress, there's, and I think I'm getting the actress right, and I've seen in quite a few films, actually, probably a lot more now. I don't know why I've seen a lot just churned into these films. Is it Leone? Is it that's
Yeah,
her
Tia
name?
Leone. Yeah.
Um, but saying that, when she's good in films, she's
Mm.
great in films. But other films, I think, is she in Jurassic Park 3?
That's right.
Is that too? And that character didn't work for me. I think she was in another one that Deborah was watching. I didn't like her in that. She was in Woody Allen one, which is a good one with the Woody Allen one. But yeah, but I don't hate her. Don't get us wrong. I don't hate anybody. There's not
I
anybody that really gets us. Now, I did say though that I did hate, and I did use that word with Tom Hanks. I had no time for him whatsoever. But you have swayed me on the path with Forrest Gump. Well,
Yeah.
Ellen did, and it's absolutely brilliant. So I am open to watching more Tom Hanks. Yeah,
Yeah. I now with Tia Leone, I have to admit now, I do like a lot of movies from. I thought she was great in Deep Impact. I liked her in Family Man, Bad Boys, as well. I thought she was great in
Yeah,
Bad Boys as well. But but if I was now, I'm very different to you because when I say hate, I actually mean hate. Yeah, and
okay.
I think a lot of people are already going to know what I'm going to say. Hands down, one actress out there that will make me not watch a movie, and that's Jennifer Lopez. All day, every day. I will never watch. Well, I've seen movies by her before. I'll never watch anything from her now. I have absolutely no time for her. I think she's a woeful fucking actress. And I think she's a fucking horrible person as well, if I'm completely honest. So I have no
Right.
time for her whatsoever. Now, there's an actor, and I hope I'm getting this cunt's name right because he is a little bastard. I can't stand him in movies. I think his name is it Charlie Day? Is that his name? Am I getting that right? Charlie Day.
What was he in?
Oh god, he's a comedic actor. I know he was in the first Pacific Rim movie. Um. Oh god, he's one with Ellen. Ellen's probably up there now, screaming on her phone. It's this movie. It's this movie. Jesus, there's one with Drew Barrymore and Justin Long, Going the Distance. I think it was. There's another. He's in Vacation, the kind of the reboot of the National Lampoon's Vacation movies. He's in that. The worst
Oh,
segment of that movie, by the way, as well, when he comes into it. And there was something else. He's famous for another movie, but I can't remember it. But his voice, his voice cuts through me every time I hear him, and whenever he gets angry in his movies, and the voice, the noises that he makes, I just fantasize about drop kicking him in his fucking face. There's something. I think that's his name, Charlie Day. And I
nothing
know
on here,
Ellen's going to be in there. Not what's that?
and see, I'm just looking for Charlie Day, but I can't see any. So what film was he in? That National Lampoon's the reboot
Yeah,
one.
no, yeah. You know, it's just. I think it's called Vacation. Actually, I have it behind beside me here. What the? Where have I got Vacation? VVV. Why can't? Oh, there we go. Okay. And of course, his name is not on the fucking box. It's not unreal. Unfucking believable.
I don't
I
actually
think
like that film though. I thought it was really funny.
it's very funny. I thought the bit with the bit with the rat on your man's shoulder. I thought was brilliant. Hey, you got a cool rash.
Oh yes.
What rat? That there. Oh my god! Don't. I'll drop kick my phone.
Do you know what, Keith? I really like him.
Oh really? I can't stand
Sorry,
him.
he was in
Can't
Horrible
stand him.
Bosses, wasn't he?
Thank you. That's the one he's known
Yeah.
for. Yeah,
Um,
that's it.
and he
Can't
was in
stand
the
him.
one with the. Was he in one with oh, what's he called, man? Kevin Hart. I think it was in with him. That was quite a good one. But if you're not going to watch him, you're not going to think that. But yeah, I do know he is.
Yeah, it's just not for me, unfortunately. Um, we got Ellen here asking the question: what movie have you watched the most times? Ooh, Jesus.
It's got to be something along the lines of Jaws, Elephant Man, um, maybe the first Star Wars. Episode
What?
the fourth one. That one. Um, and then it could be something really ridiculous because my son used to put films on and watch them over and over again. Well, kids do that.
Mm,
So I must have watched some certain films a phenomenal amount of times, even when I don't even
mm.
like them. But some of the ones I did like. So I'm going to say, strangely enough, Batman Forever and
Wow.
Batman and Robin could be up there. If you
Wow.
can believe it,
Okay.
because he had it on in a loop. It was on from noon till night. But
Wow. Okay.
I think, like back in the day, I used to get a film and I used to watch it. I don't know if you were the same when you get a video library because you wanted to watch it before you put it back. I watch it 2 and 3 times before I
Yeah.
give it back if I liked it. So
Absolutely.
there'll be a few ones out there, but I'm going to say probably the likes of Jaws and Elephant Man because they
Jaws
must
and
be
Elephant.
30 times plus. They've got to be.
Oh, it's like like it's without a shadow of doubt for me. It's you could say the first, I say maybe 6 earliest John Carpenter movies, the likes of, from Assault up to Big Trouble. In that space, I would watch them a few times a year. Hellfest, I watch quite a lot.
Yeah.
I watch Hellfest a lot. That's probably the most modern movie that I watch a lot of, if I was to pick. But then there's, you can put so many in there. Back to the Future trilogy, that Indiana Jones, them collection of movies, they'll be watched. They'll always be watched yearly. I don't think I'd feel right if I didn't if I went through a year and not watched Indiana Jones. It'd be just very strange to me. Yeah. But I think, for me, Halloween would definitely be up there. So I would have to say Halloween too as well, because I can't watch one and not watch the other. So I'd say both of them. That's so.
Maybe Grease as well for me. Could be up there.
Oh, that's actually, something. Myself and Ellen had a couple of drinks there a few weeks back, and we just had a kind of real musical influence night where we watched Grease, we watched Dirty Dancing, we watched Footloose. And last Saturday we finished the night and we were listening to a bit of music, and then all of a sudden we kind of started talking about Dirty Dancing and Grease again, and we actually started talking about it. We're like, oh, will we do it now next Saturday? So we might do that again tomorrow night. Well, when I say might do that, we have Heart Eyes to watch, and that Speak No Evil. So we're going to get them two in first, and then see where we go from there. So I actually, I could put like that. Grease is a good shout out, because that would be watched a few times.
Although not Grease 2.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
That's Speak No Evil, man. That is an absolutely brilliant film. The performance from what's his name?
James McAvoy. James McAvoy.
It's. I mean, he's good in most films he does. He has this he can do with his characters like a sort of unhinged character, and he's sensational in that. I thought it was a brilliant film. I think you'll love it.
I know I'm going to love it, and I can tell you now. For anyone that actually does love that movie and we're waiting for it to come out in 4K, I can almost guarantee is now, because I finally went out and got the Blu-ray, that the 4K will be coming very soon, because it always fucking happens to me. So keep an eye out for it.
But tell you what, if there's anyone that want to come on the 4K, I'll just say to you, go and buy the Blu-ray so I can get the 4K, please.
It's happened so many.
So selfish.
Unfortunately, it's Universal have gotten into a habit of it, and especially when it's a Blumhouse movie. They normally always come around on 4K, so I wouldn't be one bit surprised. David went on to say about Robert De Niro as well. He said he's far too political now, plus his modern movies suck. It's not that he's not that he's political. He hates Donald Trump. He hates him so much. So I think if Donald Trump wasn't on the scene, I don't think we'd hear too much from Robert De Niro in terms of political views. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Dave. I really do. We got Cheekster here saying, good evening, Keith and John. How's it going, mate? I hope you're doing well.
Cheekster, all right, mate.
We've also got Alan Meggs here saying, good evening, all. Hope you're all well. Hi to Ellen as well.
Hello.
Hey, Alan.
All right.
I hope you're all. Alan sent me, I got an absolutely wonderful, wonderful gift from Alan this week, which I'm not going to say anything. Hopefully the video will be out next week.
Yeah.
But thanks again, Alan. We've also got Art the Clown saying, good evening, gents. Have a good stream. Cheers, Art. Thanks again, mate. We've also got Sean here saying, evening, Keith, John, and everyone. How's it going, Sean?
Hey, Sean.
Hope you're well, mate. We've also got Mark here saying, good evening all, and I will keep an eye out for for spiders, Ellen. Right, now, I may as well say this because there's 70 people watching at the moment. In case you're wondering what Mark is talking about there. You've all had an opportunity to see it. Thank fuck I did not see it. But on my last stream that I done with Conor Gray, I think it's, if you go into that stream and you go to 2 hours, I think it's 2 hours and 11 minutes. If you go into that stream, you're going to see the biggest spider come up right behind me here. And he just pops out. He says a quick hello. And then he goes behind my head, makes his way over here. and then comes down the arm. So when we finished the stream with Connor, Ellen came in and she sat beside me, and Ellen was I don't know how she managed to sit beside me knowing what was behind me. She kept it all very straight-faced. But as soon as Connor went off, she said, Kate, I hate to be the one to do this to you. And I thought there was something really wrong. She looked really scared. And then all of a sudden, she just showed me Mark's comment. And he was like, am I the only one that just noticed that big spider that came up behind Keith? And I was like, and I started laughing when Ellen showed me the comment. And it's like, what's that supposed to mean? And she went, no, there was actually a spider behind you. So when I seen the footage, I'm terrified of spiders. I am petrified to the point that I said to Ellen that I would not be able to come into this room and watch anything unless we got rid of it. So it took us 3 hours. I knew he was on the couch somewhere, and it was just a question of finding him. So we toppled the couch upside down. We couldn't find him. I was like, I know. I kept saying it down. He's somewhere on the couch, because over here, this little flap here, when we actually spread it open, there's actually like those webs, you know.
Oh,
I was like, he's around here somewhere. Anyway, we toppled the couch up, and then I said, you know what? Before we topple this back over, let's recline the chairs while it's upside down. And then when we reclined the chairs, there was the bastard. There was the fucking nest, and there he was, just standing in the middle of the nest. And I said to Ellen, I'm not capturing this fucker. I'm getting the Dyson out. Or like Steve said, Operation Dyson. It was an absolute failure. Because as much as I hate spiders, I don't like killing them. But he was the biggest bastard I have ever seen. So we sucked him up and we brought him out as quickly as we could out into the garden. But he was gone. He was dead. And I can't say that I'm too disappointed. I am not kidding. If we did not find him, this pod was going for fucking sale, along with everything that was in it, because I don't trust it. So, yeah, fair play to you, Mark, for noticing that last week. You're the only person that did. And I don't know how no one else did, because it was that fucking big. It was ridiculous. Yeah, so 2 hours, 11 minutes, if you want to see that on the last stream. You actually seen the footage, John. I sent you the footage, didn't I?
I did, and I'll tell you what, you're not lying about how big it was. It was absolutely disgusting. Its body was huge, and I couldn't believe it. And then, of course, you were saying, right, I think I'm going to do, and then it moved, didn't it? So you let out a little bit of a scream, and then the video went off. Right, I've got to go.
Video went off, and I went running into the fucking garden.
It was huge, man, and I hate spiders as well, and that was a horrible looking thing.
Yeah. So he's gone now, and it goes without saying the pod door hasn't been opened since it's been fucking closed, and fucking rightfully so. We got Paul here, or it could be Rach. Evening, guys. We are ready for a great stream with two of the most genuine guys and the very best YouTubers on the platform, Paul and Rach. Thank you so much, man. Very kind of you.
What about the spider, though? Is the spider?
Don't fucking say that. And I tell you, if anything comes behind me, this fucking stream is ending. I can fucking tell you that now. We got Gary Tilford here saying, greetings to you both, and to Ellen and Debs and everyone watching. The Corpse Bride 4K Collector's Edition pre-orders went up today, but no artwork yet. I will wait. Will anyone else be getting this? Corpse Bride. What cup? That's Warner Brothers, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's a Warner Brothers Collector's Edition, I'm definitely all over that. No fucking question about it. John, are you a fan of it?
Yeah, I think it's a great film. I think it's up there with. It's a bit more. You've got Nightmare Before Christmas, which is great. We really enjoyed that. It's another one that my son used to play all year. And then, of course, we've got The Corpse Bride, which I think I might have preferred it because it was a bit more, not grim, but it was a bit more less kiddie, I thought.
I get that.
And also, I've seen Nightmare on Elm Street about 1,000 times, so I kind of, I was glad of the break. And also, Frankenweenie, I thought Frankenweenie was good as well.
Oh, that's a great shout out. Yeah, that's a good shout out.
Remember that one?
Yeah, I did. That's another Tim Burton movie, wasn't it?
Yeah. All that type of thing I like. And actually, there was one called what's it? It's not by him, but it's done like in a similar way.
Is it Coraline?
Oh, No, it's the same people who do that. It's Paranorman.
Oh, I did see that. I've seen that one. Yeah,
That's
that was
great.
very
That one.
enjoyable. That was very
Yeah,
enjoyable. That actually came out in 4K. You know that? I think it did.
yeah, it did.
Oh,
I've wanted to get it, but I haven't come across it yet. I want to get Coraline as well because that's a great film as well.
wow,
Looks
wow.
fantastic.
If what Gary's saying is true there, if that is a Warner Brothers collector's edition, I think that'll be the first. I'm just looking at my collection. I think that will be the first animated movie that Warner Brothers have done a collector's edition for. So that'll be very nice. So yeah, I'm all over that.
It should look. They should be able to get some amazing stuff to go with that one as well. I would imagine.
Oh, absolutely.
Very
Couldn't agree
visual,
more.
as all his films are that are like
Oh,
animation.
that's no, yeah, they really are. They're great to look at. We got Gary Sindajin. Good evening, Keish and John. Hope you're both well and great to see Jan back on the stream.
Thanks,
Thank you so much, Gary.
Appreciate that.
And I think I can actually say that Gary now is going to be Gary's going to be a guest on very soon. He's hoping, fingers crossed, that he's going to launch his YouTube channel next week. So I know he has a couple of videos done already, and he's gone into quite a lot of detail with these videos as well. So he's setting the bar very high for himself at the start.
Well, start as you need to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks again, guys. We got Alan Meggs here saying, good evening to the two gentlemen of YouTube, which actually sounds like a modern day play by Shakespeare. Have a great stream, lads. Well, thank you so much, Al.
Cheers,
thank you so much. We got Mark Lee 2 here saying, good evening, my fellow collectors. What's your opinion on art cards? Do they add any useful value, or would you prefer the item be a bit cheaper without them?
That's a good question. I think when art cards are done well, I think they're great and I like them. When they just seem to be thrown in, like anybody could have done them, I think, what's the problem? The ones that you show usually that are like double-sided, I really prefer them ones. I think they're the best ones. The glossy ones, the ones that are slightly bigger than normal, I think they're really good. So if they're done well, then I'm all for them. If they're not done well, then I think, well, if that would shave us £5 off the price, I'll be all for that. So it's a funny one because I am a fan of them, and I do. If I'm, I don't know if you're the same, Keith. When you say if you're going to watch a film and you're going to put it out, and you can just literally go to the shelf, take it out, get your Blu-ray out or your 4K out, immediately put it in the disc. Well, what I tend to do is I'll open it a good 10 minutes before I'm going to watch the film. I'll go through the set again, have a good look at it, like refresh my memory with it, and have a bit flick through the book and whatnot. Just taking the especially if it's got like little badges and pins and all that type of stuff. I'll go through that, and then I'll watch the film. So I do get, and because I haven't looked at it for a while, because you don't watch your films on a loop usually, it's like kind of a bit of a new. It's like you're almost unboxing the thing again, and you think, oh, hang on a minute, like the Doctor Who one. Me and Dara watched the Doctor Who big 4K box sets, and I was blown away by how much was in that set, and so was Deborah. And I was passing across the stuff. I see, have a look at the booklets, have a look at the coin, because there's a coin in this display thing.
Nice.
Have a look at this. So we spent a good 15 minutes on that before we even got to the Doctor Who films. So yeah, so I do get a lot out of them, but sometimes if they're just like a quick cash grab and you just think, I could just look at better stuff online, what's the point? I would say the cheaper option.
Yeah, I have to agree with what John said there. Like, it's all about doing it right. More importantly, me personally, when it comes to these cards, I think the right way of doing it, which I'm happy to see Warner Brothers seem to be doing, where they're giving us a lot of instead of showing stills from the movie, we're getting behind the scenes shots. Mm-hmm. Now that's for me. Like, look at the recent Dirty Harry release. You know, seeing Clint Eastwood actually playing with his son on the set of Dirty Harry. That's what I want to see more of.
I agree with that, yeah.
You know,
you're right.
But having said that, and I've been talking this up to John quite a bit, I have a Halloween edition coming, a video coming very soon for the original Halloween movie. It's a Raro Films release. Wait till you see the postcards in this edition. the bar has been set now. This company has set the bar when it comes to postcards. I have never seen so much detail go into a postcard before, like they have done with these. So, yeah, I find that if you just pick up a simple card, a piece of card, and it's just a still, which I have to admit, you do get a lot with Film Arena. I could possibly do without them, if I'm completely honest. If you maybe instead of showing stills, like I mentioned, behind the scenes footage would be great. Even showing unique poster artwork or concept artwork. Film Arena do that as well quite a lot. They do, they give you a lot of that as well. So if they do it that way, but this thing of just simply putting stills on a postcard, yeah, I need a bit more than that. And more importantly as well, which I think should be scrapped altogether, is the booklets that you get that are nothing but it's a stills booklet. I could do without them. If you're going to do a booklet, do a write up. Don't put stills in the book.
I like a mixture of both. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and I tell you, just go back to them postcards. Second Sight have them postcards nailed down. When you look at the likes of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre set, look at the cards that you get on that. They look amazing. They do. Hitcher, the cards look amazing. So they do a great job on them. But if it is just simple stills, I'd rather just go back to I'd rather get on the cheap. Now,
Keith, just to put in 1 second, do you think, and this could be just me thinking, beyond things, do you think that certain companies would use like 88, for instance, or the likes of maybe Criterion? Do you think that if a company was founded by people who are like the likes of me and you, who are like fans of, putting stuff out and saying, I want this, I want that, I look this, I want that, maybe not to make so much money, but they want to put out something that looks spectacular. Do you think, and then you'll get somebody where that the price they're charging, you're not getting your money's worth for it. You're getting you're opening it up, there's no booklet there. It may be 20 quid. All you get is like a slipcover, and you're thinking that the artwork's not as great, and you've seen the artwork 1,000 times. Do you think that you can spot a company that is built up by fans or people who are just there for making a bit of money? Can you if you get a release from a company, whoever they are, and you go, can you kind of half tell if you think that this company is people who are film fans, or just people are saying, I'll put this film out and I just charge some money for it?
It's that is a good question, John. It's difficult. It's difficult to say. Because again, going back to that Halloween edition, I just found out recently this company, Raro Films, apparently they get criticized because what they're doing is they're putting artwork to these sets to artwork that you've never seen for Halloween. That's the one thing I'm going to promise is when I put that video out, when you watch this set, there is nothing on this set that kind of makes you go, oh, that's Halloween. Like, I'm not kidding. The bulk of the artwork that you see throughout this Halloween set, they're actually focused on the younger Michael Myers and the mask that he wears at the start of it, more than the actual legendary mask. So I think when I see Raro and they do something like that, because people, I don't know what it is with people today, but they just fucking hate change. It's like they want the same artwork that we've seen 100 times over on these movies. And if you give them something different or something that's drastically different, they fucking instantly shit all over it. So I think when I watch a Raro edition like that, I kind of get that these lads are fans and they want to give people a taste of something new and something different that they've never seen for Halloween. But yeah, like you said though as well, there is those editions, and Warner Brothers have done it. Like I'll go right back to Inception, where it just lacks. It's just the people behind that release. It's just like they didn't give two shits. It was like get it done, get it out. We don't give a shit. So yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think when you look at the likes of the real boutique labels, the likes of even going from Arrow, Second Sight, Manta Lab, all those boys, I think they're all dedicated. They love it. They love it. It comes from a place. It comes from a good place, So, So just 1 second, John. I'm not kidding you, folks. If you only knew how hard it is for me to do this stream, especially now, it's unbelievable. I cannot see. I can barely see the comments. I'm actually just trying to find where we were, John. So just give me 1 second. I'm nearly up with them. There's Marky there, finally. Right, finally go on again. So we got Gary here saying, so we all know John's favorite movie, or at least one of them, and the same with Keith. But what is Deb's and what is Ellen's favorite movies, if they have one? Oh, John, pressure's on.
Well, I'm going to say that I can't. And Deb is away at the gym now, isn't she? Because you had a chat with her before she went. You know, one of the rare audiences with the Debs you had.
Absolutely.
And although we were talking the other day, and I couldn't believe it, she said, because I was telling her I was going to come on the stream, on the Friday today. And she says, I should come on. And I went, and she was like half serious. And I went, well, why don't you? I'm going to the gym. And I says, well, I tell you what, when you're not going to the gym, the stars align in the future. What do you think? And she never said no, but she never said yes. So I'm just putting it out there.
Okay. Yeah.
She's more than welcome. So yeah, I know. And I mean, we could do it. She doesn't have to sit on my lap or anything. We could do it in the chair there. Doesn't have to be on full time. But I say, come on, she says, what am I going to talk about? I says, well, there you go. You can talk about this, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. But I'm going to have to say that in a broad sense, and she'll probably say I've missed loads of stuff out. She is a huge fan of Bruce Willis. She thinks he's absolutely been Shah's from day one. Harrison Ford as well. So anything that they do, she loves, But Die Hard, I'm going to say Die Hard is probably one of her favorite films and the Die Hard series, but Die Hard, the first one. She loves the Star Wars stuff. She likes anything to do with space. She loves that Andor. She loves the Star Trek, which she said she would never get into, but she really enjoyed that one. And if I say to her as well, any martial arts films, I'd say, look, we watched one the other night, Tai Chi Master. And she goes, what's that about? And I says, well, it's one of the ones where they fly around on bits of string. I said, you've got not Donnie Yen, you've got Jet Li, you've got Michelle Yeoh. She says, stick it on. So she's so open to those. I can't even believe she's watching them because these things are really they're fantastic, but they're like stupid, really, because nobody does that. But it's not meant to be about that. It's about this whole, form of martial arts. It's like a bit like mystic and that, and I like that type of thing. But she loves that stuff. So she's a big fan of those martial arts films. She'll basically check anything out with Donnie Yen. She loves the John Wick stuff. She loves the Mission Impossibles. So what she likes, she really likes. But there's not a lot of horror that she goes for. But she likes the Hammer stuff, the Hammer horror. But I'm talking about the ones that are like. She's watched the Dracula and the Frankensteins, but she's went and I've tried her with some really early ones, some of the black and white stuff, like Cash on Demand, which is what a film that is. The snorkel as well. She likes the snorkel, about the bloke who actually can. Do you know about that film where he puts a snorkel on and he kills somebody? No spoiler, really. No. He kills someone, he gasses them, but he hides in the room, underneath the floorboards with the snorkel on, and he puts a snorkel thing to breathe outside, so he can stay there for the whole time until everyone's cleaned up and they've moved off. Then he just comes out the floorboards.
Right. Okay. Wow.
He's done the Perfect Crime. But that's a great film. That really good.
Okay.
But yeah, she's up for everything. She watched a Tingler the other day, and she likes Vincent Price.
Oh wow!
So she's got a lot of things, but her main thing is, and I can't stand this stuff. It's like this CSI. It's just not my thing. She loves that stuff. And he swore there, Keith. I nearly swore. Loves that stuff. And to tell you what, though, it's I swear, don't you? So
of course you do. And you can fucking swear on this live stream as well. So I don't know why you're stopping yourself.
Keith, I'm told you, I never fucking swear on anything to do online, you bastard. So there you go. That's the meths talking.
Oh no.
I tell you what, it's the first time ever. The first time ever, Keith.
First time. That's the first time he's ever cursed on my live stream. Yeah, absolutely. Trust me, John. We've heard fucking worse.
So that's
I have to admit,
that's a sort of overall of the depths.
Yeah, like Ellen's somewhat the same as well. We do love a lot of the similar things. But if I was to pick one movie from Ellen, I'd say I think it is her favorite movie of all time. I think it's Philadelphia. Tom Hanks and Denzel Washington. I think that's her. That is her favorite movie. As heartbreaking as it is, and I do love it myself. It's tough. It's a tough movie to watch. It really is. It's you're going to cry. You're going to cry, guaranteed. But it's a beautiful movie as well. So I'm going to say Philadelphia is probably Ellen's favorite movie. But she's a huge Tom Hanks fan. You know, you could throw in Castaway in there. I know she loves Forrest Gump as well. She loves John Carpenter as much as I do. I think They Live is slowly becoming Ellen's favorite John Carpenter movie, which is incredible because I'm not kidding. I remember there was a time, I think me and Ellen were out going out with each other, I don't know, 6 years, and there was times where she'd be like, she used to make faces at me when I turned around and says, "Oh, can we watch They Live?" She fucking hated it. She hated the music in it. She hated everything about it. But she stuck with it, and now it's definitely, I don't think it's her favorite John Carpenter movie, but it is climbing the charts, no question. Every year I ask Ellen that question. Okay, where's They Live now? Has it gone by this movie? And it's like, yeah, it's taking one movie over at a time, you know. So whether it'll get past the likes of The Thing and Halloween, I don't think so. But I think it will climb to 3 someday for her. But no, she's open. She loves romantic comedies. She's You've Got Mail, you know. Jared Butler done a movie called The Ugly Truth, which is fucking fantastically funny. You know, there's so much. She loves everything. She loves everything. And she loves me.
It's not a bad way to be, is it?
So much.
You know, when I say to Deborah, when we go and watch a film, any film, when we're sitting there and I say to her afterwards, apart from Borderlands, I'll say to her, "What do you think of that?" And she goes, "I really enjoyed it." She's never got any problems with it. She never dissects anything. If I say, "What do you like about it?" I just like it. And you know, it's never going to be, well, it wasn't, you know, there's never a downside to it, if I'm honest. Apart from if something's too scary, she'll go, "That's a bit too scary for me."
Okay.
Apart from that, she's, like I say, it's good to have someone like that around who's not going to be, "Oh, well, you know, it could have been this, it could have been that, it's not this," and you go, "Oh, for God's sake." Which is something I don't really critic anything that much. I do say that in the new Mission Impossible film, it's a bit plot heavy in a place in the middle bit, but just, you know, don't try and take too much notice of that, because you'll miss.
Absolutely.
Don't concentrate on the finger, you miss all the glorious beauty around it, as Bruce Lee said.
That's brilliant. That's good. I like that.
So yeah, so it's fun to just like stuff in it.
I've seen it with people before, and it does happen where, you know, you're watching a movie, and I've seen this a few times with my friends, where they're watching a movie and someone is sitting beside them and the person is just not into it, and then all of a sudden it's kind of like they're constantly complaining as the movie goes on, and all of a sudden that complaining can rub off you, you know, that, you know, all of a sudden you're not enjoying it now because this person is complaining beside you and is pointing out these things that probably you wouldn't have seen, this, that, and the other. And when someone is, I do find if someone is negative and they're kind of going, you know, like this all beside you, it kind of has this knock-on effect where it's like, yeah, I may as well knock this off because I'm not going to enjoy it when that's going on beside me, you know, that kind of way. So, but yeah, it's great. Like I said, Ellen and Debs as well. They're just open to everything that, you know, you watch, and they're not going to piss and fucking moan beside you. They watch it and then they share their thoughts at the end of it, and that's the beauty of it. I don't know how Ellen feels when we watch a new movie. I've no idea how she's feeling until it ends, and then we talk about it, you know. So, and it's normally always positive. We got Alan here saying, "Oh, he's going to have a good question to Marky." I think if they're behind the scenes shots, they're nice to have, almost like a photographic souvenir of the movie And some of the collectors, yeah. So he's talking about the postcards. Yeah, that's what I've kind of mentioned as well. If you actually just put a few behind the scenes stuff. There. Sorry, John. I'm just trying to navigate through all of this. We got Arctic Down here saying, which slasher film would you like to see on the 88 slasher collection? Oh, there you go, John. That'll be one for you.
Right. I did think when the 88 started doing that, I thought mistakenly they might go for some of the big boys, like the Halloweens, the standout slashers that you get, maybe even Jason's and stuff. But obviously, I know now that was just like, a dream. And it's all the rights issues, all that type of thing. And other companies aren't going to let the rights go, and I can understand that now. So moving away from that, I can't really guess to what they're going to do. But what I like what they're doing is they're bringing out a lot of films that I haven't got a clue about, or I missed the first time around, like that Wacko, which was like this comedy horror, which I thought was brilliant. But there's things like Incubus, which I didn't know about, although I kind of recognized the cover from the video library. Remember that. But there's all the other ones that they're doing. I mean, Student Bodies, that was a great one, wasn't it? And it's introduced us to a lot. And there's the one that you don't care for, Offerings. That's like the worst Halloween ripoff ever in the whole wide world ever.
But Student Bodies,
so bad.
Student Bodies was great, though.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That was great. So was Popcorn as well. Popcorn was a good film.
I haven't seen that one.
That's set in a movie cinema. Set in the cinema, which is always a good one. But it's a bit like comedy. It's a bit like Student Bodies, actually.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, but it's a good one. So really, if they just keep going on with that art, in that just introducing us to new stuff, which I'm not really. But then again, they had Night of the Scarecrow, which is Dark Night of the Scarecrow, which is great. So there's off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything. But keep it coming from the early 80s. Anything from the early 80s which isn't out and about at the minute, put them all out for me.
I think one that kind of just jumped at me would be Final Exam. I would love to see you get in there. That would be a great one. Has anyone even brought that out yet? Has that even come out on Blu-ray?
That I think it might be Vinegar Syndrome might have done that one.
They did Final Exam. Fuck.
Maybe.
I'd love to get my hands on that. I'd love to get my hands on it. So yeah, Final Exam came to me. I mentioned this one there a couple of weeks back. The Initiation, the Arrow Video done. I would love to see 80 Films do their own 4K restoration on it and add it to that slasher collection as well.
There's one that you're talking about at the minute, which I would really like them to do. I've just thought about it. April Fool's Day.
Oh my God! I tell you one thing. They don't have to do anything with the restoration from Kino Lorber.
Yeah.
Holy fuck. That transfer is it's insane. Absolutely insane. That's a great one, John. I said it to you. I did say it to you. I think I said it to you. It's April Fool's Day is a prime example of how you can actually put out a great, solid slasher movie and not really have a drop of blood in the movie. And it works very well. And it has such a clever ending.
Right. It's been ages since I've seen it.
Oh, it was years since I've seen it, but I got it on 4K. I'll tell you one thing, what a great night. What a great viewing. It was incredible. We got Art saying, have you seen Final Destination and Mission Impossible yet? Yeah, he has.
Yeah, great. Really enjoyed them. I know Final Destination has made its money back. It's not all about that, but I'm glad it did. Because I tell you what was one of the best things about that was and I never even thought I would get a blast out of this. When you saw Evil Dead Rise, the introduction of that, the credits when it comes up, that's one of the best credit scenes ever. Well, when this come up, the New Line Cinema came up on the screen. I was like, wow, I haven't seen that on the screen for years.
Wow.
So I've got a blast with that. It was almost going back in time to see that. So
I get that.
It was off the right track even before it started. But Mission Impossible, great. If you like that, if you like Mission Impossibles, you will love this one as well. I think they've all been solid for me. I can't say there's any. Even I'd said to you that, funny enough, you said Mission Impossible 2 is your favorite one. I said it's my least favorite one. But on this recent watch, it has went up a bit. So I don't think any of them are low at all.
Yeah, I only found out about Mission Impossible 2 today. It was a friend of mine going by the name of Ash. I'm sure he'll appear on the stream later on. But he made me aware of it that John Woo, when he done Mission Impossible 2, apparently it was originally meant to be this R-rated version. Now, I don't know if he actually shot the R-rated stuff in it. But of course, the studios stepped in and they were like, we want PG-13. So, it's unfortunately when you tie a director's hands, you're not going to see his best work. But even though I still maintain it's my favorite Mission Impossible movie, but like I said, there might be a hint of bias there because I am a big John Woo fan. But some of the action set pieces throughout that movie is just incredible.
Speaking of John Woo, are you a fan of The Killer?
I'm a big fan of The Killer, but I'd still prefer Hard Boiled over it.
I was going to say, what about Hard Boiled? Because between the two of them, they're great. I think The Killer is a bit more like it's like a buddy cop thing, isn't it?
Yes,
with a
absolutely.
Kind of the love interest as well, and it's a bit more fantasy in a slight way. But Hard Boiled is more like out and out action.
Absolutely. Hard Boiled is like, it's kind of one of those movies. Oh my God, I'm almost out of bullets, and then maybe 500 rounds later he runs out. It's one of those kind of. It's John Woo. Put it that way. It's a great movie. Great. The bulk of his American movies, particularly the start, when he done the likes of Hard Target, Broken Arrow, all fucking great movies. Face Off, just incredible. He's directed some amazing movies. We got Gary here saying, dilemma time, Keith. You can either have a signed special edition of The Thing from Kurt Russell himself, or let John have a signed bowler hat from Malcolm McDowell. It's a tough one. It ain't that fucking tough, Gary. John, you can fuck off. I'm getting my fucking Kurt Russell autograph.
I think if it was the other way around, I would do the same to you, Keith. I'd just say there's no chance on hell that you're getting that thing from Kurt. We'll have a fight, basically. That separates people, doesn't it? When you just say no
terrible.
chance.
Look at that. John will be never.
A dilemma.
Look at Gary trying to break up our friendship, John. That's what's going on here, and that's fucking shocking, Gary. That's embarrassing. No, that's a horrible dilemma to be in. It really is. It really is. I'd like to think that my good self would allow you to take the bowler hat.
Well, you know what? I'd accept it with graciousness. Thank you.
I'm sure you would. You fuck kids. I should have just booted you fucking off now when I had the fucking chance to. You know
what I would do is I'd have a word with Kurt, and I'd say to Kurt, saying that like wrong,
The thing about it,
Russell.
The thing is about I'm a very different type of collector, because we just don't have the options over here in terms of autographs. So it's not as big of a deal to me, believe it or not. Like, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't say fucking no to it, but if you waved like a Maniac's release of Predator in front of me, or an autograph, there's a chance I probably would take the fucking Maniac's box set, because that's the type of collector I am. But if you're living in America, I think it's a very different story because these opportunities come around so often to get all of these things, but not over here in fucking Ireland.
Yeah, but actually, I know we'll talk about the fact that we've got some great things in the past. What about the fact that I've got Malcolm McDowell's autograph, haven't I?
You do indeed, from Jeff.
Yeah, from Jeff. That's the thing.
Yeah.
He gave us that one. He also gave us Tippi Hedren's autograph as well. Them two things, which are currently waiting to be put into the studio when it gets redone. But they're there, and I just couldn't believe that I actually have that. So in a way, I'm so far. I know that Jeff's helped you out in the past, and we do say, Jeff, if you're out and about, do drop us a line because we'd like to get back in touch with you if you're available. We do say to each other quite a lot.
I think it's important that we keep bringing that up, funny enough, as well, because we are genuine concerned for him. He used to comment on our videos all the time, and we knew he had health issues. I just hope it never overcame him. I'm hoping some days he will just come out of the blue and say, "Hi, I'm back." So yeah, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We got Marty here saying, "Evening all. How's it going, Marty? I hope you're well, mate."
I'm Marty. All right, mate.
So, okay, we've got Michael here as well saying, "Good evening, everyone. I'm here from for the start for a change." Well, thank you so much, Michael. Always appreciate you stopping by, mate. I'm sure Michael will be. I'm always saying this. He will be a future guest on this as well. I think it'll be a great stream to have as well.
I might be wrong about this, but I think he likes the Evil Dead. But I could be
well,
wrong.
I was going to. I have to actually message him. I'm going to have to find out what thumbnail I can make for that one. But there's a good chance it might be Evil Dead. I don't know. Can't confirm.
Possibly.
It's either Evil Dead or The Sound of Music. It's one of the two, and that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
We got Nepang Films here saying, "Even though hope you're all good. Finally got in at the start of the stream. Actually, there's a few of you doing that tonight, so it's massively appreciated, mate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nepang.
Absolutely." We also got Al Humphreys here saying, "Hello, Keith, Ellen, and nice to meet you, Mondo Chelloveck. Hello to the chat. How are you all?" Hey, Al, how's it going, mate?
Nice to meet you.
Get the whiskey. Get the whiskeys down, mate. Get the fucking whiskeys down. So I'm not kidding. The comment section I have, I'm actually dealing with a space that size. That's all I can see.
Really?
I am not kidding. Everything is just.
But you think it would be the other way around, because I can see all the comments here, quite a large section of them. I'm just keeping them on there, so if you lose them, I can see where you were.
Yeah, that's actually good, John, that you're doing that, and it might come in fucking handy. We got Mike here saying, the other retro guy. He said, "Evening, Keith and John, and hello to everyone in the chat. Just finished watching Arrow 4K for a few dollars more, and it was amazing picture. A first time watch, and he loved it."
Yeah.
God, John, are you bothered? Are you going to pick them up at all, or is it something that's?
Well, the thing with the Dollars trilogy for me was that I got them. I had them taped off the TV for years, and I loved them. One of the first things, when you get like a video recorder and you see them, because I don't think you could buy them on VHS. I don't think you could at that point when I first got my first video recorder in '85. But they came on the TV. They're on TV all the time. And I taped them on there and watched them religiously. I don't think they were in widescreen. Obviously, they're pan and scan, so we just see their faces, which is part of the thing, is to see the whole widescreen, isn't it? But eventually it came out in widescreen, and I had them on VHS, widescreen on VHS, and then I got them on DVD, and I remember the quality being always a little bit not that great. So I thought I'd wait for the Blu-rays to come out, and then I heard a few mixed things about the Blu-rays. I wait for the 4Ks to come out. I heard a few mixed things, not all of them, but a few. The Kino Lobo a little bit. Sometimes the color grading wasn't 100% on it. I think it was maybe The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly was a little bit. Plus the slip covers just went immediately, so it was a hard one to get into. So when the Arrow one came out, I thought, this is it. So yes, I'm going to go for that, because this is what I've been waiting for years, to get a definitive one. But I told you that in the meantime, I watched them on Sky Movies on their version of 4K ultra high definition. They look pretty decent. So I have seen them recently, as sometime in the last 4 or 5 years. But I'm all about these because I absolutely love them.
Yeah, Steve Court, as that me and you know, John. Steve sent me, a couple of messages we were talking about, and it was kind of like you were talking about the first one there that came out, which was Fistful of Dollars. And he turned around and he said it's a good transfer, but you can kind of tell by him that it's not amazing. I think he thought it was solid. But I think there was room for improvement there. Much similar to what he told me about Tombstone. When he said Tombstone, he said it looked great, no question about it. But there's always like a little but to it. And then he turned around and he told me about Tombstone is when you see a lot of the interior shots, the image just looks a little softer. And I get that as well, because Western's natural light, it's always going to look better outside than indoors. Not only that, but I think with Tombstone, I actually finally got around to watching the 4K. I thought it was amazing. I think what's conflicting people a bit with Tombstone on 4K, if I remember correctly, I think I read up that the Blu-ray had issues in terms of edge enhancements. And what edge enhancements do is they sharpen the image. And when you start watching a 4K transfer where the edge enhancements are gone, the image might appear a little softer than what the Blu-ray was. But the Blu-ray was never meant to look that sharp. Again, it was just that bullshit edge enhancements, and why they use it, I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think that's what happened with Tombstone. I think maybe people were just slightly underwhelmed because they were going off from that Blu-ray onto this 4K. But like I told Steve, I went from DVD to 4K, and it's a night and day, put it that way. So an incredible movie as well. We got Matthew Lombard here saying, "Hi Keith, John, should be another great stream. Lots of fun and banter." Absolutely, Matthew. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to say it here, but Matthew contacted me 2 or 3 nights ago, and he actually got me something. And I'm not going to say what it was, but when he told me why he was getting it for me, I was like, "Wow!" It was completely out of the blue. And I can't say anything more about it because it's. I want to leave it for the video because it's such a wonderful gesture, but it's a lovely release. Well, it's not out yet, but it's shaping up to be a lovely release. So thank you again, Matthew. Right. Just
Grease 2, is it?
Yeah. We got Mr. Stuntman here saying, "Evening, folks. How's it going, mate? Thanks for stopping by." So just going through everyone, just having a bit of a banter, which is always great to see. Still talking. Oh, I'm actually half tempted to if I turn my phone this way, I probably would see a lot more of the comments. We'll see how it goes. We got Brent Madison here saying, "Hi guys, evening both. Enjoy both your channels. Always love the live streams." Well, thank you so much, Brent.
Cheers, Brent.
Very, very, very appreciated. Thank you so much.
That's a good thumbnail, isn't it? With a shark next to him.
What was it? I couldn't actually see it. With that,
it's he stood next to a shark. I hope it's not a real shark. By the way.
Oh, is that what? Jesus Christ, man! Your fucking site is amazing. I couldn't fuck. I see it now. It's like a selfie, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think the shark might, because it looks almost like 3D to me. Maybe it's the glasses. Yeah.
Grand. Speaking of Steve, evening all. Hope how is everyone? Looking forward to a lovely evening in the company of YouTube's own Crockett and Tubbs. How's it going, Steve? I hope you're getting them down, you Steve. Steve had a bad day at work today, so I'm sure he's just fucking loving it now being home. So
having a few shandies.
Having a few, absolutely. Okay. I am very confused. John, explain this to me. How is it does a comment from me on my own stream? Saying hi, Matthew.
Actually, on me is the one that's next to it. Would that be Alan Meggs? Because it says Ellen Smith actually on mine. Ellen Smith, hi Matthew.
What does she do? Do you know what Ellen's doing? I know exactly what she's doing. She's actually using my laptop, and it's my account. That's what she's doing. Okay, very good. I started getting a bit weird. I freaked out there. I thought someone hacked my account or something like that. Fucking hell. That really concerned me. We got Al Humphrey saying, "I'm going to see the new Mission Impossible on Tuesday, maybe." Well, I hope you enjoy it, mate.
Great film.
Yeah. So we got Alan Meggs here saying, so I'm sure both of you are picking up Quartermass 4K on Hammer. I'm not, Alan. And I'll tell you why in a second. Noticeable jump. Noticeable jump on price. We'll need to ask my 86-year-old mother to get a part-time job to pay for the Dracula one. Wow. Yeah, I spoke to John about this very recently, Alan. I had every intention in the world of picking up Quartermass, but I have to tell you, I am not spending €93 on it. No fucking way. So I'm kind of hoping that that's just a place marker for Amazon at the moment. And fingers crossed it will go down in price. But John told me that it was £60. Is that right, John?
60 quid, yeah, on Hammer's website.
There's no way £60 is translating to €93. It couldn't. So I don't know what's going on there. But yes, I know you can get it on Hammer's website, but I presume there's going to be a big delivery charge with that as well. So I'll have to wait and see. But John, you are picking it up, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I haven't got around to it yet, but I will be picking it up in the next week or so. It's weird, and I think we were talking about this before, that the way the months going, the way the years going is going so quick. And it seems when you hear about it, used to hear about a film coming out, and it seemed to be months and months and months away. And that was the same with Hammer when they first started. Now when they're putting these out, they seem to be here before they say, oh, they're coming out in a while. But then they come out quite quick after that. Or they seem to be, for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just because the years going that fast. So it's come around a bit, not too quick, but obviously I've missed Shatter, so I want to get Shatter first, because in case that sells out, I don't think it will. And then I'll be going and getting Quatermass, which has probably got more of a chance of selling out. However, if it's going to be £60, and we were talking about the fact that if this is £60, is the next one, which is going to be Quatermass 2, which I mean, Quatermass is a big title. Quatermass 2 isn't as big a title, although I'm really looking forward to it. I think 60 should be the bench. It's a great set. It's probably worth 60 quid, but I think they've got to leave it at that. Otherwise, people are going to say, look, I'm out. It's too much.
Yeah, I think it's very important that Arrow don't bury themselves, or Hammer doesn't bury themselves just before just fucking, just getting going.
For all the time what they're doing, I think they're doing a great thing, but they've got to be a little bit not too much too, money wise.
Yeah, they do. They just have to be somewhat careful. I keep going back to the likes of Titans Occult. It was kind of like, they brought their few releases out. The first few came out. All of a sudden, there was a price hike of £5 on, and then you weren't getting anything extra for that £5, which made no fucking sense.
Yeah.
And then they changed the format completely when they brought out that Gladiator release, and then they upped the price once again. And I said straight away from that Gladiator, and I was like, I am done with yous. Fuck yous. And it seems to be the case because they brought out John Wick now, and there seems to be a considerable gap now between each one of the releases, where it used to be you get a couple a year. So I think now they're feeling the pinch of it all. I think people have just lost faith with them, and they're done with it. And Hammer would want to be fucking careful that they don't do something similar, because it's not a great way to treat your fucking fans. But I think you're right, John. I think £60, that's the sweet spot. If they start going past that, yeah.
You see, I mean, Kronos, I was there with Kronos for £50 all day long. That was brilliant. And I couldn't believe it was. See, that's another thing when I think a load of people, maybe they've seen it online where everyone's going, I can't believe this is only 50 quid. So they might have thought, oh, well, when we'll put it up a bit. Could see them doing that. But then again, Quatermass is a big title that I'm really looking forward to as well. It's one you couldn't get your hands on for a long time. Same with Kronos. And the same with Quatermass 2. But Quatermass 2 is nowhere as big as Quatermass.
Yeah.
Or Quatermass in the Pit. Kind of in the middle, it's kind of it's a lesser one, but it's still great. But they're going to have to just realize that they can't ask too much for ones that aren't the top ones, the ones we were wanting, Dracula and Frankenstein.
Right.
Which are supposed to be coming out this year, they say, which I doubt it at this rate, but never mind.
Are you worried? Are you concerned at all? Like Alan kind of just mentioned there, that if they do Dracula, are you kind of fearful that they're going to try and say, this set is going to be £70?
Well, it's the big title, isn't it? It's that, I mean, Frankenstein kicked it all off in 57, but Dracula is the one that's people, I mean, Frankenstein is brilliant. Curse of Frankenstein. It's a great film. I
Absolutely.
watched that till the cows come home. But Dracula for me is kind of, even people who are just casual fans would want to see a good Dracula film. It's probably one of the best ones out there.
Mm.
So it's got all the pulling power. Plus, if they can get extra stuff for it, I can get that ending. Have you seen Dracula? The one? Did you
Yeah,
watch Dracula? Yes, you
absolutely.
did. So you know how they've got the extra scenes at the end, but the quality dips because they
Yeah,
filmed it from God knows where in Japan. If they've managed to get them original negatives, which I highly doubt,
no.
um, they could maybe say this is going to be a definitive one
Okay.
and put it up a bit. So I hope they don't do that because hey, £60 is still. But the maybe they shouldn't have made the box. I know it sounds daft. Maybe it shouldn't have made the box set so luscious. Maybe
Absolutely.
took it down a little bit. I mean, if they
I
kept it
agree.
all the same size as the ones like four-sided triangle, for instance, you could add
Mm.
everything for 30 quid a pop.
Yeah,
You know,
that's true. Yeah, that's true. We got Gary here saying Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning was great. It was a great movie and a fitting ending. But I have a funny feeling Tom will do another one in a few years. Um, see, that's the thing with Tom Cruise at the moment. He's loving all of this, isn't he? He's loving the whole stuntman thing. And if he's not getting his fill of that, there's a chance he probably will go back to it. So yeah, look, I'm okay if there's more Mission Impossible movies coming out. So be it. Um, so what were you, John, after seeing then Final Reckoning? Did you kind of turn around and say to yourself, "Yeah, that's me done now. I don't need to see another one," or did you say to yourself, I hope that we see more?
well, me and Deborah both thought that we would like to see more.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't say, right, that's it, that's that done. I'm sick of, not as sick of that. Well, I do enjoy the thing, but
Mm,
say for instance, if Tom Cruise couldn't pull off the stunts anymore, and it was like blatant, it was like a stuntman doing everything,
yeah,
or he was doing something that wasn't like next level, stuff he does on heights and all that. I just can't understand
absolutely.
how he can do it. So if he wasn't pulling that off, you could say, look, I mean, sometimes you'll say, like, say, for instance, Jackie Chan, it's at a certain time and you thought, I think he needs to stop doing so much martial arts and these things. He has stood back from it. I mean, he's 71 now. So, I mean, obviously he's not going to do all these like crazy stunts that he did, like near death stuff, which is kind of where Tom Cruise is at the minute. And if he didn't look like he could do it on this film, I would have said, right, time to like put it to bed. But he knocked it out of the park again. So for me, carry on. That's what I'll
So
say there.
someone left a comment on my channel the other day, and I was thinking about it, and I thought it was a great comment. Um, Someone turned around and said that Jackie Chan set the bar when it comes to doing stunts in his own movies, but this person reckons that Tom Cruise now is outpast Jackie Chan in terms of stunts. So would you agree with that?
Well, the more bombastic stunts come from Tom Cruise. But if you say, for instance, you've got him doing this crazy stuff on the plane, and he's been on the plane a few times, hanging out with planes, um, and it's unreal. Now, if Jackie Chan had the money and he had the thing at his age or a bit younger, Jackie Chan would have
Yeah,
been hanging off every single plane going. Now, he would have hung off in a way he would have literally not had any wires because he was that kind of crazy in a way. He couldn't get insured for anybody. But there's a film
absolutely.
called The Protector where they're jumping across. They've got like these, crates when these big things are put on ships. The big boxes that they've got like
Okay.
containers. They've got these containers going up on these cranes, and he's fighting. They're just swinging it through the air, and he's fighting from one container to another one, jumping from them. Literally, if you miss it, that's it. You're gone.
Yeah,
So this is the
yeah.
type of thing he did. So I'm not taking anything away from Tom Cruise. I think he's unreal what he does, and it's jaw dropping. But Jackie Chan will be always the man for that. And I think it was
Yeah,
only because he
yeah.
fell and landed on his head and smashed his head in. I think
Mm,
that's the only when he had to stop going as crazy as
that's
he did because he
yeah.
I'm surprised he got through it. I mean, you see him on loads of times on the outtakes on the end of his films, landing on his head, getting carried away, so breaking his arms, breaking his feet. I mean, there's a film called you know, it's just come out of the box set, Police Story 3. Well, if you watch that and he's doing the stunt, he's got like trainers on, but one of the trainers is a trainer that's been cut in half and stuck onto his cast on his foot because he broke his ankle. So they stick his shoe on his cast,
That's
and
right. I
then he's
did
doing
see
all the
that.
stunts again.
I'd seen that.
So come on, have you seen it?
I think they done it on. Funny enough, I think they done it on Rumble in the Bronx as well.
Probably, yeah.
Probably. I think they did. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts. It really is. But like Tom Cruise did do not something like that. But there is a scene in it in one of the Mission Impossibles where he did break his leg or his ankle, and they kept the scene that broke. Like he even ran out of frame, and you could see him limping, and it was from that break. I think it was it might have been Fallout. I think it was Mission Impossible Fallout.
Fallout, yeah.
Yeah,
but he snapped his leg, and he got up and finished the gag off, didn't he? He ran across the thing, and then he kind of fell over or broke his foot.
Oh my god! And it was so bad when you actually look at the break. When they actually took it in close and then done it in slow motion, it was like wow. But I did say, James, it would have been great to see Jackie Chan and him in a movie together. You know, it would have been a spectacle, no question about it.
So actually, speaking of stuntmen, I think there's a person who outdoes the pair of them, who's been on countless films, and I would say the greatest stuntman that's ever lived. Not a stuntman, but a person who does his own stunts, and his stunts are unbelievable, near-death ones as well. He's really hurt himself badly in it, and I can't believe some of the things I see him doing. Is Buster Keaton.
Buster Keaton, wow, okay.
And I think Buster Keaton was a massive influence on Jackie Chan.
Really?
So there you go. Yeah.
Wow.
It sounds crazy, but there's you know, I won't spoil the film, but if I tell you that at one point there was a film that he made, Buster Keaton, and it had the most expensive effect. Well, it wasn't an effect; it was like an actual thing that happened. It was the most expensive thing that was ever filmed on a film for years, many years after. So, and it was completely unreal. If you think of Mission Impossible 7, the ending of that, you want to see the ending of this one.
Really?
So there you go.
Wow, okay.
It sounds a bit crazy to say that, but honestly, if you haven't seen Buster Keaton's stunts, they have you're looking at them like that because you can't believe what he's doing.
Wow. Yeah. And again, you can't rule out Keanu Reeves as well in there as well for the John Wick movies. He does some great work on them as well.
And also David Hasselhoff.
David Hasselhoff. Wow. Got Mike here saying we've been really spoiled so far this year with some cracking releases. It's getting harder to decide what to pre-order, as my wallet hates me at the moment. You know, Mike, I have to tell you, man, I live in a world where, you know, and Steve Court, we've spoken about this before, and John knows about it as well. You know, you can't buy everything, you know, so you always have to prioritize things. That's why I haven't picked up the Dollar Trilogy. Because as of right now, there is things out there that I want to get that's more important to me than taking a gamble on them. So if I miss out on them, I am going to be somewhat disappointed. I'm already feeling that side of disappointment with the likes of Pale Rider and Josie Wales missing out on those Steelbook releases. But it's all about prioritizing it. It's what's most important to you. You know, and I'm more than okay with that at this point. But there is a lot out there. How do you feel about that, John?
Exactly the same way as you, Keith. You've got to pick and choose.
Yeah.
I would rather. There's getting back to what you're talking about with the fact of when they put the Blu-rays out, and then when you've bought the Blu-rays, everyone's hoovered them up. They put the 4Ks out. So I used to be conned into that, but nowadays you kind of get the half a heads up that you know that's going to come out in 4K sometime.
Yeah.
So I don't even go for the Blu-rays now. I've usually seen them in the cinema now where there's limitless tickets, so I can kind of think, well, I've seen it recently. I don't need to see it. I want to own it, Like Speaking of Evil is brilliant, but I'm prepared to wait. And also, I'll have a look at it. I'll watch to see if the slip covers seems to be all over the place. And I think when it goes into sale, I'll get it into sale. So there's a lot of them I can keep at bay. Mind you, there's other ones that you think I've got to get on them. So I prioritize them to say the ones I need to get onto ASAP. I take care of them ones. And then people might think, oh, you're buying all of these big, £60 Quatermass ones, you're buying stuff that are like, £40, £50 a shot, But I think, yeah, but because I know they won't be around forever and I really want them. So I know that I don't have to go to the second-hand market, because a lot of people say, I wish I got that one. Because if I'm showing like maybe even the Blue Underground ones that I showed, the lenticular ones, but apparently they're going for big bucks now. But I've got them at say 40 quid, which isn't cheap. But look at it, to 200 quid now. So it shows you that I'm not saying I get them all right, but if I can do that, because there's too many coming out, you're right. It never used to be like that. So when they say physical media is dying, that's the biggest thing to say. It's definitely not mine.
Right. The one thing I am going to say about that now, I think we spoke about this before as well. I done it recently with Second Sight when they brought out the Brood and Scanners. I mean, you, John, spoke about that where we're like, there are movies that I wouldn't mind having in my collection, but I don't need them right now. And that's the way I treated it. And I kind of said, if they sell out, so be it. I think what was keeping my hopes up alive for those two releases, the fact that the Hitcher never sold out and it's still available. So I just checked there, I think it was last week, Scanners and the Brood, both of them down a tenner each. And I snapped them up then. I got them I waited, my patience paid off. I got them, and I'm fucking happy I waited now. But I did say to Ellen yesterday, when I was doing all those protectors, I did say to Ellen, there was one thing that is concerning me this year over last year, and it is Universal. Universal brought out 8 collector's editions last year. Do you know how many they brought out this year? None. Not one.
Oh.
Not one release out this year. And nothing has been announced from them either. So,
strange.
It does piss me off that when people talk about physical media dying, but having said that, Universal is having a bad show so far this year. But the one thing I will say about Universal is I'm almost certain out of the 8 titles that came out last year, I'm nearly sure around 6 of them came out in the second half of the year. And that's so they could be waiting, so I don't know. But I hope they do more. I really do. We got David here saying, lads, how's it going, mate? Hope you're well.
I do.
And of course, finally, we have Ash here as well. Great to see. Here we go again, finally. Good evening, Keith and John. Great to have you back in the stream, John. And of course, greetings to the great lady in the background, Ellen. Let's have a great stream. Well, thank you so much, Ash. And Ellen will massively appreciate that as well, mate. But I hope you're doing well. We also got Gary the Blu-ray Addict here saying, hi, gents. Are you picking up anything from the Vinegar Syndrome sale? Wow, John, do you want to get going on that one?
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's have a little look at here. What I do is, I go through it. I go through the site. I put in everything I would like to get, the ideal wish list, and it came to a lot of money, far too much money. So then I got to whittle it away. What I'll do is I'll say how many, my first pass is, how many have they got in? It's got 2,000 in. I'll not touch that one in this sale. Go to the next lot, the one that got like over 1,000 in, get rid of them lot. Then I go to the ones who are like, they've got the lowest counts on it, because some of them are written down here, down to like, say, 72, so they've got a good chance to go.
Yeah.
So I look at that, I look at the price of them, I go take a swoop of because you can filter them out to the lowest price to the highest price. So go through all of them ones. And then I'll get me sort of say, I whittle it down from this huge list to roundabouts. I'm going to say 10. I'll say how much 10 come to, see what your budget is, more importantly. And I'll say, right, what's the best concoction I can get for that money. So that's my initial list. So nothing much.
Just a few titles. Just a few.
Just a couple.
Oh, sorry, John. Sorry, just before you go on there,
Yeah.
is that Deborah behind you packing her bags?
She's just gonna. That's why I'm kind of, keeping on the down low shit, here. So no, I'm getting on, not at all. But I think at the end of this tonight, I'm going to go down, and then tomorrow morning I'm going to pounce. I'm going to get the ones that I think I'm going to be, and then on a video, which will be, so we'll be getting the stuff from me. All right, Deborah. Actually, I've got a question for you. What's your favourite film of all time? Because we've been talking on here. Can you tell us? Oh, The Fugitive.
Oh, wow. That's a good
Well, I
choice,
said
though.
Die Hard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you say The Fugitive. Would you say that's your favourite one? Well, there you go.
Fugitive.
And
Great
Die
movie.
Hard.
Great movie.
Yeah. So that's cleared that one up. So yeah, I'm a sucker. And Home Alone for Christmas.
Oh, there you go. Absolutely.
You'll have to come on the stream sometime and sit here.
Absolutely. More than welcome.
Yeah. It could happen. So I'll definitely be doing that. I've got me routine to do it, and then what I'll do is I think it's going to get all of this should get posted out at the start of June, roundabout sort of end of May, June, and then of course I'll make a video about it because I've already got quite a lot of stuff anyway. Never mind the stuff from here, and it's all good. The stuff I get from them, I haven't got anything that's awful yet, so I'm really happy with it. Yeah, so definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, I was talking to John before we went live here. So I went on and I had a look as well. From the looks of things, I'm going to be getting Virtuosity, which I can't wait to check out on 4K. I'm definitely picking up Invasion USA. No fucking question about it. Can't beat a good bit of Chuck. That's a wonderful movie as well. And I'm also going to get. I'm going to get the VSU release of Daryl as well. So they're the three that I'm keeping an eye that I probably will pick up. There is one or two in there as well, the likes of Witch Story, which me and John are still a little confused over because it does say starring Amy Adams, even though there's no way Amy Adams was around in '89. So it must be a very different Amy Adams. Even though Ellen did check it, and it's a weird thing, her face was coming up on IMDb for that movie.
Really?
I know, but I think it's a mistake. I do. It can't be Amy Adams. So yeah, they're the ones that I'm kind of focusing on as of right now, Gary. And of course, I have the Golden Child ordered as well, which is I can't stress to you how huge that release is for me.
Outside of that's a great set. I'm saying I forgot all about that. That's a great set.
Oh, it's beautiful. And I was just going to say, outside of the Beverly Hills Cop movies, that's probably my favorite Eddie Murphy movie. So, yeah, there's some great choices out there. We got Marty here saying, "Good evening, Keaton John, YouTube royalty." Wow, that's very flattering, Marty. Thank you so much, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Cheers.
Now, I just read this from Alan, and I said, "Jesus, please don't let that be true." But Alan was saying, there's rumors that they're going to do Mission Impossible prequels in a few years, the story of young Ethan Hunt. Who fucking wants to see that? I fucking don't. Did we not see the young Ethan Hunt when he done the first movie 30 years ago? You know, so it's yeah. I don't know, John, would you want that?
Keith, I'm going to say something here. And when we're watching the film, they did talk about something to do with Ethan Hunt. It was like a sort of part of his character, part of his introduction into the service he was in.
He did it. They did that, yeah, in Dead Reckoning.
Right. And she said it was, did you see that at all in Mission Impossible, the first one? Did it speak about that? And I said, I'm not too sure about that. So from that, when it told you that little sort of nugget about how he was introduced, I thought, I didn't think it would do a prequel, but I thought there'll be some there could be a story there. They would have to get someone who was willing to do the most craziest of things, and it could really backfire.
Yeah, I have to tell you, I Ethan Hunt to me right now is Indiana Jones, as Harrison Ford is to Indiana Jones. I don't want anyone touching it. Having said that, one thing I will say though about Indiana Jones, when you do look at River Phoenix at the start of the Last Crusade,
yeah,
he is quite incredible. He really is. But like you said, John, they're going to have to get somebody that is as fucking crazy as Tom Hanks to do that.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they'll struggle.
Yeah, you're right.
That's so. We got a gentleman go by the name of Jordan Mex. He says, "Hi, I'm from Mexico, and I also collect movies." Wow, you're definitely the first Mexican to stop by the stream. I have some media books. It's very difficult to get them here in Mexico, mate. Media books are almost impossible to get. Period, unless you're living in Germany. Germany are the only country that actually specialize in them. They're huge, as a matter of fact, in Germany. Actually, I think I have around 40 media books, and I can tell you now, I think all 40 of them are from Germany. So, there used to be, I think there was a time, John, would I be right in saying that? There was a time over here that we were getting a few media books, but it kind of died away.
It was just a very limited time, and you didn't see them that often. And then it was one of them ones when they actually came, they were gone. So they weren't around for very long. And to be honest, I'm really surprised when I see a media book now. It's really, I would say if you're looking around the shelves in HMV, you'd be, well, in the way that where I look at them, the shelves I look at them at, it'd be very, you'd say about 2 or 3.
I think, max, I think something came out very Red Dawn, if I remember correctly. That came out in a media book very recently in the UK. It did.
Bloodsport as well.
Bloodsport, I think it's the same. It's the same studio, believe it or not. It does them, So it's Cape Light, I think, if I remember correctly. We got
Misfits as well.
Well, oh, really?
The Misfits, the Marilyn Monroe film, came out in a media book.
Oh wow! Okay.
Big one.
We got Mike's Mega World of Movies. Evening, guys. Good to see you both this fine Friday.
Cheers, mate.
I can't say it's too fine over here, Mike. Unfortunately, the rain has come in. I'm not complaining because we've had fucking 3 weeks of sun, and I'm already pissed off at it. So a bit of a change.
Reading, yeah.
Jeez, I tell you, we had a serious thunderstorm here 2 days ago. It was it went on for nearly 20 minutes, non-stop. It was insane. Yeah. Just everyone chatting away. Sorry about that, John. Do we have a question? Oh yeah. We got Mike here saying, "Can't wait to watch Final Reckoning. I've already got the Steelbook on pre-order to go with the rest of them." Is there a Steelbook already fucking announced for it? Oh, for fuck's sake. Do they even fucking know the artworks to these? Is it one of those things that it's not going to be the Steelbook that you pre-ordered, that it's going to be completely different? Because that happens a lot. It does.
Could be.
So, John, we're going to have to keep talking here for a second. But it happened earlier. It's a wonderful dilemma to have, don't get me wrong. But like I said, I have that much of a margin to see the comments. And whenever somebody gives me a super thanks, which I've gotten 2 now, which is incredible, and I promise I will get to those super thankses. But when the super thankses come up, it actually blocks the small space that I can see the comments. So I actually can't click off that comment and scroll. And so I have to wait for that super thanks just to disappear. So it'll take around a minute. So apologies for that. So how's it going, John? How's life?
It's all right. You get Nathan from the Vinegar Syndrome sale? I might. Possibly. I don't know. Make sure she's not hearing this.
No, absolutely not. And again, it's Al and I think it's Carlos. I see his super thanks, and they're absolutely incredible. And I promise I will click on them. Like I said, it's a problem, but it's a welcome problem. I just don't want to turn my camera because it just doesn't look right. I hate how it looks. And I think it's not great viewing when people are at home as well when they see a camera focus. Maybe I should do it just with that. Maybe I should just do it to get the super thanks. Actually, that's actually better. So I'll
What
do it
about
that way.
if you put me the same as you? Oh, well, I'll have to do that. How would I do that?
Oh, I wonder, can I do that?
Can you do that? I don't know if you can do that for me. I don't want to pick on anything. I think you've got to do that, Keith.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to do it.
Because I'm on my laptop, you see, I can't do my laptop unless I turn my laptop like that.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I know there is a way. I know there is a way of me doing it. I just don't know how to. I'm afraid to mess with anything in case I mess up the stream. So look, I'll go back to it. Now you see, I've already fucked up now because I actually clicked off the comments now, and I've gone right down to the bottom where everyone is. So, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. I think I'm okay. Right there. I think I should be okay. So we've got Danny Dukes here saying, "Hi, how are you doing? I'm good and getting over what I had." Oh, Danny, that is great to hear, mate. I haven't seen you in a while, mate. Sorry to hear that you're still only just kind of getting over your problems, mate. But I hope you're the better for it now.
Yeah. Hope you're getting fighting fit.
Absolutely. We got Napang Films saying, "I'm well behind the Mission films, only seen the first 3. I need to catch up." You know, mate, I have to tell you, actually, someone actually said that. It might have been even you that said it in my video when I put it out for Mission Impossible. But even though I always class the second one as my favorite, you know, a lot of people out there think that the series actually gets better and better from 3 onwards.
Yeah.
So, and I can understand why they're saying that as well, because Ghost Protocol, Rogue Nation, Fallout, Dead Reckoning, they're fucking incredible. So,
really are.
So, John, can you narrow it down then? Can you tell me what is your favorite Mission Impossible movie?
I think on this watch, and we need to get back and watch that the new one another 2 times. I think really want to experience it in the cinema as much as we can. I'm going to say Dead Reckoning, but that's not a slight on the other ones. I really enjoy them, but I do think they get better and better as they go along. Which I think I like the characters that are in Dead Reckoning. You know, around about that time, because they seem to get like a kind of new batch of characters, and then they vanish, and then sometimes hello, and then they sometimes come back, and then so it is one of them things. It's all right, Ned. Can you see more of your things like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna just move me here now and just see. Move, you big bastard! That's better. So I think that should be better. I think. No, wait a minute. No,
so I look a bit bigger than you.
Oh no, wait a minute. I think it does. No, yeah, sorry, yeah, we're good. So so you would actually put Dead Reckoning as your favorite as of right now.
Yes, I think so. But I like them all. I like them as I do have to watch them all the way through. Although I think you can probably watch Dead Reckoning, Final Reckoning as a kind of separate entity. There's enough going on in pair of them to do that. But there's
right.
See, you get the callbacks as well. I think as well, you do need to watch all of them before you see the last one, because you get all the callbacks and you won't know what they are if you haven't seen the whole lot.
Well, yeah, because they kind of done it with Dead Reckoning, didn't they? Where Kittredge came back into it, and you would only know him from the first movie. So
that's right.
So yeah, you could. I'm not going to say that you'd be lost, but I think you'll miss those important nods to those movies, and I think that's part of the charm of these, to actually miss those kind of almost like Easter eggs, do I dare say?
Kind of.
We got Steve here just saying as well, just looking at the comment above mentioning media books, does anyone know why they are so popular in Germany? It's a strange, like it's you can actually say the same, Steve, when it comes to believe it or not, 3D in Germany. 3D is a big thing in Germany still at the moment. As a matter of fact, Turbine are bringing out a lot of movies in 3D. So I honestly don't know. Why are busts? Why are they so popular in Germany and nowhere else? I honestly don't know. Johnny, do you have any input at all on that yourself?
I don't, but I know that when you show, I think more when you used to show things a while ago, maybe on the start of your channel,
Mm.
you used to come out with a great, fantastic edition of a film that I think as well. Another thing I want to talk about is the fact that, and I think you will agree with this one, you would used to like show off a copy of Silver Bullet, for instance, and it would be, and you would know it'd be a media book, and I would say, even before you flipped it over, you would say, this is from Germany. I'd say, right. And you can't get it in UK.
No.
So early on your channel, there was every amount of ones I was saying, I can't believe you've got that one. I can't, all the ones that I wanted. I mean, if they kind of came out a little
Yeah,
bit in the realms of like Umbrella and stuff like that. But Germany seemed to be ahead of the game on a lot of stuff
I agree.
that you could. I don't know what it is. They seem to have this. I don't know. I can't explain why it is, but they did seem to be separate to us from their way of dealing with stuff.
Absolutely. I actually got, there was a fella, I don't know why I'm better than this because normally I don't converse with people on comments when they're being somewhat nasty. But when I put out that Mission Impossible video, some person left a comment down and said, "Wow, you're showing off this fancy edition of Mission Impossible, and yet it doesn't have a 3D version on this set. What a waste of money," he put down. I was like, did this movie even come out in 3D? Fallout. And so I kind of was respectful when I came back to him. And he was like, I just said, did the movie ever come out in 3D? And he came back, of course it did. And I was like, let me guess, Germany. And he was like, yeah. And I was like, right, I'll tell you what, I'll keep hold of my big fancy box set with my 4K disc inside it. And you can stick with your dead format disc. He came back with such a real nasty fucking comment. And right. I had to block him. He was being fucking obnoxious. But yeah, look, you get them, don't you, John? You know yourself.
Well, you do, but the thing is, you've got to know that it's just a point of view. It's just what your likes are. If you like a certain thing or you don't like a certain thing. Personally, I haven't got the way to play a 3D thing, and I don't think I'd ever get one because there's not many. Well, you can't get 4K 3D, can you? That doesn't exist. So I've never had it, so I don't know. I don't think I'll miss it, and that's just my personal thing. But
yeah,
I don't need to go looking for it. But if I say that in a comment and then somebody doesn't agree with us, well, what we're going to do, there's nothing you can say about. It's like me saying, standing in a coffee shop and someone's in front of it and I'm saying, why don't you get the chocolate muffin? Say, I don't like the chocolate muffin. I says, well, I think you should get it. Well, you're all right. You get it, but I don't like that type of thing. I prefer lemon.
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
And the person says, well, you're an idiot for not having that one. And then you have a fight. Nobody does that in real life, do they? So why do they do it on YouTube?
No,
to feel to say, I'm going to fight with you. You go, what for?
I think I did say it to my turn and I said something like, when he said something about the 3D disc wasn't part of the set. And then he said it was Turbine that brought out the 3D release of it. And I turned around and I said to him, well, I can say the exact same about your set that doesn't come with the 4K disc. And he kind of turned around and he said to me, I do have a 4K disc of it. I threw it away, waste of money. And I was like, okay. I said, are you going to be one of these people that's going to tell me that VHS is better than 4K? That's what I was leaning to. And so I was like, yeah, I think it's time to end this conversation before it starts getting a bit too fucking ridiculous. Like, I do love the 3D format, but it's gone. Unfortunately, it's gone. But I still have it set up in the house.
But it's not worth having an argument over, is it?
No, absolutely not. And absolutely, I was pointless. I felt fucking stupid the longer the conversation went on. We got Mike here saying, I seen both the 2003 remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre and its sequel are getting 4K releases from Arrow in August. Are you both fans of that mid-90s run of remakes of horror classics? Oh, that's a good question, John. So I suppose
I like both of them. Yeah, I like both of them. In fact, I like all the Texas Chainsaw Massacres to a certain extent. The one I really enjoyed was the one on Netflix. You know that one? It seems to have just vanished. And I mean, obviously you
I
can see it
love
on
that movie.
Netflix, but it really needs a physical, because hey, put it on Netflix, let it be on there for 2 3 years, let them have all the stuff with it, and get all the people subscribing, and then put it out in physical and keep it on Netflix as well. Best of both
Yeah,
worlds. Give it to
yeah.
someone like Arrow and say, look, put it out, do a good job with it, and it would be
Mm,
great. And it will surely they could take a cut of that revenue from Arrow, and they get money from that if they're worried about the money. And there's got to be a time. There's nobody, I don't imagine there's anybody phoning Netflix up and saying, have you still got that Halloween one from about 3 years ago? You still got that on
yeah.
your roster? I'm going to sign up if that's him. It's like it's not forgotten about, but your average Joe is just not really thinking about it. It's time to give it back to the collectors, who have collected every single other one of those ones, and give us a shot at it.
Yeah, I agree, John.
For me,
I'm a big fan of that movie. I know it got trashed when it came out, but I have to tell you, it's one of the better sequels for me. I had a great
yeah,
time with it. Wonderful
I agree.
setting. I actually liked the casting. I thought the two girls were actually quite good in it.
Yeah.
And I got a lot from it. Yeah, it's a weird thing with me. It's kind of because we always spoke about those questions were always asked on our streams. When it comes to the horror series, Nightmare on Elm Street, Halloween, all that kind of stuff. There were
Yeah.
always that talk about there's one series that you could throw away. Which one would it be? And I would always say Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And it does seem to be
Mhm.
the case with Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies that it seems to be the newer ones that are coming out are actually better than the what we've gotten before. In my
Yeah,
eyes, it's a very strange thing.
I agree.
You can't say that about Nightmare or Friday the 13th or Halloween for that matter. So, um, yeah, but
Yeah,
that's exciting. That's a good. I'd be definitely all over both of those releases. So what way were you, John? Sorry,
sorry.
man. No, I was just
I'm
going to
just
say,
saying.
what way were you?
Sorry.
Sorry, go on. Sorry, I'll let you go. I'll let you go this time. Promise.
Right. Okay. I promise not to be too long. You could sort of like say, and I never really thought about it that way. The most, because some franchises have tailed off. For
Yeah.
me personally, I think Nightmare on Elm Street really went downhill towards the end, even though the first three are absolute classics. Um, and a lot of them have sort of tailed off. They haven't got the legs to keep them going. But
No.
really, in a way, Texas Chainsaw Massacre has kind of it's had its low,
It's
and
gone
it's
up.
kind of on its ascendancy. And I think, if I'm honest, they should put out a sequel to that latest one to
Mm,
capitalize on that. Are they going to do that? I don't know.
I don't know. I wouldn't say no to it. I wouldn't say fucking no to it.
Yeah.
I think at this point now that I think it's safe to say that if you're going to own that movie, you're going to have to go down the bootleg route because I don't think it's going to ever get a physical release,
No, no,
which
it's
is
a
a
shame
shame.
that.
But just another part there of Mike's question. Just how did you feel at that time? Around them times we were getting a lot of remakes of horrors. How did you feel at that time with them, John?
When I first heard they were going to do them, I didn't like the thought of them at all. I stayed away
Mm,
from quite a few of them. I didn't watch any of the Hills of Eyes remakes, although I've got them. I think I've got them both, but I've never watched them again. I've never watched them, the remakes, because I think it was a bit. I thought it was like sacrilege to go back to that. But when I sort of relented and actually watched some of them, for most of them, I thought they were pretty good. I didn't really enjoy them, and I thought they were respectful enough to get through the fact of like, how dare they do this? I don't
yeah.
suppose these remakes. I'm not too keen on a remake, but these are ones more that are like. Well, I know one of them's a remake, but they're more like fleshing in the backstory of it. And I'm kind of, in a way, if it's done now, maybe I was at that point at that time when I had that mindset to say I don't want to see any of that stuff. But
Yeah.
now, as you do, you get older and you got more. You can get into all these things with a bit more of a sensible brain, and you give anything a
Mm,
shot. So for me, now I welcome them, and it's nice to see that they could have been easily forgotten about. That
yeah.
whole genre could have been just ditched completely, and people just not
Mm,
pick them up. But they are starting to pick them up again, which is quite good. What were
yeah.
you like with them, Keith?
But
Were you
I,
offended by the fact that we're going down that route, or
yeah, yeah,
did you
yeah.
think it was okay?
I was offended, and I had
Yeah.
every right to be offended. when you look at what they were remaking, like Rob Zombie's Halloween for a great example of it. It just everything about that movie. And the thing is, I think it's. I have to get this point across. I don't hate the movie, but it was just a mishmash of just bullshit. It was just like he was trying to honor the original too much, and then he was trying to play his own, put his own stamp on it as well. It's kind of like one half of it felt like a remake, the other half was a prequel. And I don't know about yourself, but I did not need to see Michael Myers. Oh, John Carpenter showed us at the start of Halloween. That's all we needed to see when it comes to Michael. He killed his sister. He went to a mental institution. Bang. That's all we needed to know. But the way that Rob Zombie done his, and he just drawed it out, and it was like, he was showed him in the fucking hospital doing all the therapy, talking to Don. I was going to say Donald Pleasance, but Malcolm McDowell, doing all that kind of shit. And I just don't need this. I do not need it. So, yeah, Halloween was massively offensive to me. And then they done The Fog, which is the most ridiculous remake I think I've ever seen in my life.
It's horrendous.
I think when they got it right, I think they were great. And I'm going to include. Did you watch The Hills of Eyes? Did you get around to watching it?
No, I've got it, but I haven't watched it. I will watch
it. I actually think The Hills of Eyes is one of those rare occasions where the remake is better than the original.
A lot of people saying that, actually.
But John, I have to tell you, mate, if you get around to watching that, fucking brace yourself because it's rough. It's rough. It really is. There's some bad moments, bad moments. And they do a bit of kind of a switcheroo in that as well that really surprised me. Again, I'm not going to say because you need to see it, but the sequel to it I thought was a bit kind of meh. I didn't think much of it. But yeah, like I said, when they got it right, I have to give credit. Like Assault on Precinct 13, the remake, I thought was brilliant. Really enjoyed it. I don't know if you ever got around to seeing that, John, did you?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's kind of more, if Assault, the original, was a horror, kind of had horror treads to it. This one's more of an action movie, and it's not like in the remake. It's the cops. Believe it or not, it's cops trying to get into the precinct. Right. It is. That's the way they done it in this one. So they flipped it enough to make it somewhat different. But the beats were still there to the original movie. But it's a good watch. But like I said, when they're bad. Prom Night, absolute horrendous. It's so goddamn bad.
I couldn't believe how bad that was.
Yeah, they are when they got them wrong, they were some of the worst out there. So yeah, I'm kind of I'm in the middle there. If I
saw Prom Night first of all the remakes, I would have never went near another remake. I saw that after I'd accepted the remakes or the sort of prequels, but that one, so I was going into that one thinking, I like Prom Nights, but it had the score to be a little bit better. So I thought if they could think about that, and then you just went, what on earth? It just was. Actually, I think I've erased it from your brain.
I think I like the way you said that. Because I think I have successfully done it. I know I've seen it. I know it's terrible, but I can't remember it. I actually cannot remember it.
I just remember the cover, which is quite good, actually, and nothing else. Thank God.
I actually know something. I don't even remember the cover. That's how successful I have been blanking that one out. I'll be like a dumb.
That well.
I'll be a dumb fucking idiot now, and I'll go and fucking watch it now in the next day or two and put it back in though. We got Matt Chats here saying, I was going to go to cinema today to see Mission Impossible, the Stella in Dublin. Not been there in about 25 years, but €18 for a couch and 15 for a restricted view. What the fuck is that? How restricted is the view? What the fuck is that?
There shouldn't be such a thing as a restricted view now at the cinema. Because when, I don't know if you remember when you first went to cinemas, the floor that was all level, and you would get someone with a big hat, and you couldn't see past them, or they would be too tall and be going looking on the corner like that. Well, I can't believe they've got that hat on. But these days they've got it's all staggered, isn't it, like that? So you've never got any sitting in front of you.
So what is it like? Is it like a fucking pillar or something like that that's blocking your view or something like that? Is that what it is?
Unless the seats go the other way around.
Oh, they're bringing a 7-foot employee to sit in front of you.
They shouldn't. God knows what that's going to be like, because I don't think there should be any. But then again, if it is an old building, sometimes you did get pillars in it, and they've got the seats in a certain way. But I would like to think that you wouldn't. Maybe it was something else before it was a cinema. Maybe it might have been a picture, like a show hall. Where you do like you used to have like stage shows on or something.
Yeah. But yeah, David, I think that's the world we're living in at the moment when it comes to €18. You said I'm almost certain the last time that me and Ellen went to see Alien Romulus. I'm not bringing that fucking up, John. We're not going to start talking that shit. I went to see that in IMAX, and I'm almost certain, if I remember correctly, by the time we paid for everything in terms of our food as well and the seats, I think the night cost us nearly fucking 80 quid. It's very expensive. It is.
Plus as well, you would have had to buy a neck brace for your neck afterwards. Put your neck brace on, because you're sitting on the screen right there, wasn't it? I bet you wish you had a restricted view.
Oh God! I tell you what I wish I had. I wish I had my fucking camera phone. I wish I had that, because I did say this to you. I would love to have recorded the front row. You should have seen us. I swear to God, it was like a rocket was going off in front of us. And I never seen chairs shake as badly as these chairs were shaking. It was fucking ridiculous. What the people behind us must have been thinking, just seeing heads bobbling everywhere behind them, and fucking, it was ridiculous. I never witnessed anything like it. It was a strange experience, to say the least, but a learning curve as well. He also went on to say, like, is the screen view restricted, or do I have to leave before the film ends? What sort of business model is that? If they can't provide full view of a film for 14 quid. Yeah, I mean, I don't get that. Do you have that over there, John?
Restricted views? No, not at all. It
Only
would have
in
to be
Ireland.
a cinema that was like a lot of years old. The cinemas around our place are basically new. The only one that's like an old one is the Tyneside Cinema, where Sammy G goes all the time. And I went there with him and Ryan, and wanted to see Assault on the Precinct 13. It was in like a smaller screen. It was amazing. And for me, when I saw it there, and I was telling you about this, when you have like the periods when there's nothing happening and it's quite quiet, but you can hear like noise of just, the fact there's like the outside is outside. You can kind of hear that noise.
Mm-hmm.
You could hear it in the speakers, and I was picking up loads of things that I never really thought about. It was like an intimate show. I loved it. And the thing is about it's the music. The music on that Assault on Precinct 13 is just that good. Did they use the same score in the remake?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I know.
I don't know.
But the one thing I will say, John, is when you actually see the remake, I think you'll understand why. It's a different. It's just a completely different vibe. That movie, it really is.
But I don't think there's any restricted views, even though the building is ancient. But I've only been in the one cinema. I know they've got a few like that, but I've never heard of that for a cinema.
Like a restricted view. Forever. I never. That's like that's that's like going into a 3D viewing of a restricted viewing, where the only one side of the glasses is working. It's crazy. I've never heard tell of that. I think they were taking the piss.
You might put the seats in the wrong way, so you face near facing the wall.
Oh, that's crazy. That's fucking nuts. Wow. Right. We got Arthur Clarn here saying, would you like to see some more Clint Eastwood westerns getting released on Arrow Video Blu-ray?
Yeah. The more the merrier. I've never seen a bad Clint Eastwood film. It's just simple as that. I know he's made a few that were flops, but I would take any of his westerns. What they're all good as westerns. Don't think he made any flops of them. He's done that many good films. The one I went to see at the cinema, this was an all-night cinema. and there was a gang of skinheads in, and they pulled all the seats up for some reason. I don't know what all that was about. That was crazy. That was in War's End. That didn't have a restricted. Maybe it had a restricted view, and they were complaining. I don't think it was, but it was the one that was at City Heat with him and Burt
Burt
Reynolds.
Reynolds. Yeah.
What a film that was! I've never seen that talked about since.
Mm.
I'd love to see that. So for me, Clint can do no wrong. Put them all out. Put them all out.
Right. The thing is, I like when you see how well, the likes of Dirty Harry, Pale Rider, the spaghetti westerns that come out now, they're all doing well. So I think it's clear to see that there is a fan base out there for Clint Eastwood on 4K. No question about it. Even though I don't want to go into too much detail here, and I really don't, because I want to leave it for the video that I done. I did watch Dirty Harry on 4K.
Oh.
I had issues. And
Okay.
I'll say no more, but I had issues with it. It's a fantastic transfer, no doubt about it. But my God, I had problems with it. Some glaring issues. And I'm surprised. I'm like, surely you've seen them yourself, John, because we have the same TV. But I actually can say one scene.
Yet.
You haven't watched? You haven't watched it?
Not funny, no.
Right. So just a heads up for you, right? Just check out the scene where the bit where he's doing the money dash, and he's going from phone to phone.
Yes.
Right. Just watch it. Check that entire segment, and let me know what you think. I would nearly go as far as to say it looked terrible. It was distracting. Yeah, I'll say no more, because I want to leave it for. I've done a video for it, and I don't want to sound like I'm just basically repeating myself what I said in the video. But I did have issues with it. But that's the beauty of me. I'm not one of these people that are like, a 3-minute scene has ruined the entire 4K disc for me. Yeah. The rest of it is just fucking incredible. It's a wonderful disc, but it's there's flaws there.
Actually, I wonder if it'd be inherent in the film itself. I may go back to the Blu-ray and see what the Blu-ray looks like for that particular scene.
Yeah, there's just one. There was one little segment in it. Again, through that him going from phone to phone. There's a bit in it where he goes under a bridge, and then all of a sudden the grain just swarms the image, and all of a sudden it's noise and it's fucking everywhere. And I was like, and the image is badly crushed. You can barely see the characters under this bridge, and I was like, shit. So. Again, that could be like you said. That could be on the Blu-ray as well, and it could be all source material. I don't know, but when you see the high standards that movie sets, and then when you get to that segment, it takes a fucking drop. It does. And I'm kind of curious for anyone else that's seen that. Did you have that same issues as well? Leave it in the comments. Hopefully, I'll get to them. We got Brad H here saying, "Great to see you guys together." Well, thank you so much, Brad. Appreciate you, mate. Stop right. I'm just trying to see. Everyone's talking about Andor season 2. A lot of people are saying it's terrible, which I'm very surprised to hear. We got Ash here saying, "Thanks for the heads up on Final Reckoning, John. I'm definitely going to watch this one in a movie theater. I don't give a flying fuck about some of the rather negative feedback Final got, and so you shouldn't, Ash. So you fucking shouldn't." I kind of just said when you kind of told me it was good, I was like, when I heard it from John, I was like, yeah, I'm good then. If he said it's good, I'm golden. So
honestly, if it was bad, I would say it was bad. There's no way I would say just because I like the franchise. I would say the truth, and I have said that it gets a little bit plot heavy in the middle. Try to not do what I did and sit there try to follow every single nuance to think I thought if I didn't understand that bit of storyline, I wouldn't have a clue about the ending or how it was going in the ending. But it kind of explained itself completely. So I didn't feel like on the next watch, I'm not going to concentrate so much on that and just enjoy the film. That's the only thing I can say. It's not even a negative. It's just an observation. Yeah. And it doesn't spoil it at all. It was, that's the only thing I can say for me that would. Well, it's not an issue. It's just the only thing I can bring up. It's not glowing because there's a whole I've read somewhere that somebody's read this ridiculous review on my phone somewhere. I don't know where it popped up with, and it said, "What about this?" And I thought I can read them now because I've seen it. And this person slated the whole thing from the opening credits to the end of it. In fact, I didn't read the whole thing because it was pointless because I didn't agree with any of it. And it said that for me, I really enjoyed the first bit, which is kind of like bringing you up to speed till the credits came on. Someone said, "Oh, it was just like was it just like a little trailer for a retrospective trailer for all of the ones that came before." You know,
Oh my God.
yeah, but the thing was the way they were putting them into it, and it does. There's a lot of things that I could talk about which would blow your mind, but I'm not going to do that. But we had our mind blown by them, and they're all there to pick out. But the fact is, with them bringing them little things in, you know, this happened in this part because of this, and this has got a ramification to do with what's happening with you now, is because of that thing there, and you're going,
Yeah.
really? So it was all good, and then you got the credits, and then you got in the film, and it's got the plane thing. I've never seen anything like it with these planes. Also, there's another thing as well, which was unbelievable. I'm doing this other thing, and I thought I'm not even going to tell you what it's about. But there's two huge action scenes to look forward to, as well as the development of the characters. Again, you get like the whole banter, of the team. It's great. If you like, to me, if you go into that film as a fan of the other ones, you will not come out of that and say, "I wish I never need to see that. It's rubbish." You can't.
You know, sometimes people have to understand that, you know, when you do look at the likes of Ghost Protocol and, you know, Rogue Nation and Fallout, those three in particular, sometimes the bar can be just set just too high and it's just impossible to reach. You know, and that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just the movies that just it's what happens when a series is so consistently good that unfortunately when people feel, and I think again it's the world that we live in, and it's a fucking shit world that we do live in, where, you know, if it doesn't hit the heights of some of the other movies, it's instantly shit upon. You know, it's oh, this is awful, this is terrible. You know, it's infuriating, John. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking infuriating.
You just hear it all the time, and I just switch off from it because I can't be arsed with it because it's just pointless. It's just drivel.
Yeah.
It's just like
Absolutely.
feedback. I tend to, like yourself, Keith, I just go to the people who I know and trust on YouTube, basically, and just see what they've got to say, because there could be 15 reviews of something out there, and I might go to 3 of them. Oh my God, what's happening there?
You're going again.
I know.
Actually, if you want to just do a coming back thing again, you can, probably the way to go.
I'll do that.
Yeah. Ellen, if you're watching, babe, I'm sure you are watching. Could you bring me down a drink, sweetie? Please. Yeah, so I'm going to click on through a few more comments here while John is coming. So we got Gary saying, is there a film that you watched many times and really loved as a kid and you have watched as an adult and thought it was dreadful? One of mine is, let me see if I can find it. Oh, no. The Golden Child. I still get a nice nostalgic feeling watching it, but it's terrible. I still pick it up on the new deluxe 4K edition, and hopefully I will enjoy it more on another watch. Oh, John, sorry. There we go. Sorry, John. Sorry, did you hear that question there? Yeah.
What was that? I didn't know. I didn't get that.
All right, I'll go back to it now. I say, what were you saying there, Johnny?
Yeah. What? No, I just said that. I don't. Me cursor. Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Me cursor. I've got it right in front. You can't see us, but I've got it right there because I can see it. Unless it's like going into something like cutting us out, but I don't know why it's cutting us off.
Oh, okay.
Probably doesn't like. I think there's somebody there. You know what I'm talking about? Like positivity. Can't see it, and they're going, get rid of him.
Absolutely. No, Gary just put out a question there, and he was just asking, was there a movie that you loved back in your childhood, but when you watch it today, you can't stand it? And he went on to say The Golden Child was one for him. And I was like, oh god, that's heartbreaking because I fucking love that movie so much. You know how much I love it, John. I've fucking talked your ear off about it
Oh yeah,
since it got
yeah,
announced. So yeah, is there one that stands out for you, John?
yeah. Independence Day.
Oh, that's a good one.
Mm.
That's not bad. Thanks, babe. That's fantastic. Is
Um,
there a reason for it, John? Thanks, babe.
yes, it's like a movie of two halves. The first half is like an out and out, serious um, sci-fi film of a big, explosions and all this, and the end of the world, war of the worlds, all that type of thing. And the second half is just like a comedy.
Okay, okay. And it
I
was,
think it's got a definite split. And you go, hang on a minute, we were serious like 10 seconds ago, and now we've got like what's his name? Will Smith, who I do enjoy. He's standing on a thing, knocking this is away, and knock aliens out. And I'm like going, oh,
right. I get
just
it.
my
I get it.
personal thing.
Well, I had it for different reasons for that movie as well. Funny enough, when that got really, because it was such an event, that movie, when it came out in cinema, it was huge.
Oh yeah, massive.
And I remember the day it came out in VHS, and that was an event as well. It was fucking monumental. Everyone was going out and buying it. But unfortunately, my brother Gregory went out and bought it, and not a day went by for nearly a month that I did not walk into the house and the movie was playing on the TV. To the point that I actually loved it, but now I can't watch it anymore. I can't
Yeah.
watch it. It was spoiled on me. It was overplayed, and I just, to the point now, it's just, I don't hate it. I still think it's a good movie, but I'd have to put years upon years of viewing it, unfortunately. So
So
there is,
there's films that you get like that you've watched that many times that you need a break from.
yeah,
Do you ever feel like, and you just, not that you dislike them, you just think, right, okay, I've seen that a billion times at this point. I think I need to sort of take a break from it. Otherwise, I'm going to grow into disliking the film.
yeah. I, I think people are going to make. I'm sorry. There's 72 people watching, and I'm actually going to apologize now when I actually name the one that I'm going to say, and I'm so sorry. And by the way, I think I need to just create. It's not that I hate this movie; I just don't watch it anymore. E.T. I just, yeah, I loved it when I was a child. I watched it religiously. Loved it, loved it, loved it. Got it on DVD. Was still a fan of it. Kind of got it on Blu-ray. All of a sudden, it started to dwindle a little for me. And then I picked up the 4K release all those years back. I watched it once, and I remember me and Ellen sitting here and going, "You know what? I have a funny feeling I'm never going to watch that again." Yeah. So E.T. Unfortunately, and I have a funny feeling, John, that you're not the biggest fan of that either, are you?
Well, when it first came out, I loved it. I thought it was great.
Mm.
I went to see the picture a couple of times. Got it in a few. It's one of those things when, say, you got into VHS. I had it on VHS, had it on DVD. But since DVD, actually, I never had it on DVD. That's a lie.
Wow.
I watched it, tape it off the TV, and I had it on a VHS, proper tape. I bought the proper tape, sell through. And then I kind of got the point where I thought I'd not to be someone who's, I think I thought I outgrew it as in
Mm.
age wise. I thought it was just, not saying it's a kids film, I'm not saying that, but I felt like I just didn't really connect with it anymore. And
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad film, but I haven't watched it
No.
for donkey's years.
Yeah, I think that I want to get that point across. It's actually a masterpiece. I actually think it's a masterpiece. But I think you summed it up perfectly. I think we've just outgrown it, unfortunately. And funny enough, I can actually name another movie. Do you remember Flight of the Navigator?
Mhm.
And again, a movie that I watched religiously when I was younger. When I picked up the second sight release of it, I kind of watched it and I was like, I should have left this one in the past. And funny enough,
Mhm.
I said the same thing for Monster Squad. I did when I picked it up on 4K. I just said, I probably should have left this one in the past. They haven't aged well for me. So, but again, take nothing away from them. They're still good movies.
Yeah, I don't know. I think actually I didn't go off it, but I've not watched Terminator 2 after watching it. It seemed like I was watching it every single day for years. I'd rather watch Terminator now than Terminator 2 at this point, but I haven't seen it for
Sorry, John.
years.
I think I broke up there when you were saying that.
I don't know if my screen's getting a little bit juddery,
Oh, it's you, is it?
I know that Deborah's on was on the phone to somebody, so it's probably her that's doing it. I'll have to
Oh,
have a word with
right.
her.
No, you're good there. Now you come back there again. Sorry, what you said? You said something about Terminator 2, was it?
Yeah, I'm just saying that Terminator 2 was one of those ones where I watched it that much that I think I sickened myself of it, and I haven't went back to it for a long time. Obviously, with the 4K coming out being trash, I've got the Blu-ray, the updated Blu-ray, but I haven't even watched that one. I will watch it eventually, but I feel like I'd rather watch Terminator. At this point,
Yeah, I'm the same.
Although I don't think it's a bad film.
No, absolutely not.
Not in the mood. Yeah,
you just kind of killed it. It's again a lot of these movies are just you kill them for yourself basically. So, and that's what happened with me with E.T. I think. We got Snoobies here saying Mission Impossible 3 is his favorite. He loves Philip Seymour Hoffman as the villain. I think he's probably the best villain in the series. Funny enough, I think he was great in it.
Yeah, actually, you got a good point, because sometimes the villains are not that memorable. They're good, but they're not ones that stick out. He did mind. He was quite vicious.
Oh, he was a horrible bastard, and he really was.
He was, wasn't he?
We got Steve here saying Catch Me If You Can is a real underrated Spielberg film, and Christopher Walken is superb as Frank's dad. Yeah, I have to agree. Do you know, a lot of people do forget about these movies from Spielberg, the likes of The Terminal, Catch Me If You Can. And I have to give all the credit in the world for Ellen. Actually, Ellen suggested that. She came into the house and she went, what are we watching tonight? And I told her, I was like, yeah, we'll do the Mission Impossible. We'll do Boogeyman. And then she just says, can we do Catch Me If You Can? And I was like, oh, Jesus, I haven't seen that in a while. And wow, it was probably the best movie we watched last night. Well, no, I wouldn't put it ahead of Dead Reckoning, but it was good. It was great. It was. And don't be one bit surprised, John, if you find something coming through your post. Knowing Ellen, she might send that out to you.
Well, actually, quickly touching upon Leap Year, well, I watched that one. I just had such a blast with that one. Now, personally, I don't really know many things from Ireland, the vistas, the sort of what you would see in the travels across Ireland. I've seen a few films from Ireland. I watched the Derry Girls, which was great. I watched the Young Offenders. I really enjoy it. You see probably more the terrain in Young Offenders, actually, especially the film, which is great, of Young Offenders. But that one there really opened my eyes into how picturesque Ireland was. So apart from the fact the film was absolutely brilliant as well, and Amy Adams was, I think that's probably my favourite role of hers that I've seen thus far. Enchanted might be, I need to watch Enchanted again, but I think
I enjoyed it.
That one, which I thought it would have been a good watch, but not one that it would have been like up there. It would have been middle. But I think it's I can't wait to watch it again, actually.
I look, I think I said it to you, John. It's one of those movies that if me and Ellen are in this room and we're watching maybe one or two new movies that we've never seen before, and the movies haven't quite worked out for us, and I turn around to Ellen and I was like, babe, I can't watch another bad movie tonight. Okay, we'll knock on Leap Year. That's our comfort movie. That is a comfort movie. I know a lot of people might be watching this 71 people watching, Leap Year, like a romantic comedy, but I have to tell you, there's just so much heart to it, and it's just a real lovely feel-good movie, and it represents Ireland so beautifully. Some of the locations are insane, and I did go to see one of those locations. Me and John were just talking about it It's the scene with the castle, and it's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing how much they add onto these castle ruins in terms of CGI. You would not think it. You actually would not think it, but it's only when they go into it, you're kind of like, oh Jesus, there's that bit and there's that bit. You kind of recognize everything then, you know. So yeah, it's a lovely, charming little movie.
It is.
We got Randall Pink here saying, "Good evening, lads from Canada. Have a great stream. Love the content." Well, thank you so much, mate. Very kind of you, and thank you so much for stopping by.
That's a great place. I would like to go to Canada one day.
If
I would love to go to New York, obviously America, but Canada's. I would like to see Canada.
I would as well, actually. My brother actually goes every year. Every year he goes to Canada.
Montreal. Mate lives over there as well. You know, her mate from where she used to live in Barnsley. She moved over there quite a while ago.
Right.
We knew her before she moved, and then when years later she came back to Barnsley. So we met her down there with a new family and a daughter, who was, now I know Canadians and Americans are different the way they talk, but kind of sounds American to me, you know, with a few vowel changes. But the daughter who was speaking American was fantastic. She was brilliant. She's probably really old now. She's probably about 25 or something. But it was great to and her husband was American actually, and he was great to talk to. I really enjoyed talking to American people. It's like it's so crazy, you know. Sometimes, especially when you're down in London, you see loads of American people, and I always want them to come up to me because I want to see how they would, if they could understand us. I'm not saying that
I get that.
But I want them to say, "Wow, are you a Geordie?" You know, something like that. But I want to see how they would. But no one speaks to me. just walk straight behind. I'm going because Deborah's going. What are you doing? I says, "They're American, aren't they?" I says, "Well, you stop looking at the Americans."
We got Mark Chatz here. He said they spent €55 on From Beyond, Creature from Vinegar Syndrome last night in the sale. I'm a weak human man. I need help, but I just can't afford to get help. Keep spending me money on 4Ks and Blu-rays. Oh God!
I know.
Yeah, mate. We're all in the same fucking. Two great releases. We're all in the same boat, mate. We're all in the same fucking boat. I wouldn't change a damn thing.
I think there's going to be more than €55 there. Yeah, my God.
Oh Jesus Christ! Trying to narrow that fucking down, John. That'll be fun.
You know.
We got Alan here saying, "Could either of you ever see a day where Scream / Shout Factory would extend their operations to Europe? The US market apparently is in decline, so might make sense." It's a good question. What do you think of that, John?
I think it's a brilliant question. I would love to see that happening. However, it's been that long since they've been around. I just don't think they will. I know that Severin are, but Severin are a UK company anyway. The directors are from the UK, or one of them is. So I can see them doing more of that, which is great. But I don't understand why the likes of Scream Factory don't say, right, we're going to start putting some stuff out in the UK. Why wouldn't they? If they've got ones that's, you know, the stuff they've got, if it's all region free, send it across. If there's no rights issues with the blue. Actually, I was watching a thing with is it Planet CHH, and he did an interview with somebody who worked in Arrow, and I found it really one of the best interviews I've seen. And he was saying about the fact, and it's true, you know, how we got Jason Goes to Hell and also Jason X over here, the 4Ks only, because they can't license the Blu-rays because the Blu-rays belong to the box set that was put out.
Yeah.
And I went, that makes perfect sense, but I would never thought about that. But I was interested when he said that. So because sometimes you say, well, why haven't they put the Blu-rays in here? Or someone might say to you, I'm only going to go for the Blu-ray, but it's not out on Blu-ray because they've only put the 4Ks in there, but they couldn't do it, even if they wanted to, for the rights, because they can't that's why they got them. I think that's why they're struggling with Freddy versus Jason as well. Although they want to get that one, they were saying. But if they've got like releases, maybe not all of the releases, but say if they've got ones like say the Burning and it's good to go, it's not going to cause any problems with anybody in this country. I know Arrow have kind of got it, so it might cause problems. But say if Arrow were all right with it, why wouldn't they not just put it out? I don't understand it. Why it's easy. To me, it's easy money for them in a way, isn't it?
I agree.
So,
I agree. Like Europe is a fucking huge market to have. You know, it's you know,
and how many times have you imported stuff from the US because you can't get over here? Lots.
But the thing is, it's not going to make a difference anyway, fucking over here, because even if they did do something, I will still get walloped by fucking customs charges anyway. So, it's not going to matter. But it would be great to see. Don't get me wrong. I think me personally, I think they're the best label out there in terms of 4K remasters. I have probably over, it must be nearly 30, 40 titles from. I can't think of many bad 4K transfers I've gotten from them. And
I know.
A lot of them are like, you know, 8 out of 10 and above. You know, that's how good they are. It's just so consistently good. But there's something that you just said there, John, and I just kind of wanted to ask your thoughts on it. But I get a lot in my comment section, and I always shy away from saying anything when someone says this to me because it's how little I care. But you know, sometimes when I show a 4K release off, they're like, "Oh my god, I cannot believe the Blu-ray didn't come with it." I couldn't give a flying fuck if the Blu-ray comes with it or not. I bought it for the 4K. Don't give a shit about the Blu-ray. So are you like that? What way are you like? Does it bother you?
Not at all.
No.
I think that you're right. I do think that I appreciate it if they put all the special features onto a Blu-ray. And I've seen a couple actually. I don't know where it is, but recently they put all the special features onto a Blu-ray, but not the film. They've just got the separate disc for the features. And I was thinking,
that's the way to do it.
You always think that. But then again, the film, even if I had the choice, I would not go unless I was just doing a quick comparison, just for my own mind to say, if it was, I would prefer to have had the old Blu-ray in it. Personally speaking, I know there's people who do buy the 4Ks, but they're still on Blu-rays, and they want to keep the 4Ks as a sort of future-proof. I can understand
absolutely. That I guess.
I think it's good for people like that. But personally, I'm not saying I would throw away the Blu-ray, but they are quite the same. One used to get the DVD Blu-ray combos, and the Blu-rays and the DVDs were exactly the same. They never used to put the special edition, the special features onto the DVD. They were exactly the same. Oh, there's no way on earth I would look at the DVD version. Why? You know, yeah. I know they don't.
Yeah, I got it in the comment section before where I remember someone said to me, and I was like, I just thought it was the dumbest thing I ever fucking heard. Where he kind of turns around and says, "No Blu-ray with no Blu-ray with this, not buying it." And I was like, "Oh, you mean like special features?" No, the movie on Blu-ray. I was like,
"Yeah,
why do you fucking care?
Issue.
If you're buying if you're buying the 4K, what the fuck do you need the movie on Blu-ray for? I don't get it. But that's the way I think it should be done. I think, like you mentioned there, if you're going to put features on it, just put a dedicated bonus disc and leave it at that. But this thing of passing on a 4K release because the Blu-ray of the movie is not on it, it's very odd to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something.
It could be just for future.
We got Jerry here saying, "Sorry, John. Sorry, mate."
I'm saying it could be just for future proofing for that person, you know, if they hadn't made the jump to 4K yet. Yeah,
it could be. It could be. We got Jerry here saying, "Evening, fellow 4K fans. How's it, Jerry? How are you going, mate? Thanks for stopping by." We've also got Carlos here saying, "Hi, Keith and John, the voice, Mondo Chelloveck. You both purchased Dirty Harry on 4K. I was blown away with how it looked and sounded. It was good, as they say, one of the best releases on 4K in 2025. So, John, you
Well,
didn't see
I'll
it.
see yes to that, but I haven't seen the full film yet, and I'm interested
Mm,
to see how
mm,
mine looks. Because don't forget, I mean, I'm not saying we've got our televisions completely different, or that they are basically the same TV, but
yeah.
sometimes the settings, mine's not calibrated, mine's just sort of out. And I did have to reset it recently, ish.
Mm,
Do a factory reset on
mm.
it, and after the factory reset, I haven't touched anything to do with it. It's on the
Oh,
factory
wow.
settings, and I tell you what, it looks better now than when I was messing about with it. Figure that one out.
Wow. Okay.
But I see how it goes with mine. Maybe mine's going to be better for that, but I don't discredit what you're saying. But I
Yeah.
want to see what that's about. Yeah.
Yeah. I think because I know, because like I said, we have the same TV, so we know how deep the blacks can get on these TVs. But I think when you
Yeah.
watch that segment as well, the blacks are not deep at all on it. It just for me, I just found during that segment, I just found that the grain structure went very sporadic. It swarmed. It became very noisy. The blacks were almost non-existent on it. And it went through that entire segment. So it was but again, that could be because the image was just so goddamn good up to that point that when it took a dip, it took a hard dip for me. But it's not
Yeah.
just me. That's the beauty of it. Ellen was sitting beside me and going, "Oh, I could actually hear her giving out." And she was like, well, I
Right.
was like, "What's wrong?" And she was like, "Jesus, that image is not great, is it?" And she was even kind of picking up on it as well. So I'm sure there'll be a few people, if I get down to the comments, I'm sure there'll be a few people just to see if that segment, did anyone have the same problems.
Yeah.
Um, but it's a great transfer. Take nothing away from it. It's wonderful.
Mm.
Uh, okay. Steve turned around and said, yeah, Carlos was talking about the 4K transfer, and Steve was saying it looks and sounds amazing. Can't imagine much beating the transfer this year.
Mm.
Like I said, I get it. I understand why people are getting so much out of it. But if I'm being totally honest, it hasn't even cracked my top 5 this year. If I'm being completely honest,
Mm. Right.
Nosferatu still holds the #1 spot for me, and I can't imagine anything knocking that off its perch. Um, but yeah, see for yourself, John, and see what you think.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll be watching it soon.
Mac chats. Love the Mission Impossible films, bar the second one. Still not growing on me. I do love John Woo. Bad match. Geez, I don't know why the comments keep disappearing like that. Yeah, like I said it early, David. John Woo's hands were tied during that fucking movie. Unfortunately, once again, fucking studios
Yeah.
interfering and bringing down that rating that he wanted to do a hard R rating on that movie, and no, they weren't allowing it. So, but like I said, I still enjoyed it. Sorry, John. Just a lot of people are all just talking to each other here. We got David once again. Welcome back. Oh, Jesus. Me, I went dead. The me gone that time, John, was it?
You just broke up a little bit there, Keith.
Okay, sorry. No, we got Mac Chats here saying, speaking of Woo, Arrow are restoring 5 of his early films: Hard Boiled, The Killer, A Better Tomorrow 1 and 2, and Bullet in the Head. Any seen them? And if if not, you need to, if you love action. Just amazing stuff. Yeah, David, we were just talking
Yeah.
about it earlier. John brought it up there. We were just saying that probably Hard Boiled is probably the best of his more kind of Asian movies that he done. So that's exciting. If that's true, I'll definitely pick up all of them. As a matter of fact. So do you think it'd be something, John, you'd be interested in buying?
Oh yeah, buy them all. They're all great. I haven't got them yet at this point, but I think I've got Hard Boiled, The Killer. I think I had Better Tomorrow 1 and 2, and
Mm-hmm.
Bullet in the Head. Brilliant. Um,
Yeah.
But I think there's another couple that they had out, not obviously announced there, but I'm sure there's another couple that I got to his stuff. Can't remember what they were there, but I just like the fact of them. You see that's the thing as well. When you used to see the sort of American versions of like cop dramas or things where they have shootouts, and then you see something like the John Woo stuff with the two pistols, and it goes on not just a couple of bang bangs, and then that it can go on. I think the end in the hard boil goes on for 25 minutes. It's like and he's got a baby around his neck, which is another thing that was really frowned upon, wasn't it? About the fact that taking a baby into a good battle, which I can understand actually. I mean, come on. But just something else. And do you remember on The Killer when I think that when they have that, I think it's at the start when he's having a chase with somebody in it's in a car park. I think it's like a kind of car park that goes up like that, and then they're going down, and the boss gets
Yeah,
his arm shot off.
yeah, yeah,
He gets his arm blown off, doesn't he? You go,
yeah. That's
I'm sure
right.
his arm grows back for the rest of the film, which is a bit nuts. But he actually gets his arm blown off, and I'm thinking, this is great. Just hyper violent, but with a good story as well. Yeah, yeah. With a shadow of doubt, I'll get the whole lot.
Yeah, I'd be the same. Yeah, absolutely. We got Steve here just saying a Bay of Blood is a stunning stalk and slash from Mario Bava. It looks great in 4K. Oh, it actually came out in 4K. Who brought that out?
No, I think it'll look great in 4K.
Oh, it looked great. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah,
Right. Okay.
Me and Steve are actually talking about the fact that we need more Bava in 4K because it's some of his films look that good because he was a cinematographer, and when you see some of the way that he actually shoots his films, you can understand. I think he was a cinematographer first and a director second, and he's got the eye for it. You know, all his films have got this unique look to them. And like I say, if you put that on and you tell me you didn't get any Friday the 13th vibes on that, I'll be amazed.
Wow. You know something? I tell you the truth, John. I might actually when this stream ends, I actually might crack it on tonight and see what it's like.
Yeah. There's no killer in a mask, though.
John,
there's no Jason, but it's
yeah. That's fair enough.
Go with it.
That's fair enough.
Actually, the burning as well. You could get the burning flavors with it as well. It's definitely a slasher.
Is it more just the setting than anything else?
It's the setting. That's what gets it. But there's a lot of especially the first Friday the 13th. Not so much the other ones. Think of the first one that you're watching as a sort of I'm sure they blatantly ripped off Bay of Blood when they did one of the things they ripped off when they did Friday the 13th, the first one. I'm sure.
Okay. We got Carlos here saying top 3 Robert De Niro movies. So you want to take a crack at that, John?
Yeah, definitely Raging Bull. What's the other one that I think is brilliant? Strange Enough is a comedy, king of comedy. Love that film. And also, I'm gonna have to think it's going to have to be in the 70s for me. That's when he was his. I mean, you could see the Godfather and stuff like that. Although I really appreciate The Godfather, it's not a film I watch that often, so I can't say that would be one that I would revisit all the time. So I'm gonna have to Midnight Run.
That's my number 3.
And I really do like those films a lot.
Yeah. Midnight Run is my number 3. It's just, if I remember correctly, I think Martin Brest directs that, who done Beverly Hills Cop, and you can feel, it does feel.
Yes.
It feels like a Beverly Hills Cop movie. It does have that feel to it. So some of the fucking one-liners in that movie is just, and beautifully executed with Robert De Niro. So that would be number 3 for me. Number 2, definitely Casino. I always put Casino ahead of Goodfellas, believe it or not. It's my favorite gangster movie of all time, as a matter of fact. So Casino number 2. And a lot of people would be surprised for me to say this, but number one is This Boy's Life, with him and Leonardo DiCaprio. If you want to see a vile human being, watch This Boy's Life and watch Robert De Niro in it. I think it's his best performance, and it doesn't get any it gets no fucking praise. Well, I won't say praise, but it's almost like it's almost treated like a forgotten Robert De Niro movie. It is, but he is a nasty piece of shit to the point that it's like one of those performances where you're clenching your fist and you're like, oh my God, please someone do something to this bastard. And you're hoping for it. It's wonderful, John. It's wonderful.
I'll tell you another one I quite like is Analyze This. I thought that was
very funny.
Yeah.
Meet the Parents as well.
Yeah.
John, you're badly breaking up on me, you know that?
Well, I'm starting to change colour, and I'm not doing that in real life, I must admit. But I'm just thinking, I don't think Deborah's doing anything on the TV. She might be. I'll tell you what, I'm just going to quickly nip to the toilet. Not saying that's going to solve any problems, but I'll be back, and hopefully this is not going to work.
I'll continue. No problem.
No, that's not going to work. Actually, I'll put that light on and see what happens.
Definitely not going to fucking work. No, no problem at all. No worries. We got David here saying, John, I think you'll love Catch Me If You Can. I heard the bloke who the film's about made more money on selling the rights of his story to several studios for 20 plus years than he ever did forging. That is fucking crazy. It's such a wonderful movie. And again, it's almost one of those, I think Steve said it earlier, that it was kind of, it's one of those forgotten Spielberg movies. And if Ellen didn't bring it up, chances are, God knows when it would have been when we got around to watching it again. It is that good. I loved it from start to finish. It has a little bit of everything. There's a lot of humor to it. I thought Tom Hanks was particularly fantastic in it. Yeah, there's a lot of a range of emotions through that entire movie. I'm a big fan. I quickly will answer this one as well. Art declaring, is there any films you hated and now you enjoy? Yeah, I always go to the same one, Art. Event Horizon. Event Horizon is the only movie I can think of that I actually went to see it in the cinema. I absolutely hated it, and then went back to see it in the cinema to see if I can get something from it, and I didn't. And it came out on VHS. I bought the VHS release of it. It still didn't grow on me. And it's only when it came out on DVD, it started to massively change for me. And it's only because, and I don't want to get into too much detail here because I spoke about it so many times in streams, but Empire Magazine advertised that movie, and some of the fucking movies, or some of the pictures and the way that they advertised it, it was not the movie that we got in the end. So it was because of Empire and their kind of misleading pictures and the way that they reviewed it. It was like two different fucking movies. So it never sat well with me. So, but I stuck with it, and I'm happy I did. And it was one of my favorite sci-fi horror movies. So yeah, Art was just asking a question, John. Is there a movie that you hate and that you actually enjoy?
What was that one you were talking about there, Keith?
Oh, Event Horizon. Yeah, I like that one. Fucking hated it.
Right. So what one that I used to hate but love now?
Yeah.
I think it's there's a lot of films that I probably watched when I was not the right age and just appreciate them now. I mean, the film that I dodged and didn't want to watch at all was Forrest Gump. When Ellen sent it across, I thought I hadn't seen it. I knew what it was about slightly. Didn't think much of it, and I thought it was going to be, well, the film that it wasn't the film that I thought it was going to be, and it was absolutely amazing. So, but I'm all for that. Say if I told you that I had no time for Tom Hanks, apart from the likes of the Burbs, Toy Story, what's the one where they all have that? It's a bit like a early sort of like Porky's type film. Party.
Oh, Bachelor Party.
Bachelor Party. Yeah, it was them two ones. I used to think it was great. Then he went serious, and I thought I've had enough of him. But I was quite wrong about that. But I won't. If I say that I dislike somebody intensely, as I said.
He's got it again. Oh, poor John. He's having technical difficulties now. He'll be back in a second, folks. Sorry about this. Mac Hacks, Boogeyman 2 was the longest 70 minutes of my life. My Jesus, I lost the will to live with that thing. Wow. Yeah, I'll definitely stay away from that one, mate. No desire to see it, to be honest. John, if you can hear me, just go back in and out again, and hopefully it'll even fix up your problems in terms of breaking up. There we go. There we go.
Is it?
What the fuck?
Oh, hang on.
There we go. You good?
I don't know what's going on here. I think it's Debbie, I think she's doing something there.
Look, Janice, you know yourself. It's not, these fucking streams. They're unpredictable. You just don't fucking know what you're going to get in terms of StreamYard and how well it performs. So so don't be too down hard about it. But back chat.
Things open there. Sorry, I'm just going to go into this. No, got a couple of tabs open. Maybe that's stop.
Oh, that could actually. Yeah, if you can close them down, that will drastically help.
Right, because I've got one there. I've got my Instagram one. I'll drop that one down if I can. No, I can't. See, I've got my Instagram one is where you've sent us the link, so I don't want to lose the link because I've got the link straight there to get back on. But
I can tell you right. I can tell you right now that your picture is massively cleared up now as well since you came back on. So it does look a hell of a lot better and sounds a lot better. You're looking absolutely beautiful, John.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll take that. It's the first time I've heard that today.
No, I was just saying, Mac Chats there just said, what's that?
I'm saying I bet it was that. Right, we'll go again.
Yeah, no, just the Back Chats was just saying about that Boogeyman too. He said it was the longest 70 minutes of his life. It's supposed to be quite bad.
Be awful. Yeah.
Right.
So basically, if you're watching it, you're probably going to watch 70% of Boogeyman and then get a little bit chucked on the end. So don't bother.
Yeah. Stephen Dunn to say Midnight Run is a great performance. The bit where he turns and flashes his back crashes me up every time. I love that scene in the movie. I love that scene in it. It's the bit that kills me in it is the bit where, do you know the bit where your man starts saying to him about all the phobias he has, and then I think Robert De Niro says something. If you don't shut the fuck up, you're going to be suffering from fistophobia.
He just can't stand him, can he? He's just got no time for him whatsoever. He just wants him to just go from A to B, and he's got all these kind of problems. It's great, actually.
Yeah. Actually, I'm going to just put down, because Carlos asked that question, he put down his 3, and they were Raging Bull, Godfather, and Once Upon a Time in America. So
here's the thing for you. I don't like Once Upon a Time in America.
Yeah, it was doing the rage. If you actually watch the stream that we done with Connor, because it is Connor's go-to movie. It's one of his favorite movies of all time.
No.
And I know Steve. Steve Corcoran. Steve actually went out and bought a lovely Blu-ray release of it as well, just very recently. So I need to check it out. So you're not a fan of it then?
Well, I only watched it once, and I watched it way back when, and I mean way back when it first came out, because I was a huge fan of Robert De Niro, and obviously Once Upon a Time in what's it called, in the West. I've just got it down there. So I thought, this is from the same director, Sergio Leone, and I thought this is going to be great. And then I think it was too long, and I just thought, what's happening? So maybe it's maybe due a rewatch. But I don't know. I'm thinking that it just didn't do it for us immediately, like all the other ones have done. Goodfellas, Casino, apart from the ending. My God, it's too brutal. Yeah. So, but I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's a bad film at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stephen Colgan was asking as well, and I brought this up to Ellen as well. The Final Reckoning, is The Final Reckoning the last Mission Impossible movie? Is it being advertised as the last Mission Impossible movie? Or is everyone assuming because it's called The Final Reckoning? Like,
No, it is the last film. Yeah.
because I'm almost certain that it came out. Who directs it? Is it Christopher I can't think of the name of the director.
Yeah.
But I'm almost certain
yeah.
I'm nearly certain he came out and he said something about, oh, me and Tom were running ideas about another Mission Impossible movie. I don't know if that's true or not. And I honestly don't know, but I thought I read that up somewhere.
Well, yeah.
In a weird kind of way, you do want them to stop, just in fear that Tom Cruise might hurt himself. Like badly hurt himself
for this one.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing I was talking about, it's got like the blades on the plane. And obviously they're up in the air, they can't CGI them on. Although they stop the plane going, not a spoiler, just say, right, they stop it.
Yeah.
It just stops. So they're going through the air and the plane's not even working.
Jesus Christ.
All I'm going to say is that it's meant to be the last one.
Right, okay. We got Mike here saying The Burbs is a great Tom Hanks movie as a Dragnish, where he has a great rapport with Dan Aykroyd. Both really enjoyable movies that I always had a great time with. Now, I have to admit, I have actually never seen Dragnish. John, have you seen it?
Yeah, I enjoyed that one. I thought it was really good. Yeah.
Right. So that kind of just...
I liked all his comedies. I was never not a fan of Tom Hanks's comedies. Money Pit, I like them all. Just when he got to be the serious ones, and then he didn't seem to do anything comedic afterwards. I thought he's kind of dropped the ball a bit, but understood he's went on to different stuff. That's why I went off him, because he didn't do anything daft anymore.
Right. We got Gordon Dryden here saying, "Hi lads, I hope you're both well. I'm looking forward to the releases of Roadhouse and Witness on 4K, especially Witness, as we have only ever had a DVD release of it. I rate it. How about yourselves?" Do you know something, John? How many times have we said that now when it comes to 4K, where we're getting 4K upgrades from DVDs? It's unbelievable. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, and then Witness has talked about, you think, really, it hasn't had a Blu-ray? You can't imagine that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking Blu-ray has been out since, 2008? And it might not have had another thing for that, because it was a huge film when it came out. Yeah, Witness was good, I think. I think we went to see it at the Pictures, if I'm honest.
Wow.
Possibly. Because who's in that one again? Is that Harrison Ford? Yeah, well, we would have went to the Pictures to see it, because there was a huge fan of Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
so, it's a decent film. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I think with the day the first time I bought it on VHS, and believe it or not, I think that's the last time I've seen Witness. And I remember actually enjoying it back in the day. I do remember kind of going. I remember watching that movie, and it was the first time. And I don't mean this in any way bad when it comes to Harrison Ford, because he is probably up there as one of my favorite actors of all time. But I think Witness was the first movie I seen from him where I was like, wow, this is actually an Oscar-worthy performance from him. And I don't mean to say that in a bad way at all. I just mean that it was such a dramatic role for him. And I was happy when it got announced on 4K, and I will be definitely picking that up and giving it a long overdue revisit and see what it's like nowadays. I don't think it's going to be one of those movies that I'm fearing that I should have maybe left it in the past. It's just one of those things that, like I said, if I got it on Blu-ray, chances are I would have watched it, but I never did. So, but Roadhouse, Gordon, like, I don't have to worry about Roadhouse. I have the Vinegar Syndrome release, and if Arrow are using the same transfer, which I hope they do, you're in for a treat. Let's just say that it looks stunning. John, did you pick it up as well?
Yeah, I've got the Vinegar Syndrome one.
Yeah, it's stunning,
unreal. So for me, I'm like, the good thing about that is that I don't know if you find the same thing, Keith, that when there's a 4K out by certain companies like Vinegar Syndrome, not so much Scream Factory, but if they're out there and the UK gets a hold of them, like Arrow or 88, you can more or less say they're probably from that scan. I don't know about Blow Underground, not too sure about that. But what they'll do is, I think they'll put their own tweak on it, but it'll either be as good as the Vinegar Syndrome one, which is unreal, or better. So
it's a win-win.
Whatever happens, you get in for something that's going to blow your socks off.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, like, I think we did speak about this. Funny enough, I think Roadhouse was brought up in another stream that we done together, John, and I think it was that thing where I think we thought it was getting the limited treatment, and I kind of said, "Oh, I might pick it up because it's getting the limited treatment." But then when I found out it was just the standard kind of limited, I was like, what? I'll stick with the Vinegar Syndrome.
Well, that Vinegar Syndrome one, I don't think they could never top that. So I'm quite happy with that. It's a great film.
Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
So this must be Mike talking about people that he doesn't like. So he can't stand Kristen Wiig. She's as funny as Piles, and that's just annoying. Every time she comes on the telly, I turn it over. You know what? I don't hate her, right? But one of my favorite movies, believe it or not, one of my favorite Ridley Scott movies is The Martian. And I kind of said that, and I always do say it when we watch The Martian, I was like, you know what? I could have done without Kristen Wiig in that movie. She was just so far out of her league with everything else that was around her. And I just felt she was a bit miscast in that movie. Again, I thought Bridesmaids, I thought she was actually quite funny in that. But she wouldn't be one of my go-to actresses. John, are you a fan?
Well, I can understand. I've seen The Martian. I can't even remember that she's in that, but I can't think it's like her type of film because she's got a definite type of film. You ever seen the film called Barb and Star Visits the Summit de la Mar, where she plays a bad person in that one?
Right.
It's absolutely brilliant, although got totally slated when it came out. I think she's brilliant. Sorry, Mike, but I love her. I really do. I will go. I've got a stack. Yeah, I've got a stack of her films. I'll be like Amy Adams. Anything she does, I'll go and visit it. Have you seen her in Walter Mitty? You know, the one with I can't remember what it's called now. You know, the remake of Walter Mitty.
Ben Stiller.
You know what I mean? Yes.
Yeah.
Have you seen her in that one?
I've never seen it. Never seen it. It's good, yeah.
It's just like, or is that? Am I thinking? Is she an Anchorman? Or does she play the female version of Rick?
She's actually very good in that. I actually do like her in that.
But she's kind of like that in Walter Mitty as well. I'm pretty sure she's in that one. I might be even getting that wrong, but I hope I'm not. But I think she's great. This is true. I have got every now and again I search for Saturday Night Live, and I look at Kirsten Wiig stuff and just watch it for hours. So I'm the complete opposite to you, Mike. I'm a huge fan of it. That's why I like that Ghostbusters Women one so much, because she's in it. Horses for courses, they say.
I'm definitely not talking about that fucking movie. I'm still fucking recovering. Did
you not think that Thor? Did you not think he was funny in that one?
But that's the embarrassing thing about it, John. That's the embarrassing thing. It's they put this whole female cast together, and yet the best thing ended up being the one male actor in it. That's a movie that I'm trying my best, and unfortunately, that I'm doing my absolute damnedest to erase from my memory bank. I cannot stand it. We tried it twice, and I'm amazed we gave it a second go, but no, it's not for me. But the weird thing about that, has a weird thing with you though. And maybe it helped you. Because you're not a fan of Ghostbusters, are you?
Couldn't stand it. I like them now.
Yeah.
But at the point when it came out, it's one of those ones, a bit like Crocodile Dundee. I think I've talked about this quite a few times, when everyone said, it's the funniest thing you're ever going to go and see it. So you go and see it and you think, I don't find it funny. And I really didn't find the first one funny at all. In fact, and I do like him. What's he called? The one who's like not Dan Aykroyd or Harold Ramis. Who's the other fella?
Or Ernie Hudson or Bill Murray.
Bill Murray. I like Bill Murray, but he really got my nerves on that one. However, I went and watched Ghostbusters 2, and I kind of liked that one because he wasn't in it that much. And then it really clicked with us. Then I watched the women one and enjoyed it because I didn't have any fear of it spoiling anything. And then when I went and saw Afterlife, I went back and watched the whole lot, and I've got them now. Even though I would say Ghostbusters isn't my favourite film of all time, I do think it's a decent watch. But maybe that's why I could get away with the women one and not feel a problem with it, Yeah.
So how did you feel about Afterlife and Frozen Empire?
Yeah, I thought they were great. Yeah, Afterlife. That's the depths away to bed. That's why that's probably going to go. What? I'm sure she's doing something there, messing around with the internet. No, because she's sitting on her phone, she's watching the telly, watching Netflix or something. So that's what's making this go nuts.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, the last two, I thought Afterlife was brilliant. Very emotional, surprisingly so. And the Frozen Empire was decent. It wasn't bad. It wasn't as good as the other one.
Yeah. I again, it's another tale of going back to Frozen Empire. I remember when it came out, it just got bashed all over the place. People didn't like it at all, and me and Ellen bought it. I bought it. I knew I was going to get something from it, but I didn't expect it to enjoy it as much as we did. We fucking loved Frozen Empire. I think it was very, very harshly treated. We got more of the original Ghostbusters in it, which was great to see. And that, so I don't know. We got Stephen Draper here saying, "Good evening, gents. Robin Williams' performance in 1 Hour Photo is very creepy." I'm not going to lie, Stephen. I wasn't a fan of that movie, and again, everyone raves on about Robin Williams in that movie and his performance, and I get that. I really do. It's just the movie never sat well with me, unfortunately. Have you seen it, John?
No, I've not seen it. There was a time, a little bit like Tom Hanks, when I sort of just went off Ron Williams and kind of just left him to his own devices and didn't really watch much after anything really. I did like him in that night at the museum. I thought he was good in that one, and I think I like him when he's a supporting actor more than when he's an actor, because sometimes he gets a little bit. His character can be a little bit over the top, not over the top, but a bit manic, and a bit. I think he's probably like in real life. But I'm not taking anything away from him. And if anybody, I know that he's got like loads of fans, and everyone thinks his humor is good, and his humor is good. Some of those things he does is really funny, but I can't take a lot of it. And that's not. I'm not disrespecting him. I'm just trying to say that his manic ad libs go on a bit too much for me, and I don't mind that as a comedy thing, but it can be a bit overbearing in a way. So there's loads of them. Bicentennial Man, I didn't like that one. I did try because I love films about robots. It didn't really have anything. Didn't really work for us. Like I say, Awakenings was brilliant. I thought that was one of the best things I've ever seen.
Good movie, great movie.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So I'm not saying
I agree.
I think he's an amazing actor, but Morton Mindy, I could watch that, and he's crazy in that one, but he kind of works for that.
Yeah,
that whole thing,
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I agree. Matthew Lombard just went on to say Charlie Day is in fist fight with Ice Cube. I fucking tell you one thing, I'd love to give him a fucking fist fight, the little prick.
That was so funny, that film. I know I'm not going to go.
I've never seen it now, to be honest.
It's really funny.
I never see. I
don't think you ever will.
No, probably not. So just there's a lot of people in the comment section. They're actually just answering some of the questions that we brought up. So I'm just trying to get onto the kind of the questions. Arctic Cow went on to say, "I think you will enjoy Heart Eyes." Yeah, look, it's I don't know. I kind of got a Thanksgiving vibe from it when I seen the trailer to it. So someone turned around and told me that they didn't like it because it didn't feel like an out and out slasher movie. So I'm intrigued to see what it's going to be like. Have you seen anything with that, John? Yet that Heart Eyes?
No, I haven't seen it. I've seen a cover. That's it. I don't know anything about it, but I'm interested in seeing it. I will. You see, the thing about modern day horror things, unless I can see them at the cinema easily, as opposed to
Mm,
being on at 11 o'clock, one showing in a Wednesday night, and that's it, and they're done.
yeah.
I will go and check them out. They don't seem to play that long, so I can't get the chance to get it.
Okay.
I would like to have like a 2 week run. Well, there's devil coming through the window there, but it's not. It's dead noise, you know. I'll be having words with her. So, as if. Um, but no, I do tend to see more of these ones on a catch up on a Blu-ray somewhere along the line, you know, or Sky Movies. But
Mm,
yeah, I'll try anything out really.
okay. Okay. We got Alan Meggs here saying the film I've seen the most is Close Encounters. I watch it 3 times a year usually. I went to see it on my own as a 12-year-old and showed me how magical cinema could be. I have a 4K collector's edition. I presume that's the one, Alan, the one where you press the side of the button of the box set and it plays the music. I have the same one up
Yeah,
there. It's actually a lovely release. Are
very.
you a fan, John, of Close Encounters?
Yes, I am. I didn't understand it when I first saw it, and then obviously it came out with this special edition, which kind of explained it a bit more. And I did like the special edition. Never saw it for years after that because I'm a big fan of Steven Spielberg. Big fan of what was it called? 1941, which seemed to just come and go. Weirdly, you know. I think I taped it off the TV. I watched the thing I taped off the TV loads of times.
Mm,
Um, but he seemed to make these sort of at the time bombs for him anyway.
mm.
But I seem to enjoy them more than the big films, you know. But yes,
I like the way Alan described. He just put that word in magic because there is something about that movie when you do watch it. You know, there is something very. You know, you're watching something that you've never seen before, and it's something you're never going to see again. It's almost heartbreaking to the point that you won't. Um, but wow, well, actually, you know something, mate? I'm actually due a revisit on that. It's a wonderful fucking movie. Um,
what
and
you said
that was his.
there was sorry.
Sorry, John. Sorry, no, go on ahead, mate.
What you said there was completely right, and what Alan said, it was you would that film. There was nothing like it when that came out. The way it was handled, you know, that sort of everyone's seen the alien invasion a million times. It's always been done the same way, War of the Worlds, etc., which I enjoy. But this was
Mm,
different. It was like a realistic. It was like actually quite believable. And that you know when the the thing you know when the stuff just lifts up out of the car. I mean, I know they're spinning the car around, but these like these and he gets his face burnt on the side and all
yes,
that. And he's got the
absolutely.
and but little bits like that, although it went over my head, most of it. I would be interested to know if Alan actually got it when he was at the cinema for the first time. I know he'd have been
Mm,
amazed, but did he get the whole? Did he get the whole story? Because it wasn't laid out
mm,
easily, was it? You had to think a bit too much about
absolutely,
it. So that's why I sort of put it to
absolutely.
one side for a bit. But I knew I'd saw
Yeah,
something that wasn't. I mean, you know, when they're going in the lats, the windows, you know, when it's going up and down, because it must be scanning, and
that's
it's
right.
outside.
That's right.
And the kids outside, they were quite frightening, actually. I thought. So I had to
Mm,
know.
mm.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Um, Matt Chat's went on to say the Cannibal Man, John, is a good film, a real good allegory on hidden homosexuality. But I saw a great film from the same director. No one heard the scream. Highly recommend it. A Blind by Severin.
Well, I would after seeing that one, I would go for any of his films. It was so good, and the thing I was talking about there is if you see the longer cut, there's two cuts of it. If you see the longer cut, which is for the better one, it does go into that side of it there, which is done really well actually. But you don't get that whole storylines cut out of it on the shorter version. So if you get the 4K of it, It's only got the shorter version. I'm really
Hmm.
hoping that 88 or somebody get a hold of it, because Severin got a hold of it in the US on Blu-ray. It looks fantastic. The 4K looks pretty good. It's a slight uptick. It needs to be got back to the original negatives. But if they
Okay.
can do, I think 88 can bring out a groundbreaking one of that one. But it is
Wow.
such a good film.
Okay.
I know that if you watch it's a it's a slaughterhouse, which is the animal cruelty stuff, and
Hmm.
it's just some film from a real slaughterhouse, and it only lasts for a
Oh,
minute at the
right.
start, and it's like literally a cow getting slaughtered.
Oh,
It's awful.
right.
But,
Right.
but if you watch the shorter cut, it's right at the start. You can literally fast forward it, and it's gone. You don't have to think
Okay.
about it.
Okay.
In the longer cut, that scene is in the middle, so you've got to kind of, if you see them, it happens straight away when the cow comes. So if you see the thing of a cow being let out of this cage, zoom it. If you ever see it,
Right.
but that's the end of the whole cannibal thing. Although there is a cannibal thread to it, but it's not to do with animal cruelty after that.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it's such a good film. I know it sounds mad for me to say that, but because it's meant to be one of the worst ever video nasties for people think it's rubbish.
Hmm.
Or how can anybody like this film? But everybody I know has
Hmm.
seen it. I think it's great.
But you said as well when I mentioned that movie the other night, tonight, sorry, the Boogeyman. You were saying that actually was a video nasty, but you weren't quite sure what section it was from. I have to tell you,
Yeah,
when we watched it last night, I found it to be. I actually was surprised that you told me that it was a video nasty. There wasn't much going on there that was too offensive. It's.
no, you're right. You're right. You're completely right. But this goes back to the whole rubbish that was around the whole video nasty thing, where
Mm,
what would happen is the video nasty cover had a priest covered in blood on his
mm,
face, standing there with a
yes.
cross. So they would have went around the people who got these banned, who didn't watch. 90% of them weren't even watched. They would just go along. They would go,
Wow.
"Oh, you seen that cover? Get rid of that one."
Wow.
The Axe as well is Axe. This great film, Axe. There's nothing in it. It's just a girl standing in the front with an axe. Yeah, in fact,
Yeah.
it was even that. It was cold axe. Get that gone. So
Fucking ridiculous.
this was it. And when you sometimes you say, I mean, the thing. Come on, that's a video nasty. I don't believe it, but they try to lump that in with that. And big, huge, you universal film, and
Mm,
these like fly by nights, cheapo Italian films, but which were great, but it was just preposterous, the whole thing. But it was a thing that went through the UK, and it was ludicrous, but it was just like in a panic mode to get these things
okay.
done. But
Right.
Bogeyman,
Right.
no, there's no in it. It's just had that cover. I'm not saying no, but
No, I think.
it's
Yeah. Yeah. Like there was a child murder in it, but again, it wasn't. It wasn't fucking crazy graphic or bloody or anything like that. Um.
it's
So
just
I
a
yeah,
cut.
I was just surprised.
Really do.
Yeah, strange. Actually, this is very encouraging to read here. Stephen Draper says, I watched Heart Eyes the other night. Film of the year so far. Hope you enjoy it, Keith. I'm going to know very soon, Stephen. I'm going to be watching it tomorrow, so I'm looking forward to it. We got Ash here saying, don't forget to hit the like button for our man, Keith. Ah, mate. Yeah, Ash, look, that's very kind of you, mate. And I actually do really appreciate, like, the 60 people watching. If you could throw a thumbs up, yeah, I can't stress just how much I appreciate it. So thanks again for that, Ash. That's very kind of you.
Um, that was it was a section 2 video nasty. Just had a look.
Section two. Section
Section 2.
two.
It wasn't section 1, but section 2. Which for me, it shouldn't even been on any sections. But
Mm,
it couldn't have been watched. As you know, when you watch that, see if you watched that and you watched Cannibal Holocaust, obviously, which you wouldn't watch, but you would
yeah,
see, or you would say, no doubt, I don't think anything should have been banned. But you could
yeah.
see why that was should have been banned or could have been banned. But
Mm,
there's a lot of things out there, like Axe, like I say, it's got nothing in it whatsoever. It's just got the fact that there's a girl in it with an axe. Actually, it
Right.
reminds me a lot of, Maxine. No, Maxine. X. No, Pearl. It reminds us a lot of Pearl.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it does. It's only an hour long as well.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Did it. Um, Arthur Clown was asking a question: is Nigel and Andy coming back to the streams? Well, Art, like I said, this is I'm just pursuing something new and different now, trying to get different guests on every week. I know John's been on it a few times, but look, John and me know each other now for like over 4 years, and we've always done streams together. And I said it to John, you know, John doesn't, John can't find the time to do his own live streams at the moment. And I said, look, if you need that itch scratched in terms of live streams, I'm always here for those streams. But as of right now, mate, I just want to just pursue just new guests, and it's working. It's just a way to stop. It's almost like to stop repetitiveness, if that makes any sense. It just feels like every time you do a stream with a new guest, it just feels fresh. Put it that way. So there's nothing going on, anything like that. Just pursuing my own thing. I knew these were going to come up. We got a face-off from Carlos. Right. That's easy for me. Casino versus Carlito's Way. Once Upon a Time in America versus Scarface. That'll be easy for you, John. And Godfather 2 versus Heat. Also, guys in the chat, your opinions on De Niro versus Pacino. So, do you want to take a crack at that one, John?
Casino is a brilliant film. However, the end of it is that violent. It's actually sickening. And I can't believe I'm saying that as a fan of, well, I'm saying not a fan of violence, but I think that I like some good violence on the screen. Not completely, but that takes me, it leaves a bit of a bad taste in my mouth. I prefer Goodfellas. If Goodfellas was on there, I would have definitely put Casino, Goodfellas above Casino. I'm going to go for Carlito's Way, which I've seen once. I know I've got it upstairs. I need to go back to that. So and even I'm saying I can't remember Carlito's Way, even though I can remember a lot of Casino, I'm going for Carlito's Way for that. Once Upon a Time, I spoke about that. Scarface, even if I liked Once Upon a Time in America to the extent that I might like it when I watch it on a second time, Scarface will win for me. That's been one of my favourite films since I saw it. Couldn't believe that when I saw it. Godfather 2 versus Heat. Now, I haven't seen Heat for a long time. I do need to get back to that one. So at the moment, I'm going to say Godfather 2. But on a rewatch, I think the Heat might take that over with. And also, I'll say De Niro versus Pacino. For me, I'll say Pacino. I think he's made the more consistently good stuff. He hasn't taken a dip to go into the most ridiculous stuff that you think, what on earth is he doing with his talent?
Yeah.
There's quite a few actors that have done that, like Mickey Rourke. He used to make the most amazing films and he just went in a slump, I thought. I don't know where he is at the moment in his life, but I couldn't believe where he went to. And De Niro's done a bit of the same, even though he's come back with solid performances. I don't think he's good of an actor at all. I just think he's made bad choices. A bit like Nicolas Cage as well. He's made some great films, but he's also made some ones where you think, what on earth are you doing?
Absolutely.
So for me, Pacino would be, even though I think Robert De Niro in essence is the better actor, Pacino has made the best body of work without sounding a bit too pretentious.
I get that. Look, for me, it was always going to be Casino all day, every day, because like I said, it's my favorite gangster movie. Even though me and John did speak about that before, that ending it's fucking atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. And it doesn't get easier. It really doesn't. The more you watch it, it really doesn't. So, but still a Casino for me. So I never seen Once Upon a Time in America, as you know. So Scarface for me on that one. Even though I have to admit, Scarface was only a kind of a recent first time viewing for me. It's when I picked up that Film Vault range. That's the first time I seen Scarface. Wow. And I enjoyed it. I actually really enjoyed it. Actually, finally, a fucking movie that actually lives up to the hype. I thought it was great. So, really enjoyed that.
Keith, do you think the 4K looked good?
I thought it was okay. I didn't think it was jaw dropping, John. I'm not going to lie. But then again, I can't remember too much about it. But I remember thinking it had this. Am I right in saying it had this kind of gritty look to it? Am I right in saying that? And I can't fully remember.
It's always looked like that. It's always looked like
it. Always, yeah. So I think I kind of got what I took away from it at the time. I remember seeing it on 4K. I remember going, okay, it's not the best I've seen, but I think you can tell that it's a faithful transfer, if that makes sense.
It's the best that's ever looked. Well, that way, best that's ever looked.
Yeah. And I would definitely, believe it or not, put Heat ahead of Godfather because, I don't hate the Godfather movies. I really don't, but I don't view them that often. I don't. And Heat was one of those movies, by the way, that I actually took a change on. I think I seen it way too young, and I didn't appreciate it. I didn't fully understand everything that was going on. And like even the scene where everyone talked about, I remember seeing at the time where everyone was talking about that scene in the two of them confronting each other. And I remember even seeing it at a young age, and I was like, what's the big fucking deal? I don't get it. And then, of course, you stuck with it. You get a bit older, and then all of a sudden, now I get it. It's just two fucking actors putting in some of the greatest fucking performance you're ever likely to see from either of them. And it's just another tale of, I'm always saying on my channel, go back to these fucking movies. And Pacino, and I have to say, I'm going to have to go with De Niro on that over Al Pacino. But I understand what you're saying, John. But if I was to, if I had to put a list down together of movies that I enjoyed more, I probably would find more from Robert De Niro than Al Pacino. Even though, if I'm right in saying this, and I don't know how, I'm almost certain I am. I think Al Pacino is going to be starring in his first technical horror movie. He has a new trailer come out, and I think it's the story that The Exorcist is based off. I think that's what they're doing.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's Al Pacino is playing a priest in it, so that'll be interesting.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called, but a new trailer came out for it there recently. We got Stephen Moles here saying, "Hi Keith and John and everyone in the chat. I have a question for you, Keith. If there was a zombie apocalypse out of you and your brother, who would get eaten first?" What? If there's an apocalypse out of you and your brother, who would get eaten first? Probably me brother, because I'd fuck him towards the zombies. Yeah, fuck off, you bastard. And give me a chance to run. That is a random fucking ridiculous fucking question, Stephen.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll break the world record 100 meters, 100 meters run thing. So I wouldn't be looking out for anybody. I'd just be running away. So if I was a faster runner, it'd be me. Well, I would survive. Yeah,
and I would find the nearest tree and I would just climb it, or maybe a wall, because that's how you defeat zombies. You just climb a wall and you're golden. You're fine.
Exactly.
You might starve after a while, but at least you're not going to be eaten alive. We got Sebastian. Have a great stream, Keith and John. Still at work, so I will watch the stream as soon as I can. Well, fair play to Sebastian. Thank you, mate, for stopping in. Really appreciate it, mate. I hope you're well. Right. Right, where are you looking? We got back chats here saying, "You're not a Tom Hanks fan, John. Have you seen The Burbs, Big, The Money Pit, or Turner and Hooch? They all cracking films. I recommend Castaway too." So, what have you seen out of that list there, John?
Seen The Burbs, love it. Seen Big, love it. Seen The Money Pit, love it. Seen Turner and Hooch, love it. Although the ending, I was going, I'm not crying, just got something in my eye, that type of thing.
Absolutely.
But Castaway, no, I'm not going to watch that. And the reason why I won't watch that is because I cannot stand anything to do with fish. And the minute I heard that he was just killing fish and eating them, because obviously he had to, because he was cast away, and he had to do that in real life, I thought, there's no way on earth I'm going to watch that. So I don't care how good it is. I cannot watch that. I would rather watch the worst video nasty of all time eating me dinner than go through things like that. Actually, speaking of video nasties, there's that one that's probably got the worst scene that I've ever seen of any film ever, especially a video nasty when it's Mountain of Cannibal Gods, where somebody picks a live crab up and eats them as like a sandwich, face first. It's like that. Not like you eat like a chip butty, but it's a live crab, and the face bit goes into the mouth, crunch. That was the most disgusting thing I've seen in my life ever.
Right. Now, here's the thing. Whoever told you about Castaway, they were fucking lying to you. Because there's nothing like that going on in Castaway. There's actually one scene in it where he throws a spear and he spears a fish, and that's it. I don't think you see him actually eating the fish during it.
That's enough. I think of it. That's enough for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I just couldn't stand the thought of anybody doing that at all.
Yeah, okay. That's fair enough. I'm not going to go against you, and y'all go against you there, John. So I get it. We got George Condy here saying hi, Keith and John. Hey, George. George just started a YouTube channel.
Right,
he did.
All right.
Yeah, excellent. Fair play. Fair play.
It's a fun world. It's a fun game.
Oh yeah, George, keep it going, George. I think he's put out 2 videos now, so keep them coming, George. Keep them coming.
Yeah, excellent.
Finally got around to super thanks. Wow, £15 super thanks from Al Humphreys. Unbelievable, Al. Every single stream I do, you're unbelievable, mate. I wouldn't say Grease 2 is the worst sequel in the world, but when I used to play pool in the pub, if you made a great shot following by a crap shot, they would say worst sequel since Grease 2.
That's brilliant.
That is quite brilliant.
I'll have to remember that one.
Yeah. That's Al again, mate. Thank you so much. It is very kind. All these super thanks are massively appreciated. And you know something, John? Just kind of go back to that Grease 2. So you have seen it, have you?
Oh yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. So was it a one-time watch for you sort of thing, or did you go back to it?
I watched it twice because I wanted to see. Because one of these things is I'm a big fan of films that are so bad they're good. So it could have been like that, but it was just awful. And then it started. I thought it might tarnish what Grease was. So I thought I can't let that happen to the film like that. So I had to ditch it forever.
Right.
But I can't believe how they made such a classic film that was just worked for me on every single level, and then made a one that didn't work for us in any way, shape, or form. The songs were. I can't remember any of the songs. Can you remember any of the songs that used to?
No.
Nobody can.
Nothing. I kind of felt the same way.
Remember more of them, probably all of them, from Grease.
Yeah, we kind of said that. Me and Ellen brought that up as well. Me and Ellen, I don't know if you've seen it yourself, John, but myself and Ellen are huge fans of The Greatest Showman. And you've never seen it. Now, the fucking music, every song, I love every song in it. I love all the music through it, but it's a wonderful movie as well. And there's rumors going around that they're going to be doing a sequel too. And like even Ellen said it, like they're just not going to be able to capture that music, the music that they got in it. Like it's I think when it comes to musicals, the only time I think they actually got it right, believe it or not, is Mamma Mia, where they actually put out a sequel and they actually exceeded the first movie with its sequel. But normally with musicals, I find just fucking leave them alone at one, and don't risk ruining the sequel.
Just doing the one-off, and if it works, leave it.
Yeah. Leave it. Absolutely. We have got. You'll be happy to see here, John. We got James Ramsden here. Afternoon, chaps. Just dropped in for a second before my dinner arrives, and here it is. Have fun. Thank you so much, Dave. Appreciate you stopping by.
Dave. Cheers, mate. I hope you enjoyed your tea, whatever it was.
Absolutely.
Hope it wasn't fish.
Charlie J drop kicked in the face. He now goes by the name Charlie Goodnight. That's what fucking show, little prick. Oh God, his voice! I swear to God. Anyway,
I do like him. I do like him.
Sorry, I have to calm down. We got John Calvert here saying, "Hi Keith, quick heads up for Mondo. A new video nasty in HMV, Night School on Blu-ray. Have you seen it? I will be watching it tonight myself. So, night watch, John."
Yeah, the other day.
What? Right, Night School. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was going to pick it up. However, it's in the Warner collection, Warner Archives, and it is one that I want. It's a great film. I saw it a while ago. Although I think the one I saw was cut. It was on a different name. It was called Terrorize, as in terror eyes.
Okay.
That's what it was, but it's a play on the words, which I quite enjoyed. And yeah, it's a good film. It's more like a giallo. It comes across like a giallo, even though I think it's UK one.
Right.
Yeah, it's well worth a watch. Really interested in getting it, but it's 15 quid. I know that they've got a sale, 2 for 15 at the minute, so I have no doubt it'll be in the sale the next time they have one. So if they haven't dropped it down by Christmas, I'll pick it up probably next year. I don't want these things to go out of print. It's a bit of a tightrope walk, isn't it? Because I don't think it will do, but you never know, do you?
No.
So I'm going to keep an eye on it because I've never wanted to be the price where I thought it's now going for 50 quid. And you think I could have had that for 15 quid.
Right.
How many things have been there before? But
absolutely,
no, it's great. Totally recommend it.
Happy days.
Hope you enjoy it.
We got Mike here saying as well, I recently got parts 2 and 3 of In Search of Darkness. I actually seen your video, Mike, from Lucky 7 in Germany, and they're bloody lovely sets. They're a great documentary on 80s horrors. Yeah, so Paul over Brum Horror, he sent me a message about that trilogy. Yeah. And what happened was, and they were lovely sets, and the minute he sent me the link to them, I went on to Amazon Germany, and of course, the first one was fucking gone. And I said, you know what? I'm not going to commit to this unless I can get, because I know exactly what's going to happen. I'd go out and buy parts 2 and 3, and then the first one, apparently it's already going on eBay for ridiculous money. So what's the goddamn point? So, so I'll if they bring out some standard releases for them, I will pick them up. But John, have you heard of those documentaries?
No, I know about them. I know about them, and I do want to see them, but I just haven't got my hands on them. It's another one of those ones which you hear about, but they're just not available easily to pick up. So it's a shame. But yeah, I would like to go and see them because I've heard a lot of people saying good things about them.
Yeah. We got Carlos here saying, I totally agree with Keith. Film Arena produced the best movie lobby cards and character cards. In the Blu-ray limited collector sets are great also. Like if again, going back to that, if I was to pick out one company, I you know what, I'd probably go to Second Sight at the moment. You know, even like I said, the Texas Chainsaw, the Hitchcock. I think you actually got these nice exclusive cards with Dawn of the Dead as well if you bought it from there, and they looked amazing as well. So,
yeah, you're right.
So, I like what Second Sight are doing with them cards.
Yeah, it's the same actually.
Yeah. We got the Beatles here saying, evening Keith and John, I just got back from work. I hope you're both well. Looking forward to the great stream tonight. I suppose you've already talked about the movies you've seen recently. Yeah, we did, mate. Again, it's there to be watched, you know. Oh, right. Art the Clown. Have you ever seen Tin Cup with Kevin Costner? Have you ever seen that, John?
No, because actually, now we've come to think about it, I'm not a fan of Kevin Costner at all.
I had a feeling
I've only seen him. I think he was in a Superman film once. He was all right in that. I thought he was okay, but usually I've got no time for his type of films that he's in, and also I don't know. I just find him a bit not my type of cup of tea. Cup of tea.
I have to tell you, Tin Cup is actually my favorite Kevin Costner movie. It's all about golf, John. It's a golf movie. It is. But he's a bit of a fucking loser, dropout, and he tries to make a comeback into the big leagues. Put it that way.
Yeah.
But it's a real funny movie. It's probably his most comedic role that he's ever starred in. But it's actually a good. I think you could get a lot from that, John. It's a good one. It's a good movie. It's very enjoyable. But I am a bit like you as well. I kind of like the man himself, but the movies, yeah, they can be a bit hit and miss for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, I've just never been, even like Waterworld. I thought it was kind of, I don't know, they missed a trick actually with that film. You should have just drowned in the opening credits. It would have made the film much better.
There's actually a bit in Waterworld. I said this before on a stream, and I'm sorry if it sounds mean, but I can't stop laughing at it every time I watch Waterworld. But there's a little girl in it, John, and I'm not kidding you. She's so sweet. She's such a cutie.
Yeah.
But there's bits in it where Kevin Costner slaps her in the back of the head, and you can fucking see he's hitting this child in the back of the head. And then that's when, when Kevin Costner has her, he does that, he slaps her in the back of the head. Then all of a sudden, there's a bit in where Dennis Hopper would have her captured. And then he fucking does the same as well. And I was like, I said to Ellen the last time we watched it, the whole cast is knocking the shit out of this girl all during the fucking movie. And you can clearly see that these fucking slaps in the back of the head, they're hitting. And they don't give a fuck.
I'm surprised they haven't been cut out these days.
No, yeah, fucking wonder.
The print has been lost.
Yeah,
I like the thought of Waterworld. I really do, but it was just him put us off. But the young girl from there who you talked about got battered across the head. Have you seen Napoleon Dynamite?
No.
Oh, because that's his girlfriend in it. Well,
really?
Kind of. Yeah, and she's grown up. Well, to a certain extent. Definitely her. You tell us.
I had no idea. I didn't think she went on to do anything. Funny enough, that's fucking news.
I don't think she's done much, but she was in that one. She played a great part. I think she's called Debbie or something, but she's like she doesn't speak, or she's ultra shy. It's so funny. I love Napoleon Dynamite.
Sorry, I can't stop fucking thinking of her getting slapped in the back of the head. Just the way it's done, it's funny. We got Collector Adam here saying, good evening, Keith and John and everyone in the chat. Late to the stream again. Hope you're all doing well. Doing great, Adam. Look, mate, better late than never, huh?
Oh, yeah.
And we've also got Dan here as well saying, hey, guys. Hey, Dan. How's it going, mate?
Hey, Dan.
Hope all well. George Connie was asking, are you going to get the monkey? Have you seen that, John?
No, maybe some are going to go and see it at the cinema, but never got around to it. So I will definitely check it out because I know it's by the fellow done Long Legs, isn't it? So looks like it's worth a watch. I've heard bad things about it, good things about it, so I'll give it a check out. Probably another one that I'll probably see. I'll probably get a cheap Blu-ray of it. I'm in no rush to see it. That's nothing against it, but it'll be another one that'll come out in 4K. And like Long Legs came out in 4K, it was a big hit, big underground hit, and it never got a slipcover even. I just thought, what a waste. Yeah,
I ended up getting a steelbook for it, and I think the steelbook was very underwhelming. Now that I fucking think of it as well, so
I know
it happens, unfortunately.
It happens a little bit too much these days. I know you can't warrant a slip on every single thing, but if you get one that's the company's behind it, A24, I don't know what's going on with them, lot. They won't put things out properly in the UK. I don't know what's going on. I believe it was out in 4K, and then it hasn't got a slipcover. Like everything, everywhere, all at once isn't even out yet, and it's just rubbish. I know it's coming out, but are they going to treat it because it was a huge, huge hit, got Oscars and all that, didn't it? And
that's right. No, I haven't seen it. I don't know how I'm going to feel about it. I don't know. I'm worried that I'm not going to like it, and I never bought it.
Well, it's a busy film, and by busy I mean there's a lot of stuff going on about it. But we watched it in 2 parts just because it's that long. and we didn't have enough time to watch it, I would say to yourself, do it in 2 parts to give yourself a bit of a breather from it. It's great.
Okay.
I mean, the multi-universe is done to it's great. I really love it. And the performances are brilliant, the special effects. And when they go to different timelines, it's amazing. But yeah, it's a head smasher to watch the whole thing in one go. It's brilliant. 4K is amazing as well.
Right. I'll probably will pick it up someday. I think it's just all about getting at the right price. And if I do, I'll give it a go. Yeah. I'm always open for anything, so I will. So yeah, just talking about the monkey down. Sorry, I didn't say like. Isn't it amazing to think that a movie came out that's directed by the same director? It's Anthony Perkins' son, isn't it? Who directs it? And yeah, something like that. And then it's based on a novel. It's based on a novel by Stephen King, and it's fucking produced by James Wan. And yet, no one seems to be out in a rush to go out and fucking buy it. It's a very strange thing, isn't it? I'll watch it, but I
yeah.
Sorry, John.
No, I'm saying it looked great. The trailer looked great. Made me son up for watching it, but it's got to work out for him and his job because he's only got like a Thursday that you can go to on the evening, and that's when he'll say, "Do you want to come with us?" And I say, "Yeah, no bother. Just get the tickets booked."
Right.
I don't think it's another one where you think, right, we'll just go one night. It's either not on the Thursday night, or it's only been on for a week, or it's on at a stupid time, like say 9:30. But he needs it to be on maybe about 6:30, 7 o'clock, because he wants to be back in the house for sort of like say 10. So because he's got to be up at crack of dawn the next day. And you would think that when a film comes out, there's got to be one. If it's out for 2 weeks, the thing you would be able to score with one Sunday on a Thursday, but you can't even do that. And sometimes you wonder how these films make any money if they put the films out. So like the stupid times, 9:30. I wanted to go and see that in a violent nature, I think it was. But it wasn't only out at like 11 o'clock at night or something where we were, and it was like, what the hell is that? I mean, I've seen it; it's a brilliant film. But I wanted to see it at the cinema, but I couldn't.
Right. Okay. John, so I was meant to say to you as well. Yeah. I was meant to say to you, mate. I fucking kind of lost track of time, but we have exceeded the 4-hour mark. Are you still okay to go, or what way are you?
Well, I think I'll go to 8 minutes past 4 hours, 8 minutes.
Right, so folks, we're going to wrap up. What way are you?
We'll go to 11 o'clock. Is that okay?
11 o'clock, no problem at all. We'll do that.
I need me beauty sleep, as you know. And my God,
absolutely.
Do I need that?
Oh, tell you, we fucking all do.
You shouldn't agree with us, though, Pete. Thanks.
You got your what's it called? Don't even know what I'm fucking saying there. Maybe I am getting fucking too tired tonight. I gave you a compliment tonight. You're not getting any more. We got Carlos here saying on a consistent level of quality in physical media, Film Arena, Everything Blue, Arrow Video, and Second Sight are my favorites, but Imprint are really coming on now. I have to tell you, I'd actually put Umbrella ahead of Imprint, if I'm completely honest. As a matter of fact, I would probably put Umbrella ahead of everything. I'm loving all of everything that Umbrella is doing at the moment. The way that I think I summed it up perfectly. I think with Umbrella, it's like two companies. You're getting Second Sight and you're getting Vinegar Syndrome, and they've just combined it into one set. That's what I'm kind of getting with them. So, they're a great company. Who's your favorite then? It'd be of course it'd be Vinegar Syndrome. I was gonna just.
I don't know if it is. I would say it's my favorite. What they do, it's favorite slipcovers. Some of the films that they put out is the ones that I'm like drawn to. I feel like I get more out of them. I'd rather watch them. Say if you said to me, say Arrow versus Vinegar Syndrome, i.e., what would you watch more of? well, I know for a fact that I'll probably watch the Vinegar Syndrome titles 3 or 4 times, as opposed to watching maybe the Arrow ones once or
Yeah,
twice. Not taking
yeah,
anything away from the Arrow stuff, but I think I get more enjoyment out of the fact that Vinegar Syndrome take the risk of going for these sometimes utter trash films, but they're highly
yeah.
enjoyable, or I find them highly enjoyable. So for me, that's all I can say about that. It might not be everyone's cup of tea, but for me, I could watch them all day long. There's just something about them that just
Okay,
cater to my interests. Um, so
right.
that's why I put them ahead. But there's also the likes of 88, which I think supply me with more of the stuff that I prefer. Criterion do an amazing transfer, probably the best transfers out there, but they're too
Hmm.
expensive. They do
Yeah,
put out a lot of stuff I don't like. That's just me
yeah.
personally. So I don't navigate to them at all. I find them they're a sale. When there's a
Yeah,
sale on, I'll go mooching in the
go
Criterions.
absolutely,
Apart from that, just go walking straight by them because I
absolutely.
can't go the £35 for a Blu-ray with nothing extra on it. When
No,
88 have got something next door for 30 quid, they can hardly pick up because it's that big. And the
absolutely.
film is I'm going to watch 1,000 times as opposed to maybe watching this one from Criterion once. So
Mm,
I think it's like just weigh up the pros and cons, don't you? But I'm going to say that yeah, all of them are great, but Vinegar Syndrome I've always, and plus I'm obviously a membership in now, so I've got the chance of getting more stuff from them, or the stuff that they're going to
absolutely.
send, and be introduced to stuff that I would think I would have never went to that. And some of the stuff the 2 films that have really surprised us has been Brimstone and Treacle, which I hated when I
Mm,
first saw it. When I watched it once, couldn't stand it. So when it was
yeah.
there, I got 4K as part of the subscription. I thought, well, I'll give it a shot. I loved it. Couldn't believe how much I loved it. And also the the Joel Delaney, what was it? The Possession of Joel Delaney, which I thought would be
Wow.
boring, rubbish,
Mm,
far from one of the best things I've seen recently. Think of it as
wow.
The
Wow.
Exorcist without the exorcism scenes,
Ah.
and you're halfway there.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
it's pretty. It's not because you obviously got the uncomfortableness of the Exorcist by the what happens with the young girl and scenes on the bed and
Mm,
all that.
mm,
So you think, well, this obviously is not that type of film. It's not going to go there.
of
However,
course.
the end of the film, I was talking about it to Martin Cully. Actually, we're having a bit messaging backwards and forwards. And I said, "Have you seen it? What did you think of it?" He said, "It was really good." He says, "But the end in mind," he says, what was going on in the end?" And he said, "It was really an uncomfortable watch." I says, "Was it not?"
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't put it up to Exorcist standards, but it's not far off.
Mm,
But the film itself, but Shirley MacLaine in that film, it's one of the best performances I've seen in a long time. And for me, I can't wait to watch it again. And that's Vinegar Syndrome for you. You get these things pushed
mm,
on you in a fashion, and you think, all right, I'll check that out. And I wasn't looking forward to watching Joel Delaney. I thought it'll be average. I'll watch it and I think I might even sell it. It was absolutely brilliant. So this is what I'm finding with
wow.
Vinegar Syndrome more than anybody else. I know I'm kind of
Mm,
getting sent the stuff, and I'm buying these stuff in the sales, stuff that are. I've told you about one that I'm thinking about buying. It's called. I've written it down. I probably can't write read my own writing, but um, I can't remember what it's called. But the thing's called. I'll have to look for this title because you're gonna love this title. And a title like that, you've got to say, "I've got to see that film." Um,
Did you see the cover on Vinegar Syndrome? I can't think of the name of the movie, but it's it's just someone's torso and he's just covered in
yeah,
hair.
yeah, it's
It
awful,
looks
isn't it?
fucking horrendous. It's fucking awful. It is.
It's how would I put it? It's vile, but
Yeah.
it's a big seller. I think it's nearly sold out on that one. Oh, that's it. There, it's called this one here. You can't really see. It's called Mother Schmuckers.
Mother schmuckers. Wow.
Can you imagine
Jesus
going to
Christ.
HMV and say, "Can I help you? Is anything? Did you see it? Find anything you ever wanted?" Now I'm looking for Mother Schmuckers, actually. So I don't know if I'll pick it up, but it's only in the sale. It's only £8.54, you know, for
It looks
Mother
like a fucking gamble
Schmuckers.
on it. You never know.
It is,
Fucking
but
hell.
that's what I like about this stuff. I know it sounds mad, but that's just my cup of
Yeah,
tea, you know.
no problem at all. We got Matt Chats here saying, anyone fancy the new film Clown in a Cornfield? Kind of looks fun, based off a book written by a YouTuber who reviews physical media. There's hope for us all to make films, lads. Not really if the movie is absolute fucking shit. But no, I actually am going to check it out. And I think it actually got decent reviews as well. It did. So, John, have you heard of that yourself?
When we went to see, because Deborah she did want to go and see Bloodlines, but she was saying, I don't know if I want to sit through it in the cinema. I says, well, come on. You've seen the other ones. We sat down. And the first trailer on was that one, Clown in a Cornfield, and it's graphic. So she turned to me and says, no, as if to say, are we going to say, do you want to go and see that? I knew she wouldn't want to go and see it, but I thought it looked like a good laugh. Yeah, I think it looks.
Right, okay.
And sometimes films,
Yeah, give it a go.
you don't take it seriously, do you? Just go and just have a bit of a laugh with it. I think
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Carlos was asking the question, top 3 toughest movies to watch in that you might shed a tear or two. Oh, jeez. You're asking the wrong fucking person here. I fucking cried fucking 3 times today for no reason. Sorry, John, but there you go, mate.
That's Elephant Man, obviously. That's a given, that one. I can't get through that. In fact, I'm getting worse. Every time I see it, there's more. There used to be, say, maybe 2 bits that used to get us. Obviously, the ending. And there's 1 bit in the middle. And then it get, I think, 3 bits, and then 4 bits. And I think now it's up to about 10. So I'm like, oh my God. I mean, it's a great film, but you know you're going to get hit with it. Apart from that, there's a few that get us, but I'm trying to think what they are. And when they get us good. The Stars Born got us a bit. That one got us a little bit. You know, that was unexpectedly whoa. There must be more than that, because it doesn't take much to set me off mine.
No.
But I'm trying to think of some. I'm not. I mean, Turn and Hooch. I haven't seen that for years, but obviously I don't like the ending for whatever.
No.
Things like that would get us, and it probably would if I watched it now. I didn't used to.
Yeah.
But I type of used to go things there. But so, but I'm trying to think of. There's definitely other ones that have got us recently. Or Elvis, the ending of Elvis. Jesus Christ.
Elvis, yeah.
That hit me. God, that everybody knows what's going to happen there. But you know the bit I'm talking about, when the fact is that, and I never ever thought in a million years they would have used the real footage of Elvis. Do you know the bit when it starts and you get the transition, because you get the whole thing about him. He's like superhero. He's got the superhero thing on, and you get that run through the field, and then boom, and I went, okay, now this has got me. And
hey, we got cursed John to curse twice.
It's the mess, man. The mess are talking.
Yeah, that's a good one, Elvis.
There must be more.
Forrest Gump. Easily Forrest Gump.
Yeah,
Forrest Gump. That scene, him standing over the grave of Jenny. Fuck me. That we actually only just watched it a couple of nights ago, a couple of weeks back. And then I'll tell you, the build up to that scene, I was crying. The scene didn't even happen. It was just a bit where he's in the bedroom with her, and she's lying in the bed, and she's not even she doesn't even look sick or anything like that. She's just lying in bed and not talking. And I was just off. Yeah. I was already off. And Adam was looking at me. I was like, "What's wrong?" As if because what's fucking coming, and it hits me like a fucking ton of bricks. So, but the thing about me, John, is I can sit here and name numerous movies that would have me crying because of sheer sadness, but I cry out of sheer joy as well. So, like Dirty Dancing, when he lifts the girl up over his head, that'll have me in tears. You know, there's so many out there. There's so much out there. Philadelphia, no question about it. When you look at the ending of that movie and you hear Paul Simon's song playing at the end of it, it'll floor you.
Actually,
Absolutely floor you.
Music can do a lot to you. You haven't
Absolutely.
seen The Elephant Man, have you?
No.
Well, I know you've got to watch it. I know that I'm going to say that because it's one of my favorite films, but music plays a huge part in one of the scenes. They couldn't have picked, not going to say a worse bit of music. It's a brilliant bit of music. It's one of the best bits of music I've ever heard in my life. It's a big, well-known song, but when they put that one in the mix on that time, I was just thought, this is just, and now, even before the occurrences occurring, as soon as the first note of that music comes on, I think, right, this is it. Keep it together, John. And then before you know it, you're sort of
you're gone
like that.
Absolutely. Starman. And
yeah, I've never seen that actually.
Yeah, music plays a huge role in that one as well. Oddly enough, that movie, I'm fucking not even looking forward to the 4K release of it. I've spoken about it on my channel so many times, but there's something about that movie that really fucking upsets me and it spirals me into a shit fucking depression every time I watch it. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I'm going to be very conflicted watching that on 4K. Funny enough, yeah. So that movie cuts deep for me, and I don't know fucking why. There's skeletons in the closet, and by Jesus, I'm not letting them out.
Yeah.
So there's so fucking many. Like I mentioned, Marley and Me. If you actually want to see, if I was to name one movie that literally had me and Ellen, and I mean we were roaring, bawling in tears. Fast and the Furious 7. When they do the Paul Walker tribute at the end of it.
Oh, that's tough. That's really tough.
That was tough. That had us in fucking tears. So I never watched that.
I wasn't expecting that to happen, mind. I wasn't expecting them to do what they did with it. It was perfect what they did. And I was like, whoa, hey, this is unreal.
Yeah. It's one thing when you're watching that segment and the two boys, Paul Walker and Vin Diesel, are driving beside each other. But it's right at the end when all of a sudden they split apart. The car split, and then he goes off. And I just, and that music, the song that's playing through it, it's just fucking hell. Anyway.
Yeah. Wow. Where's me happy?
Somebody mentioned My Girl. That's another one. Yeah, My Girl.
Well, we haven't watched Marley and Me for the obvious reason. We don't want to be put into that thing, you know.
You'll be fucking upset, John. You're guaranteed to be upset. Yeah. So we're actually 4 minutes away from 11. So we are going to be wrapping this stream up very, very soon. So if you want to get our good nights in, I think now would probably be the best time to do it.
Well, I'll stay with 4.5 hours on the clock there. So we've got 8 minutes.
8 minutes. So before I do anything, then I do want to read out, because there is a few super thanks here that I wanted to get into here because I'd never got around to them. Funny me. So we got Steve Colgan here putting €10 super thanks. So many Steves. Thank you so much, Stephen. I thought it was actually Carlos when I seen the name coming up first. Stephen, mate, that's God, it's amazing. Every fucking stream I do, these super thanks just keep coming in, and they are hugely appreciated, mate. Thank you so much. Very kind of you.
Great thumbnail. That's great thumbnail, Stephen.
Oh, it is. It's fucking fantastic. That's the keep, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's a great. I've never seen that picture. It's a great picture, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually got Ash once again. Every stream I do is €10 super thanks. Maybe use it to make your movie room spider proof. No, no, you know something. It might not be a bad idea, Ash. You know how much I enjoy your content. Take you for all of your effort, mate. Thank you for all your effort. Sorry. Ash, mate. Look, it goes without saying. It's my absolute pleasure, and that is such a wonderful gesture on your part, and I really do appreciate it. So thanks again, Ash, for stopping by. I know how busy you are, and I really appreciate it. And it's great to see you kind of mingling in the comment section as well with everyone else. It's all great to see. And I'm very happy to get to this one as well. We got a $15 super thanks from the man that is Conor Gray. Good morning, lads. I hope you're both well. Picked up deranged. My God, I'm not fucking pronouncing that. Oh, he bought the Deranged from Vinegar Syndrome. That movie, Deranged, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what it is. You guys see this? Was that chasing it for a while? All right, she was asking, have we yet seen that movie, Deranged? I've never seen it,
Yeah.
John. Have you?
Oh yeah, I've got the 4K from Vinegar Syndrome. It's one of the first.
Okay.
It's on the first month from January when I got it. I got it sent. I'm saying not free, but you pay for it. But at the end of the year, I'm going to top them all up, and all the ones that I've got in the subscription package, I'm going to top them all up. I'm going to divide them by. Is it? No, I'm going to have no. I'm going to take. Start again. I'm going to take the total that I paid for the subscription, which is £1,008. Wow. I'm going to put the amount of things I've got into them, and divide the 1,008 by the amount of individual releases I've got, and then I can tell you how much I've actually paid for every single thing.
Okay.
If that makes any sense, and it might make somebody think that was worth it. At the moment, it's not adding up very nicely because obviously I haven't got them all yet. So I'm only going by the ones I've got thus far. So the average is quite high. But it's going to come down as it comes to. So how long is it going to be? And I'm going to show them all at the end. I said I've got these all in the thing. So unless, and not to get any politicalness about this, unless Trump puts all the taxes up for everybody in the Vinegar Syndrome can't compete to do overseas, which I think will be another travesty. Hopefully that doesn't happen because it doesn't need to happen. It might, if you ever fancy it for next year, you might be able to say, well, this happened this year. So you can say, is it going to be worth it? If they don't put it up too much, I think it's going to stay the same price. So that's what I'm going to do for that. But yeah, Deranged was it's great fun. And I know Conor Gray was after that one, and I'm glad he's got it because it's a great presentation. Looks really nice as well. I know Arrow have done them, but it's a great version.
Sorry, John. I was just reading. No, I was going to just say to you, Connor sent me pictures in the last couple of days, and it's just everything that he's picked up because there's a huge sale. It's a company over in Australia, and they do this big sale that was coming up, and Connor picked up. I swear to God, God knows how many titles it was. It was going into close to the 30s, I think it was. It was a buy one. I think it's buy one get one free. It was something like that they were doing. And like the likes said, the new movies like Gladiator 2 and all that was there on 4K in that sale. It was just incredible. So he picked up a lot of that, and then he sent me a picture today of everything that he bought from Vinegar Syndrome, and there was quite a few titles there as well. So I think he got around 6 or 7 of them. So
if I had the money, I'll buy everything on a bit of paper.
Yeah,
but it would cripple us. So I've got to be careful.
But Connor, mate, thank you, by the way, for the super thanks. That's fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. Thank you so much, mate. And thanks to everyone for all the super thanks tonight. Very, very much appreciated. I can't stress you how much I appreciate it. Right, so we're going to start wrapping this up. So I've gotten down to the bottom. Jesus, John, we got through fucking nothing tonight. Again, folks, I am sorry. We can only do so much in terms of the comments. It's the one thing I do love is the fact that it seems to be the case where someone would ask a question, they're asking us a question, but it seems like the comment section is answering them as well, which is so they're getting that interaction anyway. So we do our best. We can only get through so much. So I apologize for everything that we haven't gotten through. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. So with that said, John, we'll wrap this up. So we've got Sean here saying, night, Keith and John and everyone. Thank you so much, Sean.
Thanks for watching.
We've got Alan Meggs here saying, thanks for a wonderful stream, lads. 2 incredible, likable people. The only person doesn't like John is his local barber. Oh my God. Wow. But thank you again, Alan. Thanks as always for stopping by, mate. Really appreciate it. We got Al Humphreys here saying, bye everyone, take care and all the very best. Thanks again, Al. Thanks for the super thanks as well, mate. Unbelievable. we got Art the Clown saying, thanks for another great stream. You never walk alone for Sunday, Keith. Absolutely, Art. Absolutely. It's been a strange season. Very strange season. There's what Newcastle, Crystal Palace, Liverpool. It's strange. It's odd to say the least.
Yeah, you're right.
Actually, Tottenham as well now. I think of a fucking winning the Europa League as well. Unbelievable.
No, it's been,
It's just a strange season. Steve here, cracking stream, boys, and lively chat. Hats off to you all. Special mentions to Ellen for keeping us all in line. Catch you next time. Stay safe. Thank you. Thanks again, Steve. And yeah, look, it's great that you all throw a thanks out to Ellen, because trust me, she is there. She is there to the point that we never seem to get trolled, and I think because they know that they're not going to get anywhere because of Ellen. Why bother trying when someone is there right from the get go to take it out? So it's a great thing. It is. We got David here as well saying, lads, thanks for another stream. Fair play. Thank you again, David.
David.
We got Aaron O'Sullivan as well saying, great night again, lads. Thanks, Keith and John. Appreciate these streams. It's my pleasure, Aaron. And thanks again, mate, for stopping by as well.
Cheers, on.
We've got Matthew is here as well. Thanks for a great stream tonight, Keith and John. Looking forward to the next one. Well done to Ellen, keeping everyone in top order. See you all again soon. Thanks and take care. Thank you so much, Matthew. It's always great seeing your name come up, mate. It's massively appreciated. We've also got Bonzo Dog here saying, good night, Keith and John. Learned a lot from John about films I won't normally go for. Another great guest. Take care, fellas. Well, that's John for you, mate. Like you'll get a lot from John. John goes into the more obscure titles, and I got a lot from him as well. So that's great to hear. That's coming across in the streams as well. So that's
great.
Fantastic.
I mean, it's always good to hear that somebody. Now, I've followed recommendations from YouTube myself, and steered me in a different path that I probably would have took if I hadn't done YouTube. But and I'm grateful for that, But if any of these that I talk about help somebody out, and you see a great film that you might not normally have seen, then that's great. It's kind of it's not something you set out to do, but it's a really good byproduct, isn't it, from doing these things?
Absolutely, I agree. Absolutely. We've also got Ellen saying thanks and good night to everyone who commented and joined in. Thanks, babe.
Hey, Ellen.
Well done tonight. Congratulations again. We got Gary here as well. Another enjoyable stream, Keith and John. Love these Friday nights. Take care and have a great weekend. P.S. I cried watching Mac and Me. E.T.'s knockoff.
No.
Let's see. What else have we got here? Wow. We got Ash. Thanks for another highly entertaining stream. It's just a wonderful way to spend a Friday night. Thank you for making it happen, Keith, John, and Ellen. You take care and have a nice weekend. Well, Ash, mate, I don't have to thank you. You're sick of fucking hearing me thanking you at this point. But it is always great seeing you pop by the stream. Thanks again, mate.
Yeah. Thanks, Ash. Have a great weekend.
Yeah. We got Stephen here saying night. Absolutely, Steve. Thanks again, mate. We got Dom as well. Thank you. Good night. Thank you so much, Dominic. Hope you're well.
Steve, Dom. Thank you.
We've got Steve here as well. Good night, lads. And Keith, that Euphoria final was absolutely painful. I'd rather watch Halloween Ends for 48 hours. Which one's that? My God, the Europa final. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't look at that, Steve, but I heard it was pretty bad. I heard it was fucking terrible. We got Michael saying good night to the boss, Ellen. Absolutely. She's no boss at me. And that is the last comment of the night. So with that said, we're going to wrap this up. So 48 people still watching. If any of you, if there's a chance that none of you are already subscribed to John, the link will be in. The link is in the description, or will be in the description. I think I did do it. No, I did do it. It is in there. But link into the description for John's channel, and if you could go over, throw this man a sub. Trust me, he's worthy of your time. So with that said, we're going to let you go. Thanks again for everyone tonight. Thanks for being part of it. It's been a wonderful turnout. The comment section has been fucking booming like it does every single stream. And look forward to the next one. So with that said, all the best to you. Take it easy. And we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks a lot. Cheers now.